isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Anish Giri. I am a top Grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Hari Krishna Pendala from India.
Hello everyone, I am Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went Bishop c5, d4 and Queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using aim chess. Aim chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Giri. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Nils Grandelius from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Krishna Pendala from India.
Hello everyone, very big welcome to the final of the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. This is the third and ultimate major event. I mean, we have seen incredible fights throughout the tour, but this is a very special last final tournament from live from San Francisco. I mean, this is really special. Meltwater very much wanted to do this final already last year in San Francisco. Unfortunately, due to the pandemics, it was impossible. But now it's there, this iconic Shack 15 building, the ferry building of San Francisco, with incredible view on the very famous Bay Bridge. I mean, I have seen some pictures. It looks wow. How can you even focus on chess? But before we are getting there, of course, there is also some slight uncomfortability with the situation that of course, due to the time difference, the timing of the runs is not ideal. We understand this. So big apology to our Indian fans, for example, who have to actually if they are ready to watch. We really hope that they are ready to sacrifice. If not, we also understand, from 1:30 a.m. Yeah, this. And let's also not forget that, for example, Eli Gaishi is playing from India, so he's actually playing throughout the night. Please support him. We want to send all the energy to Arjun. Now we also see that there will be 7 rounds of battles. Every day we're gonna see 4 games between the superstars. And if there will be a 2-2 tie, then we will have the Blitz playoff, and eventually an Armageddon game to decide the fate of the match. Every match will have a winner. This makes it all the more exciting. We will have incredible matchups. And I think this is the right moment to invite a very special guest. I'm so happy and honored to be here with Rustam Kasimdzhanov, a very big friend of mine also. We haven't really been having the chance to talk too much in the last couple of years, but I think deep in our hearts, we know exactly that we are very close to each other. So big welcome, Rustam.
Hi, Peter. Hi, my dear friends. I missed you all so much, especially you, Peter. As you said, yeah, we haven't seen each other since this whole pandemic started. But I hope you and your family are doing well and are staying healthy. But you look good. Yeah, you look good. You sound enthusiastic. That's good to hear.
Yeah, well, I mean, throughout the tour, yeah, I have so much passion, so much emotions, so much, I have witnessed so much dramas, brilliant games. We will be also talking about this because we have some very special best game prizes as well, where we will need the fan votes, the audience to decide from a quite illustrative list. We had incredible games. And basically, my whole heart is really pumping for this event. It's so nice to be here with you guys. And I can't wait to see how this final ends. Yes, we also have to talk about this, that already Magnus Carlsen has won the tour. So one could ask that what's the big deal? What's the very special point of this final tournament? But this is the 3rd major, and we have, for example, the first matchup between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So. Wesley So has just won the Global Chess Championship, which Chess.com organized, a stunning victory by Wesley, and now fighting out against Magnus today and also throughout the 3rd major. What is your take on this, Rustam?
Well, I think that Magnus, even if he won the whole tour, he still likes to win and he hates to lose. So I think for him personally, it will not make a difference, right? He will still try to win every game, every match, and he will very much try to win the tournament, especially since he's over the board, right?
Well, I mean, at least face-to-face to some of his opponents. Yeah, this is also a very special point and very good that you mentioned. Before I forget, let me reveal there are 4 players on site. This is Magnus Carlsen, Wesley So, Pragnanda. Prague is there, and Anish Giri. So 4 players. Whenever they play against each other, they will be kind of face-to-face. We will also see, I think, clearly the setup, how it goes, because there is some monitor between the players. Yeah, it's esports after all, with a spectacular view on the San Francisco Bridge. I mean, really, it's a stunning location. And what is your take on this, that the players have such an incredible, beautiful, wonderful view? Would it distract you, or you could still focus 100% on chess?
Well, I think it's good to be able to enjoy the view in between your moves, right? I don't think it hurts. Also, doctors say that when you are playing chess, sometimes it's good to just look away, right? To look into the distance. And I think that's probably very healthy also.
Yeah, personally, I feel that I would be very happy. Yeah? I mean, exactly, because you can't just focus all the time there. You need to relax a bit to get some new energy, a fresh view, yeah, a new angle on things. And I believe that it should be a big pleasure to be playing in this iconic building with this fantastic view. And we have also 4 matchups, so it would be very unfair if we are only talking about Magnus Carlsen against Wesley So. Maybe we can also bring up one more time the matches. Yeah, we have Pragnanda against Shakriya Mamedyarov. So Pragnanda is in San Francisco, Mamedyarov probably playing from home. We also have Lekwang Liam playing against Anish Giri. Anish on site, Liam somewhere, I don't know exactly where he is. We have both Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen are, of course, in San Francisco. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Arjun Erigaishi. Duda, I think, is clearly in Poland, and Erigaishi playing from India. I feel like now he's very much in Dingliran's shoes, because we know exactly that it was a couple of times quite tough for Ding to play all the time on the night.
Yeah, but I think Arjun is he's actually used to being awake for most of the night. Sometimes, he would message me and it would be like 4 in the morning in India. So he's actually quite used to this.
This is great news. Okay, wonderful. Okay, then we don't have to worry for Arjun. He's young, he's fresh, he's determined. I mean, throughout the tour, he played so incredible chess, with some incredible ups and of course some downs, as all the participants. It's after all 50 minutes online chess game. It's impossible to play perfect chess. But what I felt like, he always carries the momentum. He adjusts very well to new situations. Even if he loses a game, he doesn't collapse. Then he wins 2 in a row after that. I mean, you have been working with him. What is your take on Arjun? What are his main strengths?
Well, I think for Arjun, it is not so much the main strengths, but the absence of obvious weaknesses. I think that sets him aside from, let's say, Gukesh, who is maybe very brilliant, but also obviously still has also some drawbacks of a young person, right? And Arjun just seems more balanced, more just stronger overall, it seems,
Well, whenever I look at him, I feel like I'm getting fooled, because it looks like he's so calm, he doesn't care about what's going on. At the same time, he's so skillful in calculation, and he doesn't shy away from complication. I feel that this is a very tricky contradiction of personalities, that it looks like he is very calm, but at the same time, over the board, he's ready to be very sharp as well.
Well, he just calculates really well. But I think most young players I have worked with, and I worked with quite a few in the last couple of years, they really calculate well. I think this is one thing which honestly they do better than our generation did. Our generation was more, intuitive and understanding and, the like. But they just calculate better. I think also the same is true for, I think like Abdusattarov and Vincent. Okay, Vincent, better than me, but I think this new generation just calculates better. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, also, I feel like they don't have so much emotions, because they are already more objective. Somehow they adjusted to this new computer era, so-called, that, I mean, when we were raised, we were climbing and we were on our top, then we very much felt like we can still outsmart the computers, that we can somehow overrule their judgment, whatever. And finally, okay, we will get to this topic. It's actually interesting during the breaks, but we have live action. Magnus Carlsen started the e4, e5 on the board, knight f3. Will we see? What do we see?
We'll see some Berlin, right?
Yes, knight f6. Castles. Okay, castles, knight e4. Rook okay. Rook e1. Whenever I see rook e1, I'm not the most happy person in the world, but it's much better than the forced draw business.
Well, I mean, you don't really expect Magnus to make a forced draw, right? Not in the first round of the first match.
For sure, yeah.
And also, I never felt that this was an easy system for Black in Rapids, because there is a long theory which Black sometimes has trouble memorizing, right? After knight c3, I know. He just plays c3. Okay, this Wesley normally should draw without problems.
Yeah, but it's interesting, because you mentioned the move knight c3. It was played between you and me from London Grand Prix in 2012. 10 years
more
ago.
than 10 years ago, yes.
Yes.
Oh my God, sometimes I wonder, we're just so old, me and you.
Yeah, and I remember that I said like, oh no, I mean, Rustam forces me, to go for all these crazy positions I have to remember, but I had a backdoor. And then I used this backdoor, and then thanks to this, I drew relatively easily, I believe.
Yeah, no, but back then you were always somehow managing to find opening systems that were not quite my prep. You were very flexible against me. This you did really, really well.
Well, because I had so much respect. I mean, okay, I knew that you have to avoid the kind of complex stuff that you have in mind. But okay, let's deal with the situation. Magnus says that yes, okay, we're gonna play symmetrical position. First of all, it's the first game of the day of a very long and tough tournament. So basically settling in maybe also to the new environment, everything makes perfect sense. And as usual with Magnus, there are always some minor details which he pays attention to. So maybe he had prepared or seen with Peter and Nielsen that actually this position has more poison than it looks.
Yeah, no, it is in general. You probably know it so much better than me, but essentially, is playing a4 in almost any position in this line is becoming a trend, right? Because a5 seems to be a strong positional threat in general, right?
Yes, I mean, after a4, if white gets the chance to get the pawn to a5, then eventually it opens up some options like knight bc, knight c5, putting pressure on b7. So Vasily, of course, is a rock-solid player. He blocks it with a5, bishop d3, g6, and exactly I highlighted that basically white has the two more active bishops, so black is trying to regroup and get ready for trading the light square bishops with bishop f5.
Yeah, I think I recently had this position against Rajabov, but without the pawns included a4, a5. And it seems that there might be some lines where the pawn on a5 is tactically vulnerable, right? Maybe there is some bishop c7 somewhere or queen c7 somewhere. It's possible, right, that it becomes a thing.
For sure, there is some finesse here, some deep finesse. We also see Magnus blitzing out all his moves. Yeah, he started the game with 15 minutes. We haven't talked about the time control. We are kind of expecting already everyone to know it. It's 15 minutes plus 10 seconds increment for both players. And Vasily is also up on the clock compared to 15 minutes start, but still almost 2 minutes behind of Magnus.
And he plays knight d6. Yeah, I would normally think knight g7 is more common. Oh.
Yeah, more common. On the other hand, yeah, maybe like you also highlighted that eventually somewhere this bishop c7, but okay, anyway, knight d6, bishop f5 has to be played, and sooner or later then the knight might end up on f5 anyway.
Maybe he's also preventing some potential b4 in the meantime, yeah, that the knight can also go to c4 sometimes, who knows, yeah, if white plays b4. I think b4 is also part of this structure, yeah, sometimes.
Yes, this
Maybe
idea, and then of course the knight on d6 is probably much more preferable than a knight on g7.
It's very possible, yes.
Yeah, a lot of finesses. And by the way, I think for rapid game this is super important. The move knight d6 forced Magnus to pause and to think, which basically also brings me to the conclusion that probably knight g7 was the move that Magnus expected or hoped for.
Yes. Also, I don't quite see, there is no immediate advantage to the knight on g7 compared to the knight on d6, right?
Well, that's what we would think, but who knows, with this anti-Berlins with Rook e1, yeah, there are so many these little details that they might not be even visible for the human eye, but computers are pointing out, yeah, these minor differences, and that's why I think the whole line became so much more rich, because there are all these hidden nuances.
Yeah, it's, for instance, after bishop f5 now, white can actually consider taking on d6. Let's say bishop d3, bishop e5. And I can force this position where I get a knight against the bishop. Yeah, who knows? Maybe this gives white some positional future.
Yeah, it was also my very first thought there when comparing the differences, that who knows, I mean, I would be slightly worried for black because there is no clear answer if this is important or not, but it could, yeah, and this drives you crazy.
It could be.
Yeah, and Magnus immediately going for queen e3. Okay, Vasily, of course, we know he's super precise. He's rock solid, but he doesn't like to be under pressure. I mean, basically, I feel that he has such a solid repertoire, yeah, that he says that, you know what, if you play objectively correct, I know what to do. So I'm kind of, if you want to touch me, you want to get some playable, interesting position, you have to take risks. Yeah, this, I feel that this is the main point of Vasily's chess. And whenever you do that, then Vasily is ready to capitalize on and punish you for treating him like that. And that's why I feel that Magnus's choice actually is very smart, that he is not taking any risk, but he asks some questions and puts Vasily under some pressure.
Yeah. No, also when you play against Wesley, it depends what kind of a mood he is in with white, right? Sometimes with white, he goes for very principled battles, and sometimes he also stays safe against Magnus. We've seen, I think, both, yeah, in those online tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, with Wesley, you also never know exactly. Yeah. Also, Magnus and Wesley very smart in adjusting to the situation. Yeah, also we have seen throughout the tour when suddenly Magnus wins a game, then next games he takes a completely different approach. Yeah, that he just wants to kind of sail to victory. But if his opponent is suddenly bouncing back, then he's ready to immediately adjust his play again. It's always very interesting. Bishop g4 played.
Bishop g4 is interesting. Like, if white plays h3, what do you do? Is he just ready to give the bishop?
I'm also confused. I mean, first also, let's just highlight that probably after knight e5, he wants to play bishop f5, yeah? Probably that's his point, yeah, that now we can't take bishop d6 like we discussed before. And then comes the question that what happens if we play the move that Rustam mentions, h3, asking this bishop, please decide.
Yeah, it seems to me black will have to abandon this bishop, right?
Well, I mean, bishop f5 gives nothing. Yeah, I mean, h3 will be a big benefit. So yeah, for example, if takes, will you go for some quick bishop g5? Is
Well,
that
I will try, but I will not manage, right? Because bishop g5, he'll go bishop h2.
Or maybe bishop e5
bishop
also.
e5.
I
was
don't
not
know,
sure
yeah.
about bishop e5, knight c4. Am I provoking this move? Do I need this?
Exactly. That's another tough question, yeah, because knight c4, if we take, it looks good for white, but then maybe queen d5 comes and things won't be so easy. So okay, let's just return. Yeah, bishop g5, bishop h2.
Yeah, also this knight on d6 is such a vulnerable piece. Maybe black even needs to go like f5 and knight e4. I know it looks desperate, but maybe at least he gets his knight consolidated on e4.
Yeah, but honestly, I can't really imagine Wesley doing any of this. But that brings me to the question, what does he have in mind? Yes, after bishop g4, first of all, why did he play the move bishop g4? And after h3, if not capturing, because it's clear that white gets at least something to play with. What else could be? I mean, knight f5 inclusion, does it change anything? We just move the queen back,
Well,
no?
knight f5, queen e2, I didn't see what it changes.
Exactly. Because then after trade, then the knight will be hanging immediately.
Yeah, but this is a problem for black in general, because also the knight on d6 is always hanging. Otherwise, black could, you know, take on f3, go queen
Hang
b6.
on. Is there an option that after h3, we're going to go knight c4? Intermezzo.
Okay, I was not that deep, yeah?
No, I just noticed because looking for options. Yeah, I mean, we know Wesley, he doesn't like to commit to some dubious decision.
But it doesn't seem to work, right? Bishop takes.
Bishop takes f3.
Bishop d3. I will catch a bishop.
Wow. Okay, that's bad news. Yeah, bishop is getting trapped. Yeah, bishop h5 runs into g4, and Magnus doesn't go h3. Unfortunately, I would have loved to get smarter. Yeah, but okay, maybe rook e1 is also very nice.
Well, rook e1 is also a good point, right? What is black doing in general? Like, what is his setup?
Yeah, somehow it feels like his black's pieces are much more loose than usual in this variation.
Well, the only moves that make sense to me are knight f5 and knight c4 to get some sort of clarity.
Yeah, let's go with knight c4 first.
And then, I don't know, like sometimes I wonder if white takes on c4 and plays bishop h6, for instance, how pleasant is this for black?
Yeah, and we are getting the message from Tadeas that maybe after all, it's all interesting, all about finesses. Let's maybe also make a tour just to get a feeling. I mean, apparently Duda has just sacrificed a piece on d4 for 2 pawns against Arjun. Okay, just very quickly to understand how we got here. So it's c4, c6. It's some kind of a Catalan, Grünfeld, anti-Catalan, whatever I even have trouble to call it, what it is. Do you have a name for it?
I would say it's a reverse Benoni.
Okay, yeah, that's that makes sense, yeah. But also with the knight on e7 and the pawn on c6, this is also, I mean, okay, just very special.
It's a weird one, yeah. It's not, not every
let's
day.
call it a special one. And now after a5, a3, h6. Suddenly Duda goes for the sacrifice. So it means that he did not really enjoy his position so much. Yeah, the bishop on b2 is kind of stuck. It's a very special pawn structure. Usually we don't have this, that the pawn is on c6. Usually it's on c5. And then Duda wanted to be creative, and look at this. He sacrifices the piece, but Arjun goes knight f5, and he's not taking on e6, not destroying the structure, but just takes on f5. What is this?
I think he wants to roll the central pawns. That's why not knight e6, adding black a pawn in the center, but he wants to go knight f5, and he wants to take on g7. I guess bishop takes f5 will happen. Then he wants to take on g7 and play e4 and d4.
And start marching, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, to me, looking at this, it does not look so clear.
Yeah, it doesn't. But it brings me to the question that can maybe black take g takes f5?
That would be probably very smart.
I mean, you just scared me, you know, with all your pawn storm. I have to go on the defensive with gf.
So in fact, the control of the center matters so much more than everything else right here. Now bishop g7, king g7, d4, knight f6, and black remains in control of the center.
Yeah, we get some stability, yeah, the pawn on f5 and the bishop on e6. Eventually, of course, we are dreaming of some rook c8, b5, but it's a little bit far away. So maybe this is a very key moment, yeah, that Arjun has to make, and gf5 on the board. I'm loving it.
Yeah, no, gf5 is good. Yeah, shows very good reflexes and a very good presence of mind, right? That he's not making an automatic recapture. He's thinking, yeah, which way is better. Beautiful.
This is what I told you about Arjun, that what I have, because I haven't seen him really playing classical chess. Yeah, I have been commentating his games online, and what really struck me that whenever there is this moment, yeah, that you have to make up your mind, he's doing it very cleverly, yeah, that he adjusting himself to the new situation, yeah, he just doesn't want to do routine moves. This I find very impressive.
No, this is really, really nice. I mean, you could already write a small, article based on this example alone, right?
About this g takes f5. I mean, first of all, white doesn't have knights, which could jump and create some problems with the weaknesses. The bishop on e6, pawn f7, f5, c6, b7. This is a super solid structure. Black is a piece up, and as Rustam immediately pointed out, the danger is that white just rolls over black in the center, but with gf5 we get stability.
Wow. It is truly impressive. This is very nice.
Yeah, and now the question is that I would love, I know that you are the one who plays extremely well with initiative, that how would you try to keep the most most complicated this position?
It's difficult, yeah. To me, now that I see that the central advance is not possible, the only thing I see is playing for b5. So I would either go b5 or maybe takes and b5, which is burning positional bridges a bit, but I think I need some counterplay with white here.
Ah, very interesting, yeah, because just to highlight, yeah, what Rustam has in mind, he has c takes b5, bishop takes g7, king takes, then check, and we take queen b5, and suddenly we again get very nice control of the center. The pawn on c6 is eliminated, and the bishop is alive.
Well, I mean, this bishop will be the last minor piece white has, yeah? So this bishop has to get active. Yeah? We don't have anyone else.
Yeah, which means that, of course, after b5, I have to be careful, and I have to protect my pawn at all costs on c6, maybe even with queen c7.
Yeah, something like this, and then maybe takes, and then white gets some chances on the b file, I thought. But he plays differently, yeah? He plays rook fd1.
Yeah, he actually just took on g7, king g7, rook rook fd1 is the move that he played. I mean, trying to go for some d4, knight b6, d5, and trying to use the pin. Maybe that's the idea.
Yeah, Arjun very quick with queen f6.
Yeah, so very quick. I really love this, because basically I felt like it's always critical that after d4 probably you have this knight b6. If you have it, it's wonderful. Touching the pawn on c4, and yeah, this d5, cd, cd, then you can even include rook c8, bishop d, you just win the game.
Yeah, no, to me it seems that white doesn't really have initiative in this position, at least not enough.
Yeah, Duda in trouble. I mean, it looked like it's an interesting sacrifice. I understand why he was tempted to do it. Yeah, also, I feel that when you play online event, you also automatically, especially the first round, when you know that you still have a chance to come back, you are willing to take extreme risk, yeah, to play for the public, but it has heavily backfired. Arjun in total control. And yeah, I think it's not the right moment to move on to some other board. Just to get, okay, Pragnanda against Mamedyarov. All right, this should be extremely sharp, and that's what we have on the board.
But you don't see this every day, yeah? This is black castling long in Italian.
Yes.
Well, it's not really Italian, right? It's two knights, but you don't see that every day either, right? Black castling long.
Yeah, also just very quick update. How did we get here? Yeah, because instead of the usual classical Italian, we suddenly see this d5. I saw that suddenly people started to play this. Takes castles and knight b6, immediately hitting the bishop. Okay, bishop b3 back, bishop g4, and now we already see, isn't it some kind of a reverse scotch? I mean,
in a way it is, yeah, in a way it is, right?
Yeah, I just noticed.
In the scotch, the pawn would be on d2 basically, yeah, then you would have the scotch.
Exactly, yeah, with pawn on d3, it's like an extra, but on the other hand, the psychology of the game is changed. Yeah, queen e7, yeah, very much Rublevsky spirit. I mean, I feel that this bishop g4, queen e7, it's like bishop g5, queen e2, and then long castle. Yeah, h3, bishop h5, knight e4, knight g3. Yeah, very typical maneuver of solving the problem of the pin, but it takes time. And black actually also stabilizes his position, and after all, he has the center. Yeah, and also the long castle, very dynamic, typical Shakhriyar.
Yeah, I feel this is a4 and maybe bishop d2. Maybe this is too slow. I have a feeling White should have done something faster than this.
Wow, but h5, d4. I feel that this is like some emergency solution. Yeah, Black probably felt like he's under pressure if he doesn't do anything extravagant, and he goes for d4.
But this pawn is hanging, right? h4, knight e4. Black can just take this pawn with ed4. It is a central pawn, right?
But do we have to go to e4, or can
He already did, right?
Ah, he already did. Ah, h4, knight e4, yeah. Wow, and then you just want to take ed.
Yeah, I don't see a point for White's play, to be honest. Because not only White lost a central pawn, but also I think his knight on e4 is in trouble. Because he doesn't have squares, right? I mean, I want to just go rook e8 and catch it.
But hang on. Usually what I also noticed that Plug, if he does yeah, ed4 on the board, he has some idea. Always he has some idea, but what now?
Okay, maybe he has to go bishop f4 to prepare knight fd2, right? But okay,
it's very sad, yeah. It's very sad, because also let's not forget, maybe you are threatening some rook e8 and then knight fd2, but
well, that's why bishop f4, yeah, as defensive measure.
Yeah, but I mean, we just sacrifice the pawn, and then to go defensive, yeah, it doesn't feel right. Oh wow, I mean, this is shocking development, because if anyone with the white, the same applies to Duda, yeah, if you lose the first game with the white pieces, you're under tremendous pressure for the rest of the match today.
Yes.
ed4, yeah, and now I would love to play a move like queen b5, but we can't, yeah, because knight is hanging on e4.
But also, rook h5 is always possible. I don't think you can do a lot on the 5th rank.
Yeah, no, rook h5 also very nice. Yeah, bishop f4 played, yeah, your move, probably it was the only move. Getting ready for rook e8. Then knight fd2, yeah? If there is no tactics, probably not, then we have to go knight fd2.
Well, the question is f5. Does this still win a piece? I would be tempted to calculate.
Yes, but those are the dangers in rapid chess, yeah? When you are tempted to calculate, but maybe you shouldn't, yeah?
Maybe now queen b5, and suddenly it will get a whole lot more sharp than I want. Like queen b5,
I mean, honestly, I was also not exactly sure that what does this give us, but bishop d5 is in the air at least.
Suddenly it might get a bit sharper than black wants.
Yes. Wow. I mean, okay, so the next couple of moves will be very crucial here. And Plug down to 6 minutes and 20 against Shakhriyar's 9. Yeah, very interesting. I mean,
well, it depends. Black has, of course, a lot of ways to play it safe. After all, he's pawn up and he can even start exchanging stuff on e4. But Shakhriyar is not like this. Yeah, he will try to get maximum out of this position.
yeah, just to highlight that, yeah, basically White has sacrificed the pawn. But if Black would just say that, you know what, I'm pawn up, let's just trade all the pieces, then White actually can claim very nice compensation with the 2 bishops. The d4 pawn might be loose. The bishop on f8 is not easily getting into the play. Saying all this, maybe actually Black can just play like this, but it doesn't feel, and he goes for it.
Yeah, he goes for it. I think what he wants is to play g5 in this position. Like in the position that you had after all the exchanges. Let's say g5.
On the board?
Yeah, and if bishop h2, bishop d6, you know.
Yeah.
Get the solidity.
This is very annoying. So only weakness is f6. Yeah, should I go with rookies? No, bishop d2 played. Yeah, you have to keep pieces on the board.
But of course, this is not a bad development for White, right? I mean, it could be much worse. At least this is clearly playable.
Yeah, I mean, it really has this kind of feeling that we have long-term compensation. Yeah, the big question is that do we keep everything in control, or Black will be able to change the character of the game according to his liking, using that he's pawn up? But I don't see that happening.
Yeah, he would like, of course, to play bishop b4, but it's difficult at the moment, right? Because after bishop b4, it's uncomfortable for him to recapture.
Yes, a b4 runs into a5, and then the knight, and then White will go a6, suddenly weakening all these light squares.
He probably doesn't want that, yeah.
Yeah, and otherwise after bishop b4, if knight b4, then of course the d4 pawn is falling. So yeah, bishop d2 is a very nice choice by Prague.
Well, he had to keep the bishops, right, at all cost. This is his compensation. Maybe Black can play rook h7, e7, I don't know. But it does no longer feels better for Black.
Yeah, that's also how I feel. And even I feel that there is eventually even some potential in White's position of maybe even asking for more than just equality. I mean, just a serious compensation, practical compensation.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, White could get better, of course, yes. Bishops are dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, Shakhriyar really shocked us with queen takes e4. It's not a move that we had expected from him, but okay. He just wants to, but maybe also showing some respect for Prague. Yeah, he knows that Prague is so dangerous, and he just wanted to eliminate the chance of Prague jumping with queen to b5 or whatever.
Yeah, it is also possibly a minor blunder. Maybe he missed bishop d2. Maybe his line automatically went g5, bishop h2, bishop d6. He was really happy about this development, and just bishop returning to another diagonal. Maybe he didn't see this coming, because this also explains why he suddenly takes a lot of time now.
And look at the playing hall. Yeah, now we see a very nice live footage from the playing hall. It looks gorgeous.
It is very futuristic, right?
Yeah.
So tell me, you actually mentioned this already a couple of times. What is your general feeling about chess moving into sort of esports domain?
Yeah, you know that I'm a very conservative person. Yeah,
yes,
you know
I do.
it.
Yes.
Yeah, you know it very well. I mean, I'm always skeptical of all these kind of things. Yeah, but when I see all this, you know, how much energy it's put into it, yeah, and how much care they put into it, yeah, that it looks beautiful. They pay attention that it's Miami with some stunning location, the esports arena in Oslo, this in San Francisco, this Shag 15 ferry building. I mean, it's very stylish, and whenever I see that people are, you know, treating chess with so much respect, then I'm happy. Yeah, for me, it's always about, you know, if it would be some cheap stuff and okay, let's just put everything to online, I mean, I wouldn't be so much fan, but everything is taken care with some incredible, you know, devotion to make it chess better, and that's why I really support it.
No, that's a very good point, I think. Yeah, it's a very good point.
By the way, yeah, finally Black did get the chance to play bishop b4, but white already entered with the rook to e6, doubled the rooks on the e file. It's developing, but I feel that maybe this is the moment when we can jump back to the Magnus game, because that's also heating up. And look at this position. When I see this position, you know which game comes to my mind? I think it's Wesley So versus Levon Aronyan from the Istanbul Olympics 2012. It was exactly when Wesley with the white pieces somehow got this queen e3, queen g3 battery against the knight and put Levon under some pressure. The reason why I know this very well, that in that Olympiad against the very young Wesley So, I was also playing with the black pieces and I chose the Marshall over the Berlin because of this. I did not want to give him this feeling of happiness that he was too comfortable.
Yeah, 2012, yeah, so long ago.
Yeah, 10 years ago, yeah. That's when this whole line was developing, yeah, basically. I think that was the year when all these dynamic ideas, new ideas appeared here. And g6, g5, it's certainly not a move that Wesley would love to make, yeah, opening up the bishop, weakening some squares, but there was a big problem. White was threatening knight takes g6, and the knight on d6 was hanging, so due to this reason, and for not finding a good square for the knight on d6, black was kind of maybe forced to kick that bishop away, but it comes at the cost of weakening the king.
Yes. And of course, white will try to calculate, right, if there is tactics. But doesn't seem to be the case, right?
Yeah, probably you just have to retreat, but the big question is, where do you retreat if you retreat?
I would go to c1, probably.
But hang on, do you have knight takes c6, by the way?
gf?
Queen takes f4?
Well, I can't just move the
no,
bishop,
I mean, okay, sorry. I mean, I only took a pawn, yeah, because you tricked me with this. Do we have some tactic or not? And my brain was starting to.
Well, I thought more like knight f7 or knight g6, something closer to the king. Yeah,
no, it was like no, but okay, knight c6, no, it's of course bishop c1. Yeah, returning all the way to c1 just in case not to step into any knight c4. Yeah, the bishop is safe on c1. And bishop d8 blitzed out by Wesley. 4 minutes something for both sides.
Like he wants to go f6, yeah, and suddenly white will have to go back, yeah, which he will not like.
Yeah, very concrete approach. I mean, this is also one of the big strengths of Wesley, yeah, that we are talking about him being very solid, but at the same time he's an incredible calculator and feels all these nuances. Of course, if he would have not understood that he might be able to kick this knight from e5, then he would have never played g5.
Yeah. No, I thought that there is some development in Arjun's game. Maybe we can quickly get there before we see the showdown in Magnus's game.
Yeah, now Magnus also needs to think, yeah, how to keep the initiative going. It's a good chance for us. And wow, what? I mean, okay, we left, Arjun was having everything under control, and all of a sudden now white is having everything under control. What happened
White
here?
can at least calculate taking pawns, yeah?
Just a second, I mean, just very quickly to understand what happened. Yeah, he broke with b5, but maybe this gave white suddenly this takes rook c5 option. And then he went for knight d3. Maybe he missed bishop. It's a move that it can easily be missed. That maybe you think like rook takes c4 is kind of obligatory or something. I believe that it was connected with some miss, because you don't do this.
Yeah, he probably missed something, but I also think strategically you were right, that the knight belonged on d7 so that you can go knight b6 after d4.
Yeah, there was this. Yeah, there was this feeling that just don't rush. And actually, yeah, after knight e5, queen e2, it looks like it's very nice, but then slowly rook a c1 and preparing d4. That's how the psychological problem started for Arjun, and now he's in trouble. He's in fact in a serious trouble. Okay, rook f6 will be met by check.
Well, rook f6, queen g4, say king h8. Are you going back with the bishop now?
Yes, probably we have to go. And the big question is, do you have time to collect? But then queen d4 comes. Yeah, it's on the board. And he goes rook g6. Yeah, he goes rook g6. because just to highlight, yeah, that the problem finally was that the bishop f3, for example, queen takes a3 runs into queen d4 pin. And this is finishing the game. King g7, rook f5.
It is a nasty pin, yes.
Yeah. So because of this, then he has to keep the queen on b2. He keeps on chasing the queen. But we see the evolution, but doesn't believe in black getting enough.
Even queen d4 check would, or maybe queen d4 is selling it too cheaply. Queen e4, keeping the queens is better.
Yeah, Duda is a maximalist. I mean, this I have also noticed, you know, throughout the tour, that if he feels that he has a clear advantage, he will never shy away from complication just to make things easier. Yeah, and this is also, for example, because it was one of my big weaknesses, I believe, that I always felt like whenever there is tension, I wanted to release the tension as quickly as possible. And how many chances I have missed like this, yeah, and this younger generation now doesn't do the same mistake. Yeah, they want to confront the opponent, doesn't want to make their life easier at all.
Well, they also train differently. Also, Duda, from what I know, he's a very, very optimistic player. Like, he always thinks that it will work out for him.
Yeah, it helps. Yeah,
it helps. Yeah, it definitely helps.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. Yes. Queen e4. So basically, Arjun in a lot of trouble. I mean, I feel that we have to. The reason why we haven't talked about the Liam game, that it looks pretty equalish. It's, of course, we know that all these positions are also not as simple as they look. But I believe we should go back to the Magnus's game. And also we are getting the message that Shakri Mamedjalov is also now better and doing well, but I feel that we have to focus on this big clash. Both players down to 3 minutes. What happened here? So bishop d8, Magnus, I mean, he knows that black wants to kick him away with f6, so he retreats automatically so that he is in time to go h4. Wow, very nice. h6, takes, queen h2, threatening checkmate. Knight e4, Wesley is ready to sacrifice the pawn, of course, for the light square bishop. Magnus says, thank you very much, no. f5 played, and now takes, knight e4 is the current position.
Things are happening at the stunning speed, yeah? I mean, I had so many questions, but
well, in the break, basically, we will have some break, I think, between the games, and then we can get back to some critical positions, yeah, because of course, the players need to speed up. They are down to 3 minutes. But what we can basically say that I think Magnus is very happy because he destroys black's pawn structure. So we don't know exactly how much it matters, but certainly it's a nice feeling. Bishop takes e4. I'm expecting, yeah, just takes everything, and then, okay, then find the right move.
Queen e5, yes.
Yeah, queen e5. Is queen f3 some perpetual check or not? Yeah, that's one of the...
Well, I can at least play queen e6 check, and then play bishop e3, and then it's definitely not perpetual anymore.
Then it's cemento and long-term pressure. Yeah.
Could be even short term, yeah. Could collapse for black very, very quickly. Yeah?
Yes, I mean, after all, let's just highlight. Yeah, these are weak pawns. Also, the pawn on a5 is vulnerable, but for the moment, let's even not talk about this. But the move we are considering is the queen entering the center with queen e5, touching the pawn on g5 on e4, and also eyeing the king on g8, plus also the 8th rank. My reaction was actually the move, the stunning resource queen f3 with sacrificing the bishop. Please take it, because I believe that I have some perpetual check mechanism. But Rustam was highlighting queen e6 check and then putting the bishop on e3 and avoiding any kind of queen g4 checks, and it should be better for white. Magnus, however, even goes queen h3 with same intentions, trying to take the light squares under control.
But also he has his move also prevents queen f3 just in case, because now white can take on f3 and then play king h2 and pick up those pawns probably.
Yes, if black could make two moves together, it would be fantastic, but not. And yeah, queen h3 then king g7 played. It's a bad sign.
It's a bad sign. Yeah, this is a bad sign.
Yeah, basically that's what we felt immediately, that we don't know what happened before, but that the pawn structure got destroyed. Imagine, let's put this pawn back to d5, and we'll be saying that, okay, yeah, white is tiny bit better, but it should be very drawish. With the pawn on e4, we don't feel like that. King G7. And Magnus still has enough. I mean, 2 minutes is exactly what you need to be. And I mean, just when I said computer disapproves, Queen King G2.
I thought Queen D7 check was more or less automatic. To go Queen D7 and then Queen E7 and then Queen F5 to get this dominant square for the Queen.
Like this, yeah. And then keeping the pressure on E4 all the time, not allowing black. And immediately Wesley plays the move Queen F7 and he's heading with the Queen to D5. I mean, Magnus opted after Queen F7, he played the move Queen G4 and now Queen D5 on the board.
Well, I think white is still the side to be preferred.
But I mean, I even have some B5 blockade.
Maybe the blockade, or maybe black can even go King G6 and try to go Queen F5. I know. Now black has some resources here.
Yes, yeah, King G6 played. I mean, I feel like wow. Just when I mean, I jinxed it when I said that. Okay, 2 minutes is enough to be very precise because you had to make 1-2 more precise move, keep black in the box, and then things would get easier. But suddenly Magnus gave the chance and Wesley immediately using it. Queen F7, Queen D5, getting the control of the light squares. He's protecting his weaknesses. He's on the way to save this game.
Well, when you say on the way to save this game, yeah, white should be a bit careful not to exchange queens. Because I think there are scenarios if I play B5, Queen F5, and suddenly black is the one pressing, right? Black has more space.
Yeah, that's true, but I mean, it's a little bit too much, yeah? I mean,
Maybe
imagine Magnus, yeah? If he ends up in trouble in this game, I can't imagine. I believe also, knowing Magnus, that if he feels that, yes, that's it, I spoiled it, then he also stops playing for win anymore, yeah? It's probably very important character trait as well, yeah? To acknowledge your mistakes, and with especially 1 minute on the clock, he cannot afford to do anything foolish.
Maybe the best way is to just go Queen C8, and then Wesley will probably play Queen F5, Queen D8, and then Queen G4 perpetual check.
But you think that with 1 minute on the clock, you want to do a move like Queen C8?
Well, I think this is asking for a game to finish, so to speak.
Yeah, but Magnus goes Queen G3. He is kind of... But I'm not really sure what does this Queen G3 do. Of course, he steps out of Queen F5, but...
Well, I can still go Queen F5, right?
You can, but you can also just go B5, yeah?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, actually, there is just no reason also why you should move this queen from D5 yet. Yeah, B5 on the board. Yeah, suddenly what you are talking about might become reality, that in fact now Magnus needs to pay attention. A, B, C, B played.
Also, A, B, C, B, yeah, now A4, suddenly we're entering a territory where it could really be dangerous strategically. And I think black will be winning in most bishop endings. And not a good development for Magnus, yeah, over the last couple of moves.
Yeah, not. And then adjusting to it, yeah, because I said that it's kind of easy to say that, yeah, of course, I know that I can't play for advantage, let's just call it a day, but it's also not a position. There are no, okay, with Queen B8, he's hoping, yeah, that the bishop moves, then some Queen A8 check, yeah, he can start giving perpetual.
Well, black will probably go with A4.
Yeah,
but maybe A4,
looks...
Queen C8, he will just hold his queen up there somewhere and will be annoying enough, yes?
Yes, probably, but of course, then it also brings back the question, why was this Queen G3 played?
Yeah, he could go just he could go Queen C8 right away, yes?
Yes, yeah, it's all very confusing. I mean, clearly we have the feeling that Magnus lost control, definitely has lost control. The big question is how much control he lost, because he might still be absolutely okay and it's still kind of a drawish position. But knowing that he had a great chance, yeah, and it looked like an absolute dream when we reached this queen bishop endgame, compared to that is he has ruined his position completely.
But okay, him bringing the king closer to the queen side is important, right? Makes his position safer, I think, in general.
Yeah, Queen C4 check. It's also a big question that, for example, Wesley, how does he feel about this game? Yeah, he knows that he was under quite some pressure. And then, okay, just keeping everything under control might be also the main priority.
Yeah.
By the way, Duda has won against Eriga Ishii, so a big win for for Jan-Krzysztof. Taking the lead, but all eyes now on Magnus versus Wesley. King E1. 58 seconds Magnus, 124 Wesley.
Yeah, I feel like Queen C4 check, King E1.
Favors white, yeah?
Favored white, yeah. I wonder what he wants. Yeah, Bishop F6, Queen D7, King F5. Little bit awkward. King F5, Queen D7 check, King G6 bet, but probably completely final.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's also kind of inviting the perpetual check.
Yes, it's possible. Yes.
But I mean, it's kind of weird, yeah, that why did you place the queen to C on queen on D5 was controlling everything.
Oh, that's true. Yes, I mean, this is slightly awkward for black, but it feels still sufficient.
Yeah, because
whenever...
D5 is met by AC and suddenly white's king will be in danger.
Exactly, yes. So probably perpetual check coming.
Yeah, probably, but also now Magnus probably feels that this is psychologically kind of important to try to show that he wants to play for a win, yeah, that he doesn't want to show the opponent that he had some weak moments, yeah, in the last couple of moves.
Yes. Now the psychological games are of course important in matches. Maybe in tournaments it's a bit less important, but in matches you want to keep some initiative psychologically.
Yeah, Queen A check, King F5 on the board, but on the other hand, the position doesn't give the chance to play for more than a draw.
Yeah, he also doesn't really have time to be creative.
Yes.
Yeah, so the draw is coming, and then we can also say, okay, Arjun lost, and
yeah, and that was the draw. Actually, a very, very spectacular end for yeah, and that's it. Shakliyama Magyarov wins because Rook A3 is a discover check, which seals the game. Prague resigns, so we just came at the moment of resignation.
And a very cute final tactics in the game of Anish Giri. Yeah? Maybe we could just show it before we
exactly. I wanted to come up with this because it's we talked about it that it was a very nice maneuvering game. Yeah, 2,700 players are appreciating all these finesses, but for those who say that, you know, I didn't got anything out of these finesses, from this Rook D2 everybody will understand. Yeah, it's just beautiful.
Yeah, that's very pretty. Yes. Just
yeah, next game, by the way, on the hour, so we have now 40 minutes before game 2. Yeah, Rook D2 check. Exactly at the moment when it looked like white was asking some questions against the weak pawn on B7 with Rook B4, and then Anish goes Rook D2 check, please take it, because King D2, Bishop takes A5. First of all, it's a pin. Secondly, it looks like it's not enough because the king protects the rook. However, there is C65 and black wins back the rook anyway. So Liam had to sidestep King F3. Of course, you don't want to trade the A5 pawn for the B7 pawn, but black has a repetition with Rook D3 check, King E2, Rook D2, and just keep on harassing the king, and then with threefold repetition, the game ended in a draw. Beautiful finish.
Quite. So we still have some time before the next round. We probably should let our sponsors play some commercials and whatnot, yeah, and get back in 10 minutes. What do you think?
Well, or 5 or 6, yeah. I mean, yeah, we will be back shortly. In any case, yeah, we have a short break and then be back.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Hello everybody, I am Grandmaster David Anton Guijarro.
I'm Magnus Carlsen.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof. I am a top grandmaster.
I'm Grandmaster Jan-Krzysztof from Sweden.
I am Grandmaster Kasimdzhanov from India.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Silecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com or VChess account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster?
Yeah, welcome back everyone. Wow, it was a very fascinating first round with a lot of ups and downs. Also, the game between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley So ended in a draw, but I mean, I think that we had this feeling with Rustam that actually Magnus played a very nice game, got some clear advantage. And when we got to this end game, we felt like, okay, all these weaknesses, and Rustam was screaming out that, okay, queen d7 check, give this queen d7 check, force the move queen e7, and then go queen f5, and what? It turns out that that's exactly how computer was thinking about the position. Congratulations, Rustam, you should be playing. Yeah, I mean, you haven't lost your incredible touch. Yeah, you always had this dynamic position, all these finesses, all these dynamics. You were the man.
Thank you. It also felt very natural, to be fair, right? To give queen d7 check felt very natural, and it also misplaces black's pieces because they're all of them on dark squares, so nobody's controlling white squares. Yeah, so he could do pretty much whatever he likes after that. I think he'll be disappointed by this miss.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually thinking about exactly the same, that now Magnus will be kicking himself, but in this online format with 4 games a day and just 10 minutes break between the games, you don't have the luxury. Basically, you have to erase it from your mind. How they do it, I don't know, because I wasn't the perfect example of, erasing all these negative emotions from memory. But just take a look. Magnus had missed this opportunity. He opted for king g2. Let me just improve my king's position, and Wesley immediately jumped on the chance, played the move queen f7, and after queen d5, I mean queen g4, queen d5, he got the cement, everything is covered. Suddenly white cannot touch the weaknesses anymore. Black is just coming king g6, goes b5, and Wesley had no trouble making an effortless draw after that. Big miss, and Magnus will be very upset.
I think these players, they play many more games than we did. So sort of recovery becomes more habitual for them. I sometimes think of this, for instance, I think Capablanca, he averaged like maybe 20 games a year. And then people like Botvinnik and Petrosian average maybe 40, 50 games a year. Maybe our generation played 70 games a year. And the new generation plays sometimes 200 games in 6 months, right? And so they got better at recovery.
Exactly. I mean, I remember there were some years when I was playing Vaikanzi, I was playing Linares, I was playing Monaco, and I was playing Dortmund, and basically that was it. And then from July or end of July till next January, almost for half a year, I was getting ready for the next season. Yeah, it had completely different dynamic.
Mm-hmm.
And basically, yeah, it was kind of natural that, yeah, these practical skills and everything, it's not like now, yeah, they have played hundreds of events like this, or I mean, not exactly like a major, but basically all these online events, and they are very much adjusting to the situation. This is what fascinates me, because I know that it was always a trouble for me. Yeah, so okay, big save by Wesley. He will be getting a lot of energy out of it. I mean, saving this first game. And we know that whenever Wesley feels that he has settled into the match, then he suddenly starts to show his real himself. I did hear your broadcast with Jan, I think the Sinfield Cup. You did some incredible coverage there, and one of the moments I catched, and it was that you were saying that if you would be Wesley So, you think that you would be stronger, and Jan was saying that I understand your point, but still it made perfect sense to me. I understood exactly what you meant there.
Yes. No, I sometimes wonder, because for instance, the game he played against Fabi in the Sinkerfeld Cup, this game was overshadowed by a game that was running in parallel, the game of Magnus against Hans Niemann. So nobody really saw the game of Wesley against Fabi, but that game was a gem, was really something special.
I was following. Yeah, I was following. I can tell you, I was following. I remember, yeah, there were really some incredible things, yeah. And Wesley actually, in my view, played exactly the way how I usually have in mind Fabi, yeah, because Fabi is also this type of player who can play these incredible strategic games with incredible calculation, combining all these ideas and making it an incredible full total package game.
Yeah, but also it was one of those games where every now and then Wesley would lose control, and then a series of brilliant moves would bring him back into the game. This is just so impressive. And the sad thing is, like, the whole world sort of missed this game.
Yeah, I'm always, instead of speculation, my motto is focus on chess. Yeah, that's always my kind of vision. And I feel like, in every single game, if you pay attention, there are so many incredible details. Yeah, that you can here also this queen f7, queen d5, immediately using the momentum. Magnus just playing this move king g2 instead of queen d7, queen f5, and then he could have done whatever he was doing. It's not a simple rookie one anti-Berlin and then a draw. No, it was a very, very interesting clash. And by the way, I already saw that the players are coming. I mean, the players are, I think, soon taking their seats because we can have liftoff any moment. Let me even get the games ready. Yeah.
Have you been to San Francisco?
No. I haven't, but I have watched, the series, The Streets of San Francisco in my childhood. I have been watching so many, films that are related to San Francisco. So it almost feels like I've been there, but I never.
But tell me, Hitchcock's Vertigo, is that in San Francisco?
No, you are the Hitchcock guy.
Because I thought Vertigo was in San Francisco. I don't know if we have a way of confirming this. Because usually we have Sotiris, and Sotiris would confirm that.
Yeah, Sotiris knows everything. That's
well, at least he knows every movie and every quote, yeah, which makes it a pleasure to talk to him, because he could just quote at random and he would immediately get it. Yeah, they're just so beautiful.
Yeah, of course. But look at this. I'm also kind of interested that why is this that some game has started, some game have not yet started. For example, we see already action in Mamedov versus Pragnanda game. And it's wow, we see a running Magnus.
Yeah, I think they're all coming to the games, but also we have a confirmation from Tadeusz, yeah, that Vertigo was indeed filmed in San Francisco. And when watching Vertigo by Hitchcock, I always felt that the city was also a character of the movie. Just the streets were so important, just drives through the city, that it was obvious that whoever made this movie was in love with the city as well, not just with the characters. Yeah, maybe one day we can go to San Francisco.
Yes, for sure, it would be lovely, it'd be beautiful. But for the moment, yeah, Magnus, did he reach the board? Not yet. I mean, the game has not yet started. We already see a game, a Grünfeld between Erigaishi and Duda. We have a very interesting double-edged Grünfeld with bishop b5 checks, c6, bishop a4, knight going to e2. It isn't the usual suspect situation. c6, b5, a5, bringing back childhood memories.
That line was big when you were a Grünfeld player 25 years ago.
Exactly. I remember discussing with András Adorján back then in 93 and later on as well. It was exactly like 92. Kramnik was also introducing this move, bishop b5, and everybody started playing it. You had to analyze. Oh my, it's 30 years ago. Unbelievable, yeah? That's where the memories are coming from. Okay, so wow, I can't believe it. Can you believe it that Magnus is ready to play the Pirk also against Wesley? I haven't seen this coming at all. What is your take on this?
Well, Magnus, he does that sometimes. Yeah, he plays openings that he does not really trust himself. But also, I know that, like, for instance, you remember he played a few Scandinavians against Fabi back in the day. And he does not usually believe those openings, but he usually knows them better than his opponents. So I think he also does study sidelines.
Definitely. However, here my take is that he has already played quite a lot of peers in, but he's now also, he's doing this c6, knight b7, keeping the bishop on f8, just as you say that Magnus, never underestimate what Magnus is doing. It might look strange, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, also I think he reads those articles by Jeroen Bosch in New in Chess. Those, you know, SOS articles where
SOS, yes,
where Jeroen publishes some BS and nobody reads it except for Magnus, you know. Because I remember that at some point I was in Isle of Man. I was playing against Magnus, who was white, and I played e4, and then he played knight c6, and I played knight f3. He played d6, and then I was like, "What the hell is this?" Yeah, and then Jeroen told me a few days later, "But I just published it in New in Chess. Yeah, don't you read my articles?" And I was like, "Well, apparently I don't. Yeah, but clearly Magnus does."
Yes. Wow. Yeah, and okay, now we see that Wesley is trying to use a very flexible setup. Yeah, because usually there is this way that if you already committed bishop ec and then queen d2, it might indicate that you will follow it up with fc, but there is no reason to do that. And depending on the situation, Wesley said, "All right, bless you."
Thank you.
That knight b7, okay, Magnus is trying to trick me, trying to fool me that he invites bishop h6 straight, but he hasn't lost the tempo for bishop g7. And in fact, the bishop is not even on g7, so black is not forced to react to bishop h6. Lot of finesses here, and Wesley goes knight f3, Magnus goes queen c7. Preparing e5. Very
I remember once Ivanchuk did this against you, right? He played this against you in Monaco and caught you off guard a bit, right, in the structure.
Yeah, well, but to be honest, yeah, it was a catastrophic game, and I don't like to look for excuses, but exactly on that day, I was completely destroyed because the day before was a rest day, and the organizers arranged for us a golf course. And I was so enthusiastic, you know, I was hitting like 5,000 balls. And during the excitement, everything, I didn't feel like, you know, it's special. I mean, I was doing a lot of football and a lot of sport activities, but next morning I just couldn't get out of the bed at all. You know, I just, from all this movement, and okay, Chucky, like if he sensed it, yeah, and he immediately, he was such a psychologist, and he managed to get me into this position where routine play was not good enough, and actually on that day I was basically only able to do some routine work due to golfing, and he punished me mercilessly. He just outplayed me wonderfully. With every single move, I felt like I have less and less chance.
Yeah, well, actually, I didn't know this. Yeah, so what you're saying is that golf is a much greater physical exercise than you would suspect, right?
Especially if you haven't done it before, yeah, and you are so enthusiastic and you are trying to learn all these long range shots, yeah, because those long range shots are very tricky. I haven't really been golfing ever since, but I have big respect. And e5 on the board, yeah. This is exactly the strategy that Chucky was doing against me, keeping the bishop on f8. And by the way, Magnus stated himself that he's closest stylistically to Ivanchuk. He's a big admirer of Chucky, and he definitely, I feel like what you mentioned, he plays in the spirit of Chucky against me.
Yeah, he's also, keeping the bishop on f8 is in a way different, right? Because he's keeping it flexible. I mean, this bishop could theoretically even go to c5 one day, yeah? It doesn't have to go to g7. Who knows, yeah, what will happen?
Exactly. I mean, just if, for example, to highlight that if white prematurely captures, then immediately the bishop on f8 will cover the c5 square, maybe knight c5, bishop c5, whatever is possible. And usually black faces some problems in this system that, h3 played, that if black plays something like b5, usually white plays something like a4, b4, and then knight e2, and tries to use the weaknesses. But also here then maybe black will have some timely strike in the center. I mean, so much intrigues here possible.
It is also possible that black will just go bishop g7 and we'll just get back to normal Perk theory, right? Bishop g7, castle, a4, right? Or how does
and then highlight that, you know what, but I actually somehow achieved something that I'm otherwise not, because I limited white's play, that white was not able to use those super aggressive bishop h6 long castle ideas and so on. It's everything has its purpose. Let's keep an eye on Magnus, how he will deal with this situation now.
I do think Wesley is still keeping the long castle in mind.
I don't think so. I don't think anymore after bishop d3 and h3. I think he has given up on that. And Magnus goes now bishop g7. Now he feels that exactly as Rustam highlighted, that if you castle now, please castle. We also gonna castle, and black somehow got the best possible version.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, still perk, it's still...
it's a perk, but I remember that I did prepare against somebody at some point, and I was also loving this system, but if black was precise, I was not really getting anything. Maybe exactly how Magnus and Wesley taking his time. He has not played the short castle move automatically. He is trying to look for something more poisonous, but he does go for short castle eventually. All right, so now situation has stabilized. It will be a slow game. This gives us a good chance to look around. First of all, Erigaishi lost the first game after a good opening, good middle game as well against Duda. So he definitely wants to bounce back, and he goes for h4. I mean, a very dynamic double-edged Grunfeld. You are the expert here. Rustam, tell us what
Why am I the expert in Grunfeld?
I mean, I remember that you analyzed, you studied so much at some point, also 10 years ago maybe, but I have it in my mind, yeah?
Okay, that was a long time ago. No, I also, to be fair, yeah, I lost touch with a lot of openings because I don't know how you do this, but okay, I play so much less than before, and it's not a secret that in a way my professional playing career is over. And I don't really keep in touch with the openings so much nowadays. And I noticed, I think it's the same for you, right? That most of our opening memories are from back then.
Exactly, yeah. When we were really like working 10, 12 hours a day, yeah, preparing for all those World Championship matches and so on. I can imagine, I can understand you perfectly. I mean, how many years you have been working with Fabi so intensively? Was it like 5, 6 years?
6 years, yeah.
6 years, yeah. I mean, basically, guys, what it means to work with a player like Fabiano Caruana is probably like some 8 hours chess work for 6 years, almost non-stop. I mean, after that, I can fully understand when you think like, okay, you know, there are some other things in life as well, then always digging and trying to find some new ideas everywhere and to be one step ahead of the others.
Yes, okay, 6 years is also a very long time for anything. But also, yeah, I was second for Vichy for 4 years and 3 World Championship matches. And somehow most of my adult life I spent looking at different openings. And I think that at least subconsciously, my mind is trying to forget most of them to create, you know, new space for new experiences.
Yeah, but I think there is a difference there, because when you worked with Vichy, you were still kind of also active player yourself, yeah. But
well, I was trying to combine, yeah. When I was with Fabi, I was no longer pretending to combine. Yeah? It was just
exactly, yeah. And then it's so much more tougher, yeah. That's how on one side you can fully focus, yeah. Then you devote yourself completely to your players' repertoire, yeah. You are the one who has to take care of every single question and so on. While of course when you are like a player yourself, then if it's not World Championship match, then you are probably chatting with Vichy, yeah. You are also exchanging some ideas, and when it gets to the World Championship match, then for this 2-3 months it's a very extensive work, but otherwise you have a little bit more your freedom also, yeah.
Yeah, no, sometimes in those years I wouldn't see Vichy for like 4 or 5 months, yeah, which is different, right? You have, as you say, you have very intense periods, but you also have some breaks in between. It's a different work. It's a different work.
Yeah, all right, so we have to get back because it's rapid chess. I mean, if it's classical chess, you have all the time in the world to talk about everything. Here, of course, we have to keep an eye on all the action. And white goes h4, h5. I'm loving this. This is the so-called Alpha Zero spirit. It's considered Alpha Zero. I'm kind of always laughing about this because I have very big respect what Alpha Zero contributed to chess, but whenever, you know, the good old H4, H5 is played, it's credited to Alpha Zero. Yeah, it's a little bit tricky.
But also, I finally understood this. It only happened to me like 2-3 days ago. I finally understood consciously why the pawn on h6 is so strong. Because it was always a mystery to me, right? Like h4, h5, and then suddenly when computer goes h6 and says white is winning, it always bothered me because I did not sense this. And then I had this revelation a few days ago. I thought that, you know, it's like, imagine the chessboard and you cut out the square g7 for black. Like black just doesn't have this square ever again. And this pawn has this paralyzing effect on black's position, right? Like, let's say white goes h6 now, and then we just continue the game elsewhere. And this fact that black does not have g7, and in a way white does, because if white queen ever gets to g7, it's checkmate, right? So this has this effect, and I think it's more difficult for human beings to understand this intuitively because it feels that this pawn is not doing anything. It's just controlling a square, but it's a very big square to control.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this h6, and often the right way is to play a bishop f8, yeah, in some of the positions in the Grünfeld, yeah, that strange enough, going back with the bishop to h8 was kind of a mistake. Yeah, all these finesses, but I feel like, you know, okay, then it was worth to take some distance to openings, and you immediately get this wisdom, yeah, that you couldn't get while you were working with the engine.
Maybe. No, but I have this myself still this year in the Bundesliga. Early this year, I was playing some game in spring where I had, you know, some sort of h5 pawn. And at any moment playing h6 was decisive, and I just never did this. And my opponent at some point, he took my pawn. You know, this happens sometimes. And then you start regretting it.
Yeah, you felt like the threat is stronger than the execution. Yeah, you wanted to keep it.
I felt it will never run away from me until, you know, he just took my pawn at some point. Yeah, so...
But hang on, look at this, the development. Wesley So against Magnus Carlsen, exactly the motive happened. I'm not a Pierce expert. I only remember this from maybe 2007, before the Mihaly Gurevich match in Elista, in the candidates matches. I did take a look at Pierce quite seriously, as I felt like maybe if Mihaly wants to surprise me, then instead of his French, he might opt for Pierce. And I did notice that this kind of setup and then some ed4, bishop d4, knight e5 is rock solid for black. I see that computer now does not agree, does not approve, but something like this was really very solid. And it's on the board by Magnus. Both players down to 10 minutes each, and the move a5 surprises me a bit.
How solid can this be? What if I go like knight h2 and then go f4 after?
You treat it like a Philidor, not like a Pierce, yeah?
Well, I mean, just f4 looks like a dangerous threat. I mean, he plays rook a d1, maybe doesn't change anything. I would keep my knight alive, but
yeah, it's a good point. I mean, to be honest, I did not like this a5 move.
Well, I don't know if a5 does anything.
I mean, the reason why I don't like it so much that black will never have the chance to go b5. Of course, one could argue that what I'm speculating is irrelevant because you will never have the chance to go b6, a6, bishop b7 and b5, but just somehow, somewhere deep in my mind, I would be more worried of something like this from the white side than if I get total control, yeah, like a5, rook d1, rook e8 played.
And now knight h2, a knight somewhere, knight h2 probably.
Knight h2. Will we see? I mean, now if Tanya would be here, greetings to Tanya, by the way, she's in San Francisco on site. That's why we are missing her, because she would run a poll in chat immediately. Yeah, that please chat, tell us, will Wesley play knight h2 with the idea of f4, or will he try to go for some other idea? Very interesting question.
Well, a very Wesley move would be bishop e3, for instance, trying to sort of ask this pawn a question. How do you protect it? There's almost every way to protect it is some sort of a concession, right?
It's true. On the other hand, you are retreating this, but yeah, the bishop on d4 was blocking anyway. The d5 was not really doing much. But honestly, I feel knight and bishop e3 played.
I feel Wesley. I'm channeling him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you have been involved with US chess for so many years with Fabi, preparing against Wesley, I believe, hundreds of games. Who, if not you, would feel and sense Wesley perfectly?
Yeah, now Magnus plays bishop f8. Yeah, this is of all the ways to protect the pawn on d6, bishop f8 is probably still the most normal. But of course, also a sign that maybe something is slightly off, right?
Yeah, of course, Magnus is hoping that White has this trouble with the knight on f3, and he's provoking White to take, which would be a terrible mistake. Yeah, then after d takes e5, suddenly Black would be perfectly fine, very healthy. The bishop on f8 would be perfect as well. So knight takes e5 is ruled out. The big question is how to continue. Yeah, that does he even want to go? No, he goes bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop h6, I thought this was a reasonably natural move. But also it does let Black exchange some pieces.
And loses some time.
Maybe, yeah, but not so easy. How do you play this with Black? It's not obvious to me.
Yeah, because, okay, d6 pawn, I mean, I meant losing some time for the fact that, for example, after bishop h6, queen h6, then the pawn on d6 is not under pressure, but I have to watch out for not to get steamrolled with knight g5, f4, and then e5 checkmate, yeah?
Yeah, you should be careful not to get mated.
Yeah, so, okay, bishop h6, yeah, capture happened, and Magnus has to pay attention. I don't think that Black can afford White's move to jump with the knight to g5.
Yeah, no, I think he has to take on f3. Take, and now he has to find a good move. Maybe, I know.
And then bishop e6 maybe, yeah?
Or queen e7, I was thinking. Or bishop
e6, queen f4, double attack.
Yeah, no, I was thinking maybe queen e7 to have.
Yeah, sorry, I just showed this. Yeah, that my move actually blundered this double attack. So Black has to be careful. And the reason why Rustam was shouting that no, Peter, I mean queen e7 is the move. It protects the knight. Yeah.
Also queen f4. Now I can go queen e5. But I think White is still probably a bit better if he plays maybe queen d2, forces me to go rook d8. Also maybe with the queen on e7, yeah, and then White somehow proceeds.
Yes, but very, very nice touch. On the other hand, of course, Magnus also doesn't want to release the tension, but this knight g5 is probably too much of a threat. I mean, at least it looks very dangerous. Maybe I'm overselling it. Let's take a look how Magnus will react.
No, I really think knight g5 cannot be allowed, should not be allowed.
Yeah, it's a little bit similar to some kings in the structure, but actually the pawn is on c2. Whom does it benefit? What is your feeling about this?
I think it benefits White because White can also use c4 for the bishop very often. But we'll see. I mean, maybe also like in King's Indian, Black has some crazy queen b6, but I don't really believe this. You know, like queen b6, rook d6, queen takes b2, something like this.
Yeah, but then really this knight g5, you will have to trade somehow on f3, yeah?
Yeah, and it will not work, right? I mean,
just to highlight, yeah, what we are talking about, that maybe some knight g5 and then rook takes f6 will be too much of a...
This will be made, yes.
Yeah, looks at least very dangerous. So big moment for Magnus, because up till this moment, everything that he has done was kind of logical, yeah, and he captures on f3. But yeah, queen f4 is now a big threat due to the we don't want to go rook e6. Then the bishop would be terrible. So the big question how Magnus will deal with this situation. But maybe okay, now the position is more or less solid, and we will anyway keep an eye on this game and jump back very quickly to update on the other games. Arjun Erigaisi against Jan-Krzysztof Duda is still this sharp Grünfeld. The pawn on c3 is vulnerable, but black is trying to jump with knight d3. The pawn on e4 is also hanging. It's very messy.
It is also very concrete, right? Because if white takes knight c3, which looks correct, right? And then black has knight d3, right? Rook c2.
And then knight b4, and then rook b2, yeah?
And then rook b2, maybe queen c4, and black has this annoying initiative.
But queen c4 runs into some knight a4 and then knight b6 fork, maybe.
Maybe, yes.
So but I understand your point. It doesn't look so easy, and but on the other hand, we have this h pawn. Yeah, if it would be on h6, it would be incredible.
Yeah, maybe queen d5, queen c4 here, and after knight a4. Well, if I'm
you take on d5. Yeah.
Well, I can take on d5 if I'm lazy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And probably.
But you are not lazy usually. You are concrete.
I mean, I was just wondering about knight d3. How does white react? Knight b6, knight takes b2. Because I think black will be in time to take more.
I mean, takes, knight b6, and then you come back and say thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah. So there is all this tactical sharpness here in this position. Okay, the position is still right here. On the other hand, if white is not taking on c3, then yeah, we have to deal with the e4 pawn. We can't play queen d4 yet because the e2 knight is hanging and the pawn is missing from h6. No checkmate.
But maybe he'll consider rook takes c3.
And then knight e4.
Rook e3.
But okay, this is already too deep, no?
It's a bit dangerous for white, but maybe like you'll play what, queen c4 or some such move. And I will finally get to play h6.
Well, to be honest, I felt like maybe I can even just retreat to f6 and then target this d5 pawn. I'm not worried of this.
I think you're probably right. Yeah.
I think, yeah, but I mean, this knight takes c3, yeah, it's the first idea, but then all this knight before, you have to calculate. Okay, we know Arjun can, and he has time, and he's taking his time. But let him work all this out. We don't know yet. What about Mamedyalov Prague? Prague has lost the first game, so he's under some pressure, and Mamedyalov is squeezing with white. Okay, black is solid, but for example, the compute evaluation indicates that white has quite some chances for...
Well, even just bishop takes f6, right? Queen f6, gf. Black has a lot of slightly loose pawns, right?
But isn't it drawish?
It is probably drawish, but it is also one-sided. Like rook c6, for instance.
Yeah, it is one-sided, but I mean, like all rook end games should lead to draw. Yeah, this is my hope. Yeah, that I will survive somehow. But anyway, it's very unpleasant for Prague because he lost the first game and he's under pressure. This combination is very annoying. And the fourth game, what about Anish Giri against Liam Le?
Yeah, this is some very decent open Spanish, right?
Yes.
For Black. And
yeah,
maybe
this combo, yeah, it's known that you can sacrifice the pawn. Black always has this knight d4, eliminating everything. The b2 pawn is vulnerable. It does look like perfect compensation.
I was just wondering if black can also take rook takes e5. This could lead to some tactical problems, right?
Yeah, well, rook e5, of course, the bishop cannot move because of rook e1 check. But for example, we create some h3 luft and we are starting bishop f1, bishop takes h6.
Yes, no, it felt like it was asking for some trouble. Yeah, rook takes e5.
Yeah.
And how do we do it better?
Okay, but breaking news, because okay, this is a strategic battle. I feel that it's more or less balanced. We are not missing out on anything. Prague's game ended in this endgame, which is some torture. And we do see that computer agreed with all your moves again. But the breaking news for me was the game between Arjun and Duda, because in fact, after bishop a6, queen a6, Arjun played the move h6. So there is the strike with h6, giving up the e4 pawn. Black captures the pawn on e4. White goes queen d4, setting checkmate in one. But of course, black nicely, comfortably protects with knight f6. However, here's the point that white takes knight takes c3, and he's trying to use this dynamic that rook e1, if I eliminate this pawn, then the knight will be loose and there will be mating threats all around. So black has to be very energetic with queen c4, kicking the queen immediately. What is your take on this turn of events?
Well, I have a feeling it will be a bit dangerous for black due to my newly found philosophy, right? Black doesn't have a square on g7, which will be sorely missed in all the endings.
Only in endings, or maybe black will get checkmated there?
Black could also get checkmated. Yeah, I think white will probably keep the queen for now. Queen e5 looks very natural to me.
Yeah, queen e5 looks very natural. I'm a little bit surprised. Why is he even taking so much time for it? I don't see any other move.
Well, he's probably calculating queen takes c4, rook c4, d6.
Ah, wow. So this is very nice point, yeah.
Because now black actually has to sort of react well.
Yeah, I mean, let's just show that ed6 runs into knight d5 trick. And suddenly everything falls apart. Rook takes c1 will be met by knight takes f6, check, sir. And then we take back the rook. Oh, wow, so takes and d6. Maybe e6 has to be played, or rook c8.
Rook c8, I thought white has d takes e7.
Exactly, yeah, this is this is not a total box, yeah. Nothing moves, and the rook takes e3, takes, rook d1 finishes it off.
Well, at least black will have to defend some very bad endings. Yeah,
yeah, you have to go
rook
some
d8,
knight d8,
f5.
yeah, exactly. So, okay, very interesting that you highlighted this option. Yeah, that's the reason why Arjun is not rushing with queen e5, because there is this queen c4, rook c4, d6 idea. And what if, can black play king f8 or e6? No, king f8 cannot, because just to highlight then, he runs into this trap with knight d5 check, he loses the rook again. So maybe
you're not wrong. Yeah, king f8 takes and king e8. Yeah, maybe this is the
but this is some artistic dance. Yeah.
Yes.
This is some artistic dance. Yeah, evacuating the king from g8, from the g7 square.
Yeah? Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. In any case, yeah, it was all very interesting. Probably e6 or something was disturbing Arjun. In any case, he finally opted for queen e5. The most natural move, and the move that we thought should be played automatically, until you notice these beautiful tactics with takes d6. And now queen c7. I mean, we would love to chase this queen.
But queen c7 again, right, is asking for trouble with takes.
And takes d6, but ed6, knight e4 then. Okay, we have to show this because this is so incredibly nice. I mean, just d6, gorgeous. ed6 and knight d5 is covered, because knight d5, knight takes d5, black would win. But we have knight e4. Okay, you have knight e8, but this then really gets to some alpha 0 position, yeah, with the knight on f6 dominating everything. Wow, queen h4 played. All right. Trying to hunt the pawn, the h6 pawn down.
Well, now we'd have to calculate queen takes e7, right?
Yes, but okay, then probably rook e8, yeah, would be...
Rook e8, queen say d6.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the knight on f6.
But then you keep on hitting me with rook a8.
Rook a8, right? Thank you very much.
Yeah, this didn't go well for white, right?
Yeah, at least I don't see it yet. Okay, yeah, you always have queen h2, but then I can even take knight g4 and take on h6.
Yeah, there you're not worse, yeah, anyway. So I have to do better than queen takes e7.
But okay, it's... I mean, h6 pawn is hanging and you can't really protect it, yeah? So there is another argument that you try to wait for queen h6 and then take on e7 with the tempo, but rook on c1, you have to pay attention also.
That is true, yeah? For instance, let's say rook fe1. So he takes, yeah? Maybe there was
he takes, just to highlight this tactical motive. Yeah. Of course, I was not pointing out it to you, but I was pointing out to the audience that in general, be careful, because things are overloaded. Even this is just the beginning of all the murky stuff, yeah? After check, king h8. But luckily for black is not getting checkmated because there is a pin. But okay, yeah, it just shows that there are all these incredible nuances. Queen e7, rook e8 played, and queen d6 on the board. Wow, what? So after rook a8, what are we missing? Or we got just too emotional?
Well, this is usually what happens to us.
Yeah, that's the problem of the old generation. Yeah, we listen to our hearts too much.
Well, we listen to Roxette also, right?
Yes, definitely. Even today, not just in the 90s. Yeah.
I was actually remembering a few days ago how we had this training sessions with you, and you introduced me to Alphaville.
Yes.
And Alphaville, and sounds like a melody, and Big in Japan. I mean, the songs are so good. Yeah, they will last forever.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, okay, you just can't believe that those are from the 80s. Yeah, it just all the childhood memories. But rook a8 is, I mean, what are we missing? How on earth is it? I see the evolution by claiming white is better.
Okay, maybe white can play some queen moves, right? So queen says c7.
Well, queen g3. Tadeusz is pointing out queen g3. I had queen g3 on my radar, but I just couldn't believe it. I mean, for example, even I just take it and go knight g4. I mean, humanly, I can never feel that I have any problems. I mean, takes knight g4.
Well, knight g4, white has, say, rook f4, knight h6, knight e4.
Yeah, I see. And whenever we hear that computer says it's good, I'm immediately skeptical, but those are my feelings. Yeah, I have to share them. And queen g3 on the board. I mean, okay, this is the young generation.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I always say that, you know, they are really special, because they are able already to think with computer's head. Yeah, this is very special. Very, very important. Queen takes h6 played. And Duda also feeling that, let me just eliminate this h6 pawn.
Well, maybe they understand the pawn better than we do. Yeah? The pawn, they know it's dangerous. It has to go. Also, now that this pawn is gone, I immediately feel that white's position lost a bit of sharpness. This pawn was a big soldier. Yeah,
yeah, it was, but it also came at the cost that the queen is sidelined a bit. Yeah.
But not really. Yeah, black goes knight h5 next, and queen f4. This queen will get back.
Yeah. Yeah. No, actually, playing the spoiler. Yeah. Maybe black is just perfectly fine, and we also see the computer evaluation drop down to zeros. Maybe the move rook cd1 didn't really work out. It wasn't the best, but okay, maybe now black has solved all his problems. Time to jump back to the Magnus's game, because wow, what kind of we missed out on some incredible brilliancy. What happened here? So just very quickly, we saw some exchange sacrifice, takes knight d7, queen d2, queen b6, b3. Okay. d5, rook takes d5. Wow. Okay, nice. Knight takes a4. Wow. ba4 takes, and yes, sacrifice from exchange sacrifice by Wesley. Rook d1, queen e5, and bishop e2. Again, the dark squares. Yeah, knight f6, and getting ready for f4. Bishop e6, f4, queen b2, knight c7, taking back the exchange. Queen takes c2. Everything is going. I mean, we have to analyze this in the break. Definitely, unfortunately, no commercial break after this round, because we really have to get down to what happened here.
I have a feeling that Magnus's tactical accuracy carried him through the trouble there. I have a feeling somewhere there was trouble lurking for black.
Yeah, it felt very risky. I mean, probably the point is that this d5 was already some kind of a provocation. He didn't like his position. That's how I'm feeling about it. But yeah, takes. Now it seems like still there is f5 if white wants to, for example, give a perpetual, then probably he can force it with f5. On the other hand, why should we?
I mean, f5 is also slightly committal, right?
Yeah, f5 is to give them perpetual with queen g5, yeah?
You think f5 gf is forced, right?
No, but we talked about the h6 pawn, so what about the f6 pawn? Yeah,
f6 is also a big pawn, yes, you're right.
Yes, also covering the g7 square. Wow, I mean, okay, yeah, Wesley down to 2 minutes 20 and f5 on the board.
If you want, I can tell you a second reason why these pawns are so strong.
But hang on, Magnus goes bishop c4, computer doesn't like it. Why would he not take on f5?
Oh, it looked dangerous, I assure you.
It looked dangerous, but...
So first of all, white is not in time to go f6, right? I think this is important because black has
yes,
takes,
you will check it.
Check.
Yes.
So black is in time to get back with his queen, which means after bishop c4, white should do something else.
But I mean, I also have some bishop f3 just not changing, and then this bishop on c4 is a bit awkward.
It's very awkward, actually, right?
Is bishop f3 a move?
Bishop f3 threatening f6.
On the board, bishop f3, yeah. Oof, and with 3 minutes on the clock, I mean, I think I would need 1 hour to somehow navigate the dangers here with black. This king is in a lot of danger.
Yes, it is also a very tactically dangerous position because the bishop on c4 is loose.
Yes.
You can always just kind of lose it in some line. For instance, now rook e8, I think maybe f6 needs to be calculated.
Yeah, rook e8 definitely. I mean, okay, this is what we wanted.
f6, and then black goes what? Queen b2. And white could play maybe queen c5.
You have to keep an eye on the f6 pawn, and you want queen c5, queen e7, go for the beauty prize.
Well, I just want to get in somehow, yeah, with the queen, yes.
Yeah, I mean, hitting the bishop and then eventually targeting queen e7, rook e7, fe, and then the pawn is promoting.
Yeah, also rook e7 is checkmate, yeah, on d8, so it's...
okay, even that, yeah, pardon me, I was so much impressed with your brilliancy that I missed the mate. All right, f6 on the board, Magnus in a lot of trouble.
Well, in fact, after, say, queen b2, white also has e5, right?
Yeah, I mean, there are all kinds of... I mean, this pawn on f6, just like pawn on h6, creates so much trouble for black's king. There is no way to create real Luft for black. And the tactical problems are coming.
Yeah, no, you were right. Yeah, he should have taken on f5.
Yeah, good or bad. I just felt like, okay, we have to take gf5, and also I wasn't exactly sure if Wesley had seen some way of, you know, playing for initiative, or he just wanted to make sure, you know, I have draw in my pocket, let Magnus decide gf5 or something else. It's always a very awkward choice. Queen b3, queen f4 played.
So queen f4 is important, yeah, because queen h6 wasn't working because of queen b6 check.
Yes, queen h6, then again, this is what white has to watch out for, not that he blunders some double attack with a check.
But after queen f4, he's preparing e5, followed by queen h6, yeah?
And Magnus immediately using the momentum with h6. I mean, good or bad, doesn't matter what computer likes. I'm loving those moves, and usually, practically speaking, they can have a very big effect, yeah. Okay, e5 played, yeah, reinforcing the f6 pawn. So yeah, Magnus will have to protect, yeah.
Well, he could also consider g5, but looks a bit
suicidal.
Yeah, g5, queen d4.
And you remember that it was the previous game when Wesley played the move g5, and now Magnus has the chance to go g5 to defend.
Yeah, but king h7 feels safer.
Feels safer. On the other hand, the rook entering on the 7th also doesn't feel very appealing, yeah?
I don't know, but the pawn on f7 is protected, but the rook on e7 is not going to be a pleasant guest, yeah, if he goes
exactly.
rook e7,
yeah, it's oof, I mean, yeah, Magnus goes king h7, and now he's down to a minute because the last couple of moves took 2 minutes from his time. They were so difficult decisions.
Wesley could also just play rook d4, right? Centralize. I don't know if it does something, but he could do that.
Okay, on one side, I would be very happy that I get time to put the bishop on e6. On the other hand, then I'm not putting pressure on the e5 pawn. Yeah, it's yeah, but look, this okay. This is the most natural move. We immediately see computer does not approve it as the absolute best, but still appreciates it.
Well, now the main question is, for instance, if black tries to play b5, yeah, is there a tactical solution for white?
Yeah, very important question. Yeah, if black plays the move b5 on the board,
And maybe
I mean,
h4, yeah, play for mate, yeah, h4, h5, and try to really get in there.
You think like you just close your eyes and go, yeah?
Well, I mean, what else? Or maybe
Yeah, because
bishop
AB5 runs into A4, yeah, you don't gonna waste time to recapturing, yeah? You will try to...
I want to checkmate, yeah? I mean, bishop e4, threatening bishop takes g6.
Yeah, there is this, because exactly that was the other danger of the rook invading to the 7, that there is this bishop e4, bishop g6 idea as well. Wow. Bishop e4 played. Computer doesn't like it.
Yeah, bishop e4, bishop e6. Yeah, this was bothering me. Bishop e6, and now bishop g6. You can take and play bishop f5. Yeah, this is so queen e4.
There is no
F5.
check suddenly. Yeah, everything is covered.
Yeah. So bishop e4 was not precise. Maybe he had to go h4 or something.
And bishop e6 blitzed out by Magnus. Magnus down to 28 seconds. Wow, this is drama pure. Look at this. And always I feel that when you play 50 minutes game, then adjusting to this very big time scramble is so difficult.
Yeah, it is quite difficult. Yeah, also now Wesley, he lost control a bit, right? Rook d7, bishop e4, those are very natural moves. But he lost,
and look at his face. Yeah, he's not happy. Wesley is not happy, goes rook e7.
And I thought now rook somewhere, right? Rook d8.
That's why it's so nice to be a commentator. No, that rook somewhere. Yeah, no responsibility, nothing.
Normally rook d8, right?
Put the rook somewhere, man. Yeah, and he takes. What?
Taking looks so...
because check and queen d7, but is it working?
No, it's not, yeah, because bishop takes g6. No, it's not bishop g6.
No, bishop g6, king g6.
It's queen f6 first, yeah, and then bishop g6.
Oh, and then you can't play with, yeah, and then fg, queen f8 will come. Will Wesley find king h2, queen d7, queen f6? No, he takes it, also good.
AB, because queen e7, b6, b7, right? This pawn is too strong, right?
Wow, and then, yeah, he will get a protected pass pawn on b7, then he only needs to transfer his queen to d6 and he wins. Wow, AB, queen e7, b6 on the board.
In fact, there is this line, yeah, if black goes queen b4 instead of a4.
Then bishop takes g6, yeah?
Bishop takes g6, yeah, just queen this pawn, yeah, just...
Yeah, and then takes, and b7, and the bishop can't stop the pawn. Wow, Magnus goes a4. Yeah, that's the trick, yeah, b7 played, queen c7 on the board, that if you are done to fuse, and queen g3 nicely protecting the a pawn. I mean, so easy to lose control. It looked like, takes, queen d7, and the pawn on e7 is falling. I already have counterplay on the queen side, but easy to miss this AB and then just b6.
And now just queen a3, yeah, with knight queen e5.
Wow,
queen
merciless.
g3.
And Magnus shaking his head, yeah. To his horror, he realizes it's over. Queen d6 is a threat, and queen takes e5 is met by queen g3. So h4, queen d6, queen c3 idea. Last chance. Trying to give perpetual.
And then white will have to still make some good moves, yeah? Like what moves?
Yeah, okay, probably bishop f3 to start with, so that I lure your queen somewhere, but then what, yeah? Wow, I think Wesley is very lucky that he still had 50 seconds. It's not easy to win a game against Magnus. h4.
It's really not easy to beat Magnus, no.
Yeah, queen b3.
He plays queen b2. This
queen b2, A3. Pardon me, yes.
No, a3 b8, right? a3 is not a move. Bishop b3, and now try to crawl back, yeah, somehow to d6, but how?
Yeah, because the pawn is also coming closer. The drama pure. I mean, the players are brilliant, but they are not computers, luckily. Bishop d5. Computer doesn't like it. But why? a3. Can he play a3 now?
No, yeah, queen b8 looks much more normal, yeah, because bishop
b8,
b8, queen b7.
Queen b8, yeah, because bishop takes b3 can be met by queen takes b7.
Yeah, no, Wesley just let it sleep. He actually let it sleep, right? And now what takes and king g7, right? And
but okay, still so difficult, yeah. But okay, yeah, you have to protect the f7 pawn. and then you keep on pushing.
Oh my god, yeah, this was so close.
So close, but yeah, this had an effect that this h5, h4 was still possible. I mean, just when probably Wesley felt like, okay, queen h3, job is done, yeah, and then suddenly new problems appeared. g3.
Okay, this is remarkable, yeah. He looked so completely winning.
Yeah, and one could argue that, yeah, the players were low on the clock, but they had 10 seconds each move, but still there was no easy logical way to finish the game. Yeah, there were some incredible tensions.
Well, to be fair, we did not see an easy way to finish
yes,
off. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, g takes h4. Okay, now it's this is the kind of queen endgame that has to end in a draw.
Queen a7, yeah, I thought, and then a3, then a2. Queen a7.
Well, I thought that also just a2. Yeah, I mean, I don't have such good nerves. Yeah, I would just push it and leave me alone. Yeah.
Well, that's a very good point. Yeah, I think.
I mean, with f7, g6 cemento pawns, I can't lose it. But Magnus, okay, Magnus just plays queen c7. Is he playing for a win? No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Draw is draw.
I mean, White has to make some moves, no? Which is 5 seconds.
Yeah, Wesley is in. Yeah, he needs to make a move, queen b3.
Queen b3, but this allows queen takes e5. Yeah, now Black can play for a win.
That's what Magnus was hoping for. But okay, king g2 and then queen b8 back, yeah, or what?
No, a2, I thought.
Basically you get the same, yeah, this queen endgame, and yeah, this we will torture. Yeah, queen e4 check, Black collects the b7 pawn, and then the massage starts.
Because Wesley should really not lose this, yeah? I mean, from the position he had, he really should not lose that.
I think every spectator who is following this game and who is not like an incredible Magnus fan has to root for Wesley to hold it, because if Magnus wins this game, then basically it might be match over today. But if this game ends in a draw and what we have witnessed in the first 2 games, there is so much tension in this match. Yeah, I just want to see this match go all the way to the wires.
Yeah.
Queen d5. But Magnus will, I mean, we talked about psychology. Yeah, this is not the moment when he can play risk-free and torture the opponent.
Yeah, maybe the question is how realistic is Black's chance?
I don't think that Magnus cares. I mean, he just wants to squeeze, yeah?
He will try, yeah, because okay, king h7 followed with king h6, king h5 potentially is a very strong threat.
Yeah, but also how do you deal with this pawn? Yeah, it's not easy. Yeah, queen c8, queen g4. Okay, clever. Wesley gives the answer. Queen g4 will be played.
Okay, queen g4, queen e5 changes very little, right? It continues.
But at least I protected my pawn, yeah?
Well, you did protect your pawn.
Yes. Okay, and now I'm gonna go king f3, and whenever you go f5, can I play queen g5? That's also kind of important. I guess I can.
And now king h6, right?
Yeah, king h6, not allowing queen g5 eventually. And then at the right moment, f5 will come.
I think it is remarkable enough that Magnus survived the position that he had, but that he actually got some minor winning chances is miraculous, right?
Well, I also feel that this incredible mindset, yeah, that it was not like he was so happy and relieved that he survived, yeah, and then like I was saying, okay, just push h2 and we will not lose it. He was looking for chances, and he also felt that Wesley was low on the clock, and he played on that as well. It's this is of course champion's character. By the way, all the other games end in a draw, so we can fully focus on this endgame.
Yeah, well, now I feel queen g8. I feel I cannot lose this anymore, because you can never take the pawn on h4.
Yeah, the king is in box.
Yeah, so just king g1, king g2, and if Black takes a pawn, or like this, if Black takes a pawn on h4, then you have perpetual check.
Yeah, let's just show this, that in this case we have the mechanism that we are always dreaming of in queen endgame, because it's so difficult to understand things, but this even we can understand. Magnus of course says, no, I will not let you escape so easily. Queen e5 check covers the h8 square, And does he want to combine with queen and the f pawn, f4?
If he plays f4, I think it just doesn't change anything. Like queen, the king f1. But he plays queen g7,
yeah.
queen d8. I just thought that this was just basically draw.
It, of course, objectively it should be, yeah, but
it will continue. Yes, it will continue.
It will, yeah. I mean, now we are move 66. We can ask the chat, yeah. I mean, that will we reach move 90? Well, what is your take? Will we reach move 90 or not? Rustam, I want your expert opinion. Will we reach move 90 or not?
I don't think so.
Don't think so, yeah. I also have the same feeling that it doesn't feel like there is the potential that you can squeeze it so long. In fact, if you manage to squeeze that long, you might get winning chances, yeah, because that really means that you made progress.
Yeah, no, I think with a queen on d8, it seems that there is just no progress to be made anymore.
It protects the pawn. It keeps an eye on queen h8 checkmate, so black's queen is not free to do whatever she wants, and that's it. Yeah, it looks like some kind of a fortress, but okay, we know that Magnus is a magician in all these endgames. I mean, the game that comes to my mind from the Olympiad, Magnus beat Georg Mayer in this queen endgame, which we analyzed with Peter Swidler live, and we were like completely shocked of all the developments. It's just when we were claiming that now Georg is making a draw, it was when it just, wow, 57% in favor if reaching move 90. Thank you, chat. They have faith. You guys are the best. Queen g7, queen d8. They know that everything is possible in the Meltwater Champions Tour, and Magnus in queen endgames, we have seen this wizardry from him.
I would say 57% is little faith.
Is almost 50-50, yeah.
I mean, you could almost flip a coin, you know, and get 57%.
Yeah. But okay, it's over 50. It's already something. I'm very happy, you know. This is great. Queen c3 check.
Now I can even go up, right? King f4.
Yeah, he's thinking, yeah, and he goes up. But this is always the problem, yeah, that you have to make up your mind, you have to decide, and you only have 30 seconds. And then if suddenly with your king f4 you run into some unpleasant surprise, then you have the shock effect, yeah. It's never easy.
Happy you're not playing like back house, yeah? Then 96 would be made and other moves would be made.
Well, also fork the queen first, but then you say, and your opponent is trying to find the move. You say, it's actually checkmate, sir, yeah? Oh, yeah, queen c1 check. Come on, Magnus. Yeah, Magnus wants to stop white's king of entering any further.
Yeah, I should probably check out that game you mentioned. I didn't see that game. The Magnus Meyer game.
Yeah, you have to check out. It was like incredible queen end game. Queen e1 check.
Were you there in India, or were you doing?
No, we were doing. I mean, from the distance, but we did the coverage. Yeah, with Peter, and it was so much fun. I mean, it was really wonderful commenting with him on all the action of the Olympiad. Yeah, for 11 days, just like non-stop chess action. And can you reveal the secret that you were behind the Uzbek team?
Well, not directly at the Olympiad.
But before, yeah?
Well, I mean, we of course did a lot of training before. I mean, all those years and months before. But I did not actually have anything to do with the Olympiad itself, except for, you know, being glued to the screen and my heart racing, you know, boom, 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 boom. So I felt
this is what I was, you know, constantly explaining in the chat, yeah, that basically that all these incredible Uzbek kids we are seeing is the product, and basically it's thanks to your achievements. Because I mean, I remember that what happened when you won the FIDE World Championship in 2004, yeah, that this incredible celebration in Uzbekistan, but then also I witnessed in 2012 during this Tashkent FIDE Grand Prix that all this chess academy, everything was developing in that time, and basically this generation is from that moment, no?
No, 100%. Yeah, I mean, they're even basically born, like Abdusattorov was born 2 months after my world championship. And I think Sindarov was born the following year. So they are basically kids who grew up with their parents wanting their kids to become chess players.
Yes.
Like around the time they were born, chess was big, I was big, and it was like every parent's dream. So this incredible flow of talent that we got in Uzbekistan was the result of that tournament. So this is still having sort of the ripple effect on the chess world with those kids winning the Olympiad. I was so proud of them. You cannot imagine. You probably can imagine. Yeah.
I can imagine, because I know your story and everything. But yeah, it's fascinating. It's so whenever the team was winning, and we were rooting and we were fevering that what will happen. I mean, I always had you in my mind that okay, this is all connected with you. Yeah, that this is possible.
No, I was also really happy to have made this difficult decision not to play the Olympiad myself. Because for me, it was a very conscious decision. I really felt that all these kids are so hardworking and so brilliant that I have no right to take anybody's spot in the team. I thought, they have to kind of get their chance to shine. And I was so happy I did this exactly like this. Although I have a feeling my work at home was not easier, because I was so nervous the last few rounds.
Yeah, of course. But this when I saw the lineup, I was thinking like, is Rustam playing or not? And when I have seen that you are not playing, I thought that, wow, this is very professional. This is exactly the way how, people who know what it means, that what it takes to perform. Because you might be, because you are such an authority. Yeah, of course, if you want to play, nobody can tell you not to play. Yeah, but you have to feel this responsibility. Yeah? And as a coach, as a player, and when you already don't have your personal ambitions, I think only then you can really judge it like this. And it was a wonder. I mean, it proved to be a wonderful decision.
I also had to convince the federation that it's a correct action. I really told them like this: I cannot take anybody's spot, and I'm also with hindsight, and I'm really happy to have taken this decision. I think this was monumental, because everything would be different. I don't think I would make my team weaker, but everything would be different, right? And the whole set of events which happened would not happen like this.
Exactly. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, that sometimes this generation, they are young. Yeah, they know each other very well. Yeah, they probably trust each other very well. They work together, so they have this chemistry. Yeah, this so-called winning chemistry. And if you are there, then maybe they automatically don't, they have to adjust to you. Yeah, they feel that, of course, what Rustam thinks and so on. And sometimes I know this exactly. It's wonderful that you feel this way. So basically, this was the reason why the team had a chance to shine like they did.
Well, I mean, at some point we have to let them shine, right? I mean, we have to admit, okay, we were in a way champions of our time, to some extent at least, and we have to at some point admit, right, that the new time has come and the new champions have come. I think this admitting this is difficult for a lot of people.
It's definitely not easy, but on the other hand, it's also very nice and heartwarming when you know that you have all these kids, who are so talented, who can take your spot. Yeah, this is also wonderful. Yeah, because for example, in Hungary, we have this problem that there is no one coming. Yeah, I don't want to play, but I don't know what to do. Yeah, because it's not like if I'm not playing, then the team is getting stronger. Yeah, it's exactly the opposite. Also, it's a big headache. But okay, for the moment, let's focus on the final moves. First of all, Magnus has reached move 90. Did he listen to our poll? Did he listen to our chat?
He did reach move 90, but nothing changed in the position.
Well, that's why we had this luxury to talk about these wonderful moments of this Olympiad. Yeah, because by the way, whoever wants to follow already the new action can follow the new action, because Pragnanda has started against Mamedyarov the third game. Immediately once this game ends, we will jump right in there. Lot of excitement. Magnus finally close to move to 100. He's trying to make some progress. He's a psychologist. Yeah, he doesn't hurry. And this is also the right strategy. But be careful. Not that you push F4 and then you get checkmated.
Yes.
Just to highlight that, of course, you can't just be playing. You have to know what you are doing.
Queen
F8, move 98. Oh my, I mean, I'm already ashamed. You know, I should have said, will we reach 100 or not? Yeah, but I did not believe.
How many? It's not even so many moves until the 50 move rule kicks in, yeah? Some 10 more moves or so.
Well, F5 was move 63, yeah. So we are actually very close, but still far away. Maybe Magnus, you know, just before we'll push something. King
G3, he's almost... King G3, F4, Queen F4 actually works, right? F4, Queen takes F4.
Yes, and then you go King E5, yeah? Or
there you go, King E5, yeah. So. He still wants it, yeah? This is amazing, yeah? Magnus still wants to win this game.
He wants to win all games, yeah. This I have noticed, yeah, throughout the tour. I mean, we know already that in Classical, whenever he has the chance, he squeezes, but I mean, yeah, he's not letting it lose. It doesn't matter if it's move 100, move 200. If he feels that he has any chance, he continues. Queen E8. Queen F6. Wow, really? Okay, so the mechanism is still the same, yeah, that Wesley is offering this Queen E4 check, Queen takes H4, and then tries to give this mechanism with Queen H8, Queen D8 check just as before.
Yeah, in fact, after Queen F6, it's probably really difficult for Black.
Okay, King H6. So Magnus is getting ready to go back to the starting position. I also feel that Magnus has an edge. Queen G5 check. No, White can't push H5 because of Queen E2. I wanted to highlight that, you know, if any other player plays on forever, he might feel guilty, yeah, that the audience is missing out on the other games or whatever. But if Magnus does it, then okay, basically I also feel that we have to stick with the game. But we might also move at some point if it will reach, but it can't reach that much longer, yeah? Queen F6. Queen H8, because 113 will be over if nothing changes.
Yeah. Also, Queen D8, I mean, I also don't see Wesley losing this anymore. Yeah? Like, he knows his setup.
He knows his setup, exactly. That's the point, yeah. I mean, it might have been more dangerous at the start, yeah, when he had to adjust that he was actually winning, and instead of winning now he has to defend the quite miserable, drawish of course, but quite unpleasant ending in the sense that Magnus can play on forever. So King F7, Queen C4 check, and computer might, if no pawn moves, soon 50 move rule will kick in.
Will it kick in automatically, or will
I think so, yes.
Play?
I mean, these technical things are merciless. They just, even if you are winning already, it doesn't matter. It's 50 move, it's 50 move. Now it's very tense moment for Wesley. Probably he's also calculating, yeah, that how many moves do I have to make to reach the 50 move rule. Queen C4 check. Will Magnus go Queen D5?
Queen D5, Queen C8, I think he can reach.
He basically agrees, yeah, with King F6. No, triangle with the king. King G7 back. Okay. Yeah, no, that's it. Computer says, enough guys, you had your chance. And Magnus with a big smile acknowledges that, yes, I would love to torture you, my friend, but I'm not allowed to do anymore. All right, so we have a very interesting match, 1-1. And now both players will have 10 minutes time to adjust to the next game. And already we have full action. Let's take a look at Prague, because Prague is trailing the match. He did succeed to hold that unpleasant ending against Mamedyarov. So this is his last white, however. It means that he has to interview with Magnus.
Yeah, I mean, it's okay. It was a pretty weak game, so I hope to do better.
All right, and what happened when you played d5? Was that because you didn't like your position, or you had calculated the entire sequence of moves after that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd seen that well, at least I thought that I didn't lose immediately, so I thought I'd go for it, but I sort of underestimated his attack maybe a little bit later.
And the endgame, you kept pushing the queen pawn endgame. Did you believe you had some real chances there?
It's always possible to blunder.
All right, good luck for the next one.
Yeah, see.
Yeah, relieve Magnus, because of course, yeah, after getting that terrible position, he was very happy to be able to play 100 moves and squeeze Wesley. But yeah, coming back to Prague, this is his last wide game and he has to try to make use of it because, okay, Mamad, very experienced player. On the other hand, look at this Marozzi bind. What is your take on this, Rustam?
I think it will be very difficult for White to generate realistic winning chances.
Yeah, isn't it similar to some bishop b5 check Sicilian? Yeah, this construction from black side now.
It is possible, yeah. I was only thinking maybe White can play castles and f4 and then take with the rook. He has the only chance to generate some sort of play. There was a classical game, Klaus Bishop against Korchnoi, I think 82 or something like this, where there were similar motives.
Yeah,
it's a game that I found in a book by Korchnoi, but not in the database. There are still games like those.
Yeah, well, hang on. This is all. We will come back to this strategical position, but I do see that Anish has played the striking d7, d5. What on earth is this? Knight takes d5, so he will sacrifice the exchange. And after knight f3, go bishop h3, stopping castles.
Yeah, I have a feeling White should not take this rook.
So you say that you would just play knight f3, castles,
Something
play
like
bishop
this,
b2, and play like this, yeah?
No, there's no way he takes bishop d5, also bishop d5. I don't believe can be a good move.
Okay, let's just explain to our audience, yeah, that bishop d5, queen d5, why you are so skeptical about this. So, for example, the move knight f3, a developing move, how you want to continue?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm just skeptical. So if knight d4, castles, you are fine, right, with White. And then bishop h3, rook e1, you will consolidate.
But I mean, this is also one of those things that even something like knight f3, e3, we don't feel that White can be really better. Yeah, even if you just put a bishop on c6 with this vulnerable pawn structure, looks super solid as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't believe this rook. Yeah, but also, as you said, bishop h3, where will your castle? Where will you go with your king, right?
Was also a question. Okay, I unfortunately after bishop h3 there was queen b3. I was from distance, yeah, mentioning the move bishop h3 stopping the castles, but then that might run into queen b3, maybe. I mean, it's still very sharp, but I perfectly agree with you that especially if black is willing and wanting to sacrifice on d5 his rook, of course you decline, and Liam goes knight f3. And by the way, the White can also simply claim advantage after castles bishop b2. We might get this position when the b7 pawn in long terms will be a weakness, and we'll be very happy to have a very stable central pawn structure.
Maybe I will insist, yeah, with the pawn, with the exchange sacrifice, like e5 now and then.
e5?
Well, I want to go e5, castle e4, and force you to take my rook at some point.
Yeah,
maybe e5 you can just go knight d2 first, and then castles, just not take my rook, but prevent e4.
Yeah,
and
I mean, knight d2 was, but I thought that you will play knight d4 automatically.
But you will not take it, yeah, you will just go.
But you want bishop g4 next.
Rook e1.
But okay, then you also get into some passive.
Maybe I get into some sort of a bind, yes?
Yeah, some passivity.
Yeah, rook e1, and maybe at some point I will take the rook, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, it's still very far away from. By the way, let's take a look. How did we get here? Because it's quite striking. From a seemingly symmetrical position. Yeah, I mean symmetrical English. Knight c6, White plays a3. Yeah, it's typical that White is trying to get b4. Black plays knight f6, rook b1, insisting on b4. Castles b4 and then cb a5, breaking this construction. And after b takes a5, rook a5. It's interesting that White start with d3. He did not start with knight f3. Yeah, it's interesting. But okay, there was for sure some reason behind it. He wanted to get bishop d2 in as quickly as possible, and that kind of provoked Anish to break immediately in the center d5, and we are getting this knight f3 b5 on the board.
Yeah, it seems to me that Anish probably knows what he's doing, although his play is strategically dangerous.
Yeah, it is dangerous.
If white consolidates, white could be better.
I mean, Liam has been so impressive throughout the tour. Yeah, bishop b2. Also not a player who sees any ghosts. Yeah, he believes in his calculation. He believes in his system of play. Also here we see that even he's not in any hurry to castle yet. Yeah, it shows some good nerves with bishop b2.
I don't quite understand why, because it seems to me castling is a bit more flexible.
Yeah.
Because I keep other options as well, right? Maybe bishop goes to a3, maybe bishop just goes somewhere else, right?
Yeah, it's kind of intriguing that why he felt that going bishop b2 is so important, that maybe he was worried of some b4 bishop c3 placement. Yeah, for example, if white castles, I can't really imagine that that's such a big issue, but I just want to highlight that maybe something like this was a concern, and then he was worried that maybe this c3 pawn will be, if it's not lost, then it can be strong. I don't know.
Maybe. But I
mean, I'm just making things up, but I don't know.
I think we really should take a look at Arjun's game. Yeah?
Wow, what is this? Did you analyze this with Arjun?
No, I did not. Yeah.
Did not, yeah? Wow, then he would not get this position, yeah? Or would get only with the white color.
It just doesn't
what
look
happened
like...
here?
I mean, the king is on d8, yeah? It's not the happy piece.
And white did not even sacrifice the piece for it. I mean, I was completely sure that white sacrificed the piece to get this incredible, interesting position, but he didn't sacrifice anything.
Well, maybe black can go knight bd7. Let's
quickly trade this monster knight. Yeah.
Yeah. We need to trade that knight. And now.
Wow. I mean, okay. Before we trade anything, we have to understand how we got here, because this is not a position that we see every day. So in fact, yeah, this is this Reti Slav gambit or whatever. Knight f6 castles, b5 hanging on to the pawn, but as the game shows, this is quite dangerous. a4, bishop b7, d3, c takes d3, knight e5. I think this is also quite typical that black can't really take on e2. You open up the bishop, a b5 is a threat, multi-purpose move, queen c8, a b5, c b5, queen b3, and double attack. Yeah, queen takes b5 check. Winning the bishop is a threat, so you can't play e6, and he was forced into this. Okay. He was forced into this. This is bad news. Takes. Rook e1 and knight c6. I wanted to ask that, can't you do the same with knight c6?
Yeah, I don't know. For some reason, knight d7 looked more natural to me, but knight c6 probably leads to the same thing. Yeah, whatever the same thing is, yeah? White goes what? Bishop f4, rook takes e2, f4, probably not f4.
I mean, I even considered move like knight f3, just returning my knight, but maybe I'm losing momentum, because then some knight f3 played, but I was really worried of maybe, you know, some queen g4, queen takes f3 or whatever, some fork I will be blundering.
It probably doesn't work, right? Because queen g4, you'll go rook takes e2, you'll cover the fork.
Exactly, cover the e5 square, yeah. And after spotting this, then knight f3 makes perfect sense. Just retreating the knight. And computer confirms.
Yeah, knight f3 is a good move. Keeping pieces for the attack, right? Even retreating for that.
Yeah. And also the point was that if we trade the knights, then you automatically get one more big tempo with a check. Yeah, this is what Arjun is also trying. I mean, Duda is trying to stop, because you don't want to give your opponent any extra tempos here.
Maybe this was some advantage of knight bd7. Because then after knight f3, I could maybe go queen b7 and use this diagonal to some purpose, right?
I don't know how much it gives you, but I understand your point. Yeah, okay, we anyway take on e2.
And maybe rook c8. I just feel that maybe this pin will give me some chances that I will not get otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, some harmony, of course. Yeah, with with the structure and with all those pieces, it's difficult to talk about real harmony, but I perfectly understand. Yeah, he anyway goes queen b7. Yeah, but the king wants to run, but where? Yeah, king c7, king b6 runs into bishop e3 check, unfortunately. And rook a3, wow, what a move.
Yeah, rook a3 is very clever. Yeah, he's preventing knight d4 due to rook d3. And suddenly also the pin on the 7th rank is an issue.
Yeah. I mean, you know, I felt like the best move what black could do in this position is to put a pawn on a2 for white, yeah?
That would be a good
and
move,
immediately
yes.
we would feel some stability, some security, but without the pawn, yeah, and the rook lift is coming. Knight e5, queen e6 on the board. Yeah, looks horrible.
Yeah,
actually, the situation is that if Duda wins this game, then it's match over.
This match looks very close to over, yes.
Yeah, I mean, basically this first game had a huge impact. Yeah, it looked like Arjun can win the first game with the black pieces, and we put a lot of pressure on Duda, and after Duda survived, and not only survived, but even managed to counter it and then win it. After that, it was very difficult for Arjun. Queen e4 now also run into some nasty prep, kind of. But he's fighting, queen e4.
Queen e4 sort of attacks the knight on b1 in a funny way.
Yeah, attacks the king, queen on e6, look on f3, king g2. I mean, it's an incredible multi-purpose queen.
And the endgame is probably bad for black, but not so clear, right? If white takes queen e4 and rook takes e2.
Yeah, then you get knight d6 and it's cemento.
Well, sort of. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bad cemento, but with the potential to stabilize it. But I think that Duda will sacrifice this knight. He goes for the initiative.
Or maybe queen a2, no?
You can even play queen a2. Wow. But queen a6.
Queen a6, queen b1, and what?
Yeah, interest, because yeah, queen a6 and then some bishop d2, bishop a. I was also looking, but it wasn't so obvious. Because queen is threatening to come back to e4.
So maybe he just has rook takes e2 in mind. Yeah.
But okay, then queen takes c1.
Queen takes b5. But it's getting adventurous, right?
It's getting adventurous. I mean, something can even go wrong if it's not a checkmate.
But
probably, I mean, knowing Duda, and he also played queen a6 quite quickly with 10 minutes 46 on the clock. Yeah, you only do this if you have a very clear vision how you mate your opponent.
But maybe he also can go queen b1 and just
queen b5 maybe,
b5,
yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
You just want to go rook d3, but without sacrificing two pieces.
Exactly, and queen e4 runs into rook takes e2, and that perfectly makes sense. Wow. Arjun in a lot of trouble, a lot of pain. I mean, also, let's not forget, he's playing from 1:30 in the morning, Indian time. It's a huge handicap. We have witnessed this with Ding Liren. I mean, yes. Ding Liren was putting up some incredible heroic fights, but often at 5 o'clock in the morning, the fourth game or the decisive tiebreak was coming, and okay, he was handicapped at some point. He couldn't keep his usual incredible level.
This was, in a funny way, this was the last piece of our German commentary with Sonia Blum. At some point, we were doing some commentary, and the question was, what is Ding Liren thinking about? And he was losing some match, and we figured out that the only thing he could be thinking about is what to order for breakfast, whether to get pancakes or omelets, because it was already like 7 in the morning in Beijing. And
yeah, also I think China is very famous for starting breakfast very early. Yes, something like 5:30 or 6, because I usually don't go to breakfast even if it's still 11 a.m. But in China, I was often catching the 6 a.m. breakfast and then going to sleep from 7:30 in the morning due to jet lag.
And in China, I played the Asian Games in China in 2010. And they had this wonderful arrangement, which I really appreciated. They had this arrangement that basically all restaurants and all kitchens were open 24 hours.
Wow.
Because every sportsman has his own daily rhythm, right?
Yes.
Some prepare late, some prepare early, some train early, some perform early, and so on. So basically, you could have breakfast or lunch or dinner at any time, according to your daily rhythm, which I found very, very useful.
This is very much appreciated by the sportsmen. I'm pretty sure, yeah, because I mean, also when there is this very early dinner drives me crazy. Yeah, I mean, I can't have dinner at 6 or 7 in the evening because my schedule is to go to sleep even in Europe at home, like at 2:30 a.m. Yeah, it's the regime that I'm sitting on. So I mean, I will just die. Yeah. With this regime. By the way, rook c8 happened, queen takes b5. Yeah, white is just eliminating this pawn, getting ready to get to the e2 pawn.
Yeah, and I assume that rook takes c1 will not work.
Yeah, rook c1, just rook c1, and then we take, and yeah, let's just highlight this. Takes e1 knight, for example.
Yeah.
We just take, queen takes, and then rook d3 should be checkmate sooner or later.
Yeah, rook d3, king c7, rook c3, and
yeah,
and
or queen c5 and then rook b3. I mean, okay, no matter. I mean, I'm not famous for giving checkmates, but I feel that this one I would manage. Yeah, I mean, even my skills should be good enough.
I think you got this one, yes.
Yes. I mean, this usually, you know, it's always just to get some pawn. I mean, something it's enough, but here I can also give the checkmate. By the way, also the Magnus game has started. It's also will be interesting to keep an eye how Magnus approaches the Berlin 9, the second game. I think we can call it that, unfortunately for Arjun. On the other hand, this is such an important game. Yeah, if Arjun loses, then it's match over. Probably it makes sense to wait this couple of minutes. I don't think it won't last very long.
It probably will not last very long, no.
Yes, because also Duda's fans, after all, I mean, right now it's kind of tough to be Arjun fan in this position, but I mean, Duda's fans are going wild and crazy. Yeah, what a sacrificing game, and then just crushing your opponent and probably winning the match in style. e6, finally, the move e6 is played, the bishop is opened up, but more importantly, black gets chance to cover the d file with knight d5, but the problem is the knight is still alive on c1. So the knight will jump to c3 at some moment, and
knight c3, queen c6. Yeah, black is still sort of alive.
Yeah, it's this sort of alive was nice. Yeah, this. I mean, you don't have to design yet. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. But I mean, just something like, okay, just to highlight that I'm so primitive. Yeah, I just take everything back. And then I just highlight that, okay, this king has nowhere to go.
Yes. But I would look for more if possible in a real game.
Exactly. And Duda definitely does that. He's not in a hurry. Will we see a sacrifice with rook e2? Could rook e2 be the move?
I think rook e2, queen takes b1 should really be checkmate.
Yeah, and rook d3 and then take on d5. Yeah, let's just show this. Yeah, queen b1, rook d3. Finally, the rook is freed after the pin has disappeared, and then knight d5. We are even rook e6 is possible, but okay. Just
rook d5 is forced mate, right? Yeah. Check, and rook e8 and bishop f4 check.
And then this beauty. Yeah, and then this one. Yeah.
So I don't think black can take on b1, but he probably can go queen c6, right?
Yeah, has to go queen c6, but of course then... but bishop on c1 is hanging. Yeah, but it's so sad, yeah, that the position is just completely lost, no matter what, because white has sacrificed nothing. Yeah, white has a almost winning strategical advantage, even if black would have castled, because then pawn on e6 will be vulnerable. But with king on d8, and this is not Fischer random chess, so the king has moved. This king will never castle anymore.
Yeah, white can probably just continue playing for attack. Yeah, just go queen a5 check and just slowly get to the black king.
Exactly, just remove the queens.
But okay, Arjun, he'll put up a fight.
I mean, pardon me, not remove, just I mean, don't trade, and that's it. Duda goes bishop g5. I'm loving it, yeah, because actually he just pins this knight. My friend, you even don't dream about blocking the d file. with knight d5.
And in fact, he prevents queen c6, right? Because after queen c6, white can take and take rook f6. Bishop e7.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly obvious that how to deal with bishop e7 then. Yeah. But okay, he goes bishop e7 first. Yeah, it's okay. It's actually, it hurts to look at this position. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we should just move on.
Yeah, just move on. This is such a misery, and it's not like if white doesn't play perfectly, then there is a chance that it shifts. Yeah, it's just over. Wow, we get a chance. I mean, we get the message that there is a chance that Prague actually creates some chances. It looks strange because it looks like black is very active.
But he's pawn up.
But he's pawn up, yeah. And if you don't take on d3, then white will have the chance to play e3, e4, kill that bishop on g6, and keep everything intact. And if you take on d3, then you have to kind of willingly defend this miserable endgame with pawn down.
Yeah, this one is probably really not good, right?
Yeah, the rooks are too active.
The rook is active, the king was central, yeah.
Wow. Okay, Prague, and still has 6 minutes on the clock against 5 for Shak. Yeah, Shak is also not the type of guy who wants to get into a pawn down rook endgame without counter chances. So he might be willing to look for some wild moves, but I don't really see how this rook a b8, e4, and then something would work out for black.
Well, this bishop is getting sidelined even further, right?
Yes. And we already have a draw between Liam Le and Anish Giri, so that's a very solid, rock-solid match so far with 3 draws. And okay, because now Shakria has to make up his mind, we can take a look what Magnus is doing against Wesley. So it's the Berlin, a very solid, but this time Magnus goes for the more aggressive d3, bishop c5 takes castles, knight d7. Okay, it has a very solid reputation for black, this line. c3. And I think here usually many people play the move h6. It's kind of stopping bishop g5. Yeah, it's kind of a famous move. But Wesley says, no, I don't care about bishop g5, but this bishop g5 exactly here should not be underestimated, because when white breaks with d4, this bishop on h4 actually comes to life.
Is it a mistake to go bishop e7 instead of f6? Is it bad understanding? Or is this...
I mean, it's a very solid... I can't really recall the move a5. I think that people usually played h6 or they castled. And that exactly now and also after castles, bishop g5, you have the chance to go bishop e7. But it was considered to be slightly worse or something. But I have no idea now what a5 really does to the position. But okay, basically Wesley wanted to go f6. He does go for f6, bishop d6, d4, queen e7, knight bd2, g5. Very aggressive. I mean, it's not exactly Wesley's style. Yeah, and is it backfiring? Bishop g3, h5, h4, and after g4, d takes e5. I think this is the key move.
Well, this is... So after knight e5, he will just take knight takes e5, right?
Yes, and if fe5, then he gets the g5 square for his knight.
Yeah, I don't think he should have played fe5, to be honest.
But he played.
Yeah, I don't think he should have. Yeah, but he played. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's done on the clock. Yeah, he's done to 9 minutes against 15, 6 minutes advantage. Yeah, also white has this monster knight on g5. You know what it resembles me? A little bit of the Moscow variations. Yeah, with this bishop on g3, h4 pawn, knight g5. Of course, everything else is different. Yeah, but I mean, some f3 break or something looks promising.
It's a very Italian structure in a way, where white can just put his king on h2 and just say that this king will be safe forever and just play with other pieces. Let's say bring his knight to e3, like rook e1, knight f1, knight e3.
I mean, basically you can try to break, or you can also just play slowly. It's really up to you to decide. It's white has everything under control, and I feel that maybe looking at this game, Wesley might be affected by the previous game. I mean, definitely in the break he understood that where he missed the win, yeah, and after that calming down, and Magnus also very nicely feeling that now maybe is the moment to sharpen the game and play something sharp which Wesley might not expect, yeah, because he's carrying the negative emotions. I think it's a wonderful match strategy by Magnus.
You can even go a4, yeah, and then try to go b4 and a5. Like a4, bishop d7, b4 takes a5 could get very tricky for black to handle.
I mean, first of all, because with this king, it's clear that black's idea is to go bishop d7 long castle. And that's, if you understand that this is black's main idea, then already what Rustam is mentioning, a4 is very interesting. Trying to get ready to sacrifice the pawn and then a5, kick that knight from b6. I think the slight problem for white is that there are too many tempting choices, yeah, and Magnus has to stick with one. And finally, he will have to listen to his intuition, what it calls him.
Yeah. But in that interview, in that brief interview that we saw during the short break with Tanya, he looked very, very confident. He looked
well, after surviving that game, definitely, yes. Yeah?
He looked very much at ease.
Yeah, I think that was a big scare. And as we said after the first game, that for Wesley always it's very important that he settles in and then he gets confidence. Well, after surviving that scare, I'm pretty sure that now Magnus is also getting the feeling that I settled in. I also experienced the horror, yeah, but I survived. I'm still alive, and I'm ready for big battle in the next game. Yeah, let's jump to Duda, because Duda is apparently finishing the match. Yeah, knight d6. Wonderful little final touch, attacking the queen, and knight f7 fork is also coming, and Arjun had nothing else than to design. So basically Duda wins match one, round one, and takes a big step forward. I mean, this is a 3-point system. I mean, every match victory is super important, and also $7,500 for
that's a lot of dollars.
Exactly. And also playing this wonderful, okay, Duda is in heaven right now, clearly very happy, and Arjuna at the same time very disappointed because he had a chance in the first game. Yeah, that match was decided in that first game.
But now he has the famous Dingliren dilemma to solve. Breakfast.
Not yet. I mean, it was 1:30 when it started. It's still only like 4 a.m. I mean, this is the worst. He doesn't know what to do, yeah?
Well, I still feel it's honestly breakfast time and then go to bed, right?
Yeah.
Should he
but
go
also,
to bed
I don't know
now?
if you really want to go too early to bed, yeah, that maybe it's better to wake up as close to the match as possible, yeah? It's very difficult spot to be in.
I mean, these time differences are really difficult. I mean, even for us commentators, it's a late hours.
Exactly.
But for Arjun playing this, or for Dingliren when he ever plays these things, yeah, this is just so much worse, right?
Yeah, it's basically, I felt like commenting from 9 till 1:30, knowing my schedule is actually something that works for me. But if it would start from 1:30 at night, I wouldn't be feeling so confident anymore, yeah? By the way, Plug is bouncing back. Great news for Indian fans. What, King d6? So Shakria even gives the rook on b4?
King d6 will not help him, yes.
Yeah, that's
but
it.
Okay. Everything else was losing as well, right? So.
Exactly, yeah. Maybe it was like a last trick, yeah, that he wanted to block something, but okay, no, it's... wow, Plug bouncing back. All right, in the break, maybe we have a chance to look at it. On the other hand, because Magnus started late, I don't think that we will get any breaks at all anymore, yeah, because this is the dynamic, yeah, that there will be constant non-stop action here.
But commentary with you is completely different to anything else I've experienced.
Really, yeah?
Because usually, my commentary is like 50% chess, 20% personal, 30% movies and music and things like this. And when we did this with Jan Gusti, then okay, obviously it was mainly trash and TV and movies and and with Sonia also. So with you, it's different. It's really like a lot of chess.
Well, but I also want to use you, yeah? I mean, okay, you are a brilliant player. It's so interesting to exchange ideas. I mean, okay, we know each other, or we haven't talked to each other for a very long time because I felt like, you know, you are Team Fabi. So it's simply not fair, you know, to be asking you questions and whatsoever. And we are so close that you might, you want or not, you would reveal maybe something that you are not supposed to, yeah? So I know how the business works, but I'm so happy that now we have a chance and we are communicating and interacting.
No, I'm happy to see you too. And A4, he played it.
Your move, Rustam.
My move.
I mean, you already, I mean, I really have to recheck the show, yeah? Rewatch the show and to come back with how many times you called out deep move. I mean, the moves that were absolutely not obvious, but the players follow your moves. A4 on the board. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, that's Rustam Kasimdzhanov. That's why he's my friend. No, of course, I'm kidding. Not only because of this, but you are capable of doing things like this.
Nah, it still feels nice to make a good move every now and then.
Well, we don't know how good it is, but it's a Rustam move, yeah. It has, you know, this special spice, yeah. This I think this was also the reason why you were so successful as a second, yeah. That you were coming up with all kinds of, you know, non-standard ideas, fighting for initiative, which especially 10 years ago or 15 years ago, computers were definitely not showing, yeah. It was not on their radar. But then you invented the moves, and then you dig deeper with computer, and then you came up with some 3,000 level kind of analysis, yeah. And 10 years ago, 3,000, please try to reach that, yeah, or even get close to. So really impressive. I have worked with you, I know.
Well, that was back then, I think, a more creative process than now. Because in a way, computers getting so much stronger does change the dynamic a bit of the analysis. I think back then, when we could still try to persuade the computer that we are right, was a different time. Now it really doesn't happen anymore. It just really doesn't.
To be honest, I feel that those were the golden days. I really enjoyed working on chess so much, yeah, that there was this everything. Now, whatever I'm trying to come up with, computer knows it better, yeah, and it's so frustrating, yeah.
Yeah. No, I also noticed, for instance, you know how it used to happen that you enter a move and then computer says it's equal. And then, you know, at some point the evaluation starts changing and the computer realizes, no, this is actually a bad position. And nowadays it just doesn't happen.
It doesn't, yeah.
It just doesn't happen, yeah. If computer says, you know, this position is equal, it will remain equal. Yeah, it just doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, but that's why I'm so happy and excited about this game and that you called out A4, because it brings back, you know, all those memories from 10, 15 years ago, that this is the type of chess and analysis we were happy with, yeah, that coming up with non-standard ideas and now Magnus does it in a rapid game.
Yeah.
And B4 on the board.
I think Black will suffer here because his king has nowhere to run from E8.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to highlight maybe king d8, king c8, king b8 now with the rook, keep the rook on a8, but maybe then you will combine with f3, yeah?
But also it just takes forever, right? It just takes so long to get there.
Well, I mean, I felt like already on c8 I will be safe, I will be happy, but I mean that you suddenly open up a new front drives me crazy. By the way, let's not forget that the pawn on b4 takes away the c5 square. So maybe even Magnus is thinking about the move f3, but he did dislike that. Eventually Black will have with the pawn on b2, bishop c5 check, and after king h2, when fg4 happens, then maybe some queen takes g5, ag5, ag4 checkmating ideas might happen. Of course, white still has bishop h4, but just to illustrate, yeah, that there are all kinds of arrows which you can pay attention to, but with pawn on b4, you make sure that it never will be an issue.
Yeah, but you're probably right. King d8, king c8 is probably Black's best chance. Keep things under control to some extent.
Well, you came up with a4, b4. That's what I was doing in our analysis, no? That I was trying, you know, to counter it with some cemento idea, and you were breaking.
King d8, king c8. I don't think he'll go f3 really. I think f3 is a very dangerous.
You don't
way
want to
forward.
weaken anything, yeah? Yeah,
C5.
C5, okay. C5, making sure that white has to make up his mind. Okay, it's a clever move because after B5, we can castle and then, okay, why was I going so desperate with king d8, king c8? Magnus, of course, takes, keeps the dynamics on and making sure that the king will never castle anymore. So we are entering Fischer random territory, and Magnus and Wesley has just finished the Fischer random world championship in Reykjavik. So this is very much a Fischer random game now.
Maybe just rook takes a4. Yeah, at least black is a pawn up.
But you are opening up the a file then.
I think I need to do something quickly with black because otherwise, rook d. I don't think black's position is getting any better. I think I need to take pawns.
Yeah, and also now the king march doesn't work anymore because f7 square is vulnerable. Yeah, bishop a4. Yeah, Wesley takes the pawn. Queen a2.
Queen a2 feels slightly awkward. Rook a6. Why does he place his queen there?
I mean, but I think it was a clever choice by Wesley of taking with the bishop, keeping the rook because he blocks the a file now.
Also, he creates threats, right? Bishop b5 is some sort of a threat.
Yeah.
What does white do? Does he play queen b2 now? It doesn't look great.
Well, honestly, I love Wesley also, how he reacted to this situation. It was so easy to panic and say that, oh my God, I'm getting crushed. And then he comes up with this c5 and then also ready to even grab the pawn. Yeah, it's playing against Magnus Carlsen. I mean, I understand pawn is a pawn and why not to grab it, but still, it shows courage and it shows why he has also won the global champ. I mean, he's fearless. Absolutely fearless. Queen a2, rook a6. Rook fb1.
Yeah, I thought black would go bishop b5.
Then we have to go queen c. I mean, I can't let this bishop get to d3.
Yeah, queen b2, bishop d3 is what I wanted, but queen c2.
I have to go queen c2. But yeah, we already see the evaluation bar preferring black, that the bishop is on g3, white is already not able to break on f3. And if you can really lock down the a file and b file somehow, for example, rook a1, bishop a6, and walk with the, I mean, it can be some very nice defense.
Yeah, maybe that's exactly right. Yeah, just rook takes and bishop a6 and consolidate.
I mean, I don't know exactly in which move order, but this knight on b6, bishop a6, bishop d6 gives, and all these pawns should be appreciated because the pawn on c7 protects the knight and the pawn from b7 protects the bishop. Wow. I mean, very entertaining. Wesley is down to 4 minutes. That's finally he goes bishop c6 and queen b3 played.
There is also the mechanism of going bishop a4 now, right? Begging for the repetition.
Is it bishop a4 played? Maybe Wesley felt like there was too much adventure in this game. Queen b2, Magnus says no. I mean, maybe also he spotted that this bishop b5 disturbed him. We don't know. But Magnus is also with his incredible fighting spirit. Just doesn't repeat.
And now, okay, we again have this question, right? Stay on e8, go castle short, maybe?
Short castle on the board.
Yeah, short, yeah.
And computer goes crazy that this is a mistake. It shouldn't have been played.
Oh, knight f1, knight f1, e3. I think this is a very dangerous knight.
You think just like this, so tranquilo. Knight f1, knight e3. Wow, I mean, I don't feel that this king on g8 is so much safer, because it gets to the knight's range. It's.
No, I thought that he should have either stayed on e8 or embarked upon your plan of slowly bringing it to the queen side.
Yeah, but the problem was that actually I was really worried that eventually white will be able even to sacrifice an exchange to get to the light squares, and I don't know. At least I was worried. You know me that I'm usually worrying too much. That's true, but I mean, short castle is probably not the solution. On the other hand, okay, it's computer doesn't like it. I personally feel that if you play knight f1, there should be some defense.
How?
Okay, knight c4 to start with.
I thought b7 is hanging to d4.
B7 is hanging. Oh my god, yeah, and everything falls apart. Oh. And yeah, and also queen d5 check. Yeah, it's all over. All right, then okay, just this little move, knight f1, and Magnus has 6.5 minutes against 4.
Okay, black can of course go bishop d7 and then rook a6 ba, but I think this is already a very one-sided affair.
Yeah, it's
like takes and queen a2 check, and then
or queen
I can
a2
even take the
collecting
pawn back if I want to.
Yeah. No, this is not right. Yeah. I mean, you will even have a chance to sacrifice the pawn with knight f5 if you ever feel like. Yeah, it's too many dangers here.
Now we have this classical situation where one side has a perfectly safe king and the other side has a perfectly unsafe king forever, and this will just never change.
And Magnus goes knight c4 immediately, goes for the brilliancy.
Yeah, I liked my knight f1.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, if you had the time to go for it, then it's perfectly just. On the other hand, it's such a nice and tempting move over the board. Yeah, that knight c4, you clarify the things, the same idea after knight takes c4, queen takes b7. Even without the knight on f1, it's probably good enough. So imagine that what was the evaluation with the knight on f1.
It's funny, it's the same position, right?
It's the same position, and Magnus is dreaming about it.
But what about rook b6 now? Let's try to understand.
Okay, queen d5 check.
Queen d5 and king h8.
And then, okay, we just take.
Queen c4, yeah?
Yeah.
This looks bad.
Looks very bad, yeah. I mean, that knight on g5, the bishop on g is the cement, and attacking the pawn on e5. This is a golden structure.
So I probably should just move the bishop in the starting position. So here I need to go bishop somewhere.
But also then you are losing. But you have rook b8 at the end of the day. Yes, so you can maybe just go back bishop c6, for example.
Rook takes a6.
B takes a6.
Knight b6.
And then cb6.
Oh, that's brilliant. And then queen b6, rook b8, yes?
Yeah, I don't know how good it is. Even the exchange sacrifice looks terrible for black.
This looks pretty terrible, actually.
Yeah, it looks horrible. Yeah, just to highlight that we would see nightmares in position like this. Yeah. Yeah, but king h8 played, trying to get away from. Okay, you even have your knight e3 if you want.
Well, I do want, yes. I do want knight e3.
You want, yeah? Why not? True. But okay, knight e3, then bishop d7. Do we get the same position you were taking and then you wanted to give the check and take the pawn immediately?
Well, I can still go queen a2. So knight e3, bishop d7, take queen a2.
Yeah, I mean, you have complete control.
And then knight f5 next. It doesn't look great. It still doesn't look great.
No, it can't look great, yeah, because I mean, somehow now all the pawns are too vulnerable, and the king as well. Wow, okay, but yeah, Wesley under a lot of pressure. Yeah, 2 minutes 48. Yeah, king h8. It's kind of desirable to move away from all these light squares and all kinds of checks on the diagonal. Magnus still has plenty of time. Yeah, 4.5 minutes. I mean, I feel that do you have the same feeling that knight is on the board, that there's some incredible tension in this match? Yeah, that in every game there is quite a big fighting and very complex fighting. Yeah, that you can't really easily judge it.
There is a huge fight in this match, but it also now really seems to be going firmly Magnus's way.
No, definitely, yeah. Look, f8 to a8. Magnus even goes c4, opening up the queen. Having knight f5 in the pocket, but first Magnus wanted to make sure that his queen will be activated. He might want to just put the queen on c3.
Yeah, I think he will still take his time to go queen c3, and then he will unleash his knight.
Exactly. Even maybe after queen c6, somewhere some exchange sacrifice with rook b6 and then knight d5 might also appear. Wonderful move c4.
Yeah, quite a good move, yes.
I mean, not in any rush, and those are the moves that are so difficult to face with 2.5 minutes. Yeah, that Magnus passes the move to you, and you don't know what to do. Yeah, bishop c6 played. The computer explodes. Yeah, it really feels
I think
that.
maybe knight f5 wins material, possibly.
Because the b6 knight is hanging also.
At some point, b6 knight is hanging, but I'm not sure how to take it because knight f5, queen f6, knight d6, cd, and queen takes b6. You have rook a1. Yeah, so I have to find some sort of a finesse to make it work.
Exactly, it's funny, and of course you only take on d6 if you win by force. Otherwise, never.
Otherwise, I should not do this. Yes.
Yes. So rook a6 played. The problem is really that it's so bad, yeah, that maybe white can just also slowly build up some mating attack, even queen e2, knight f5, and then break with f3, and then once you eliminate this g4, I mean, something like this. Maybe when I start with queen e2 and then f3.
I know. I mean, I know some guys, they would just play king h2 now, you know.
Vishy, yeah, just king h2 automatically,
yeah? You know, king h2, hide the king first, and then continue.
I mean, mate is coming, guys, yeah, why to rush at all? But Magnus goes knight d5. I mean, unless it wins on the split, because I felt like you can take and play rook b6 and trade.
Well, he wants to take ed and rook e1.
No, but knight d5, ed, I'm taking rook b6. I'm playing rook b6.
Oh, like this, yes.
Yes, I mean, because I even wanted to suggest knight d5, but then I spotted rook b6 and I said, no way. I mean, why to give you this chance? Wow.
Yeah, maybe queen c2 now. It's still probably pretty awful for black.
Yeah, actually, Wesley does not take. He goes queen e8. Yeah, he of course, there this diagonal opens up, yeah, and then the queen will eventually enter also there.
It's the same queen that he should have entered with in the first game, yeah? Now he wants to get back to f5.
Yes. Yeah, the light squares, yeah, the key f5 square. Queen e8, and also Wesley trying to keep everything intact, feels that the pawn on e4 kind of hinders white's queen to get closer to black's king.
No, I really think knight d5 was wrong direction. Like in this position, I want to go knight e3 back somehow, you know?
Yeah, I perfectly understand you. But okay, Magnus, down to 3 minutes, he goes with the flow, yeah? He already started this operation with knight d5. I think he just wanted to install this knight on d5. And Wesley goes knight d7 and ignores this knight on d5. This knight is doing nothing, and who knows, maybe the knight will eventually reach somewhere.
Or maybe for now, he just is happy to protect his pawn on e5. Suddenly, black has no immediate weaknesses, right?
Yes.
So white will have to do something, maybe one day f4, one day f3. He will not win this without any effort. Eh? He will have to do something.
Yeah. I mean, he will have to. I was calling out for this f3 action quite some time ago already, but basically I perfectly understood what Magnus was doing. Yeah, but now after knight d5, he put himself a little bit under pressure. Yeah, that he can't just enjoy and slowly build up. Now he has to do something. f3 on the board. And look at the evaluation bar is dropping and dropping, but it basically also doesn't mean anything at all, because just one mistake from black and it can all fall apart immediately.
I think for all practical purposes, black's position is still very, very difficult.
Yeah.
Maybe he has some sort of a setup, maybe he doesn't, but it just, for all practical purposes, black is still in very serious danger.
Yeah, knight on d5 after all. We wanted to put it on f5, but of course this knight is a monster by itself on d5. Wesley down to minute 15. How do you defend this?
Yeah, I just really don't know. Yeah? I wish you would ask me something else. But...
No, this was not a question. I mean, it was a question to poor Wesley, that how will he...
Yeah, queen a8. He's a desperate man, right?
Yeah, trying rook a3. I mean, pardon me, of course, not rook a4, rook a3. Kicking the queen away and then insisting eventually against queen d2 again and hoping not to get checkmated, but knight f7 check. I mean,
Yeah,
e5 pawn is falling as well, yeah? Or what?
I think he will maybe just take on d6 and play queen d2, although knight takes e5. No, I'm not sure, yeah, because takes and queen d2, going to g5 is maybe not as decisive as I immediately thought.
Yeah, but Magnus opts for
And just knight c7 also.
No, knight c7, rook a3.
Queen d2
and then queen d8.
Queen takes d6.
Yeah, well, Magnus goes for it. How can I argue?
With both of us.
yeah, it's a little bit too much of a handy. I mean, Wesley needs to help me, but there is no help.
Queen c1, very precise.
Keeping an eye on the rook, keeping an eye on queen g5 check. Oh my god, yeah, there is no defense. Queen a5, it has to be played. But this is checkmate, yeah. Queen g5, then fg and rook f1 if this is not checkmate. Where do we run?
I think there is nowhere to run, really.
Nowhere, yeah. I mean, king f7 runs into opening up the f file.
Also, queen takes h5 check also.
Yes. I mean, but I mean, this fg and then rook f1 check looks also merciless, yeah. West in a lot of trouble, and Magnus might take game 3 and take the lead, which would mean Wesley will be in a must-win situation in the last game.
And they are both of them in San Francisco, right?
Both, exactly. They are face to face. I mean, okay, the monitors are between them, but yeah, king f8 played, trying to run away, but now knight e6 check is coming. And also by the speed of Magnus, we can understand that he knows already that he has a plan and he knows that it's gonna end well for him.
Knight e6, king f7. What is his finishing touch?
I'm also trying to understand. Does he just go queen f5 and then knight g5?
Now that doesn't feel like it's over.
Yeah,
right?
it doesn't. Yeah, king f7 played, but knight d8 check also didn't. I mean, king e8, queen g8, king e7 didn't look like checkmate yet.
I thought maybe he just wants to take on c6 there and play rook b7. Like check
just
on
like
g8
this, yeah.
And then bring the rook in and
yeah, and then combine with queen g8, queen. Yeah, it looks devastating. That's what he's going for. King f8, keeping an eye on the g8 square. Yeah, not allowing queen g8 check. Down to 29 seconds, but
also your fg will work now.
Yeah,
right?
eventually, yeah, it will come at the right moment. Maybe this is the moment.
Instance, yeah, fg and then rook f1 check, queen g8 check, and mate on f7.
Yes, I mean, okay, something like this is the dream come true. We get closer to this king. So king f8, will we see fg? No, Magnus sticks to knight takes c6, bc, rook b7. He just, you know, he has only one man to listen to. I mean, this is Rustam. I'm completely ignored by Magnus. That's how I feel.
I mean, your plan was checkmate, which I think is a fair plan.
Yeah, but Magnus doesn't want to hear any of what I have to say. And Wesley resigns, so one can only say very well done, Magnus. I mean, it was a very dangerous position for Wesley right from the start. He stumbled into some very unpleasant stuff, but we have to highlight this a4 move. After that, there were many ups and downs, of course, but Rustam has called the move a4, and exactly Magnus has opted for this a4 b4 and went on to win a spectacular game.
Yeah, and maybe Wesley should not have castled short, and there is an interview. Yeah, let's just
king, and that was the only important factor.
And once again, keeping a hold on the clock so far?
Yeah.
All right, good luck.
Yeah, quick interview by Magnus, of course. Yeah, keeping the clock situation under control, very important. But we have non-stop action. We can't even be, you know, appreciating or admiring what happened. We have seen all the battle. We felt all the emotions. and knight's action time. For example, Anish Giri against Liam Le, they are debating this line. You know, I always felt like this looks so horrible for black in general. And look at it, they are blitzing out everything. Believe me, this is not no theory. This is only theory of these two players. Also, their previous game featured the exact same line.
But this looks like black maybe draws by force, right?
I think you only play this line if you know that you are whole, otherwise it looks so ugly.
Well, the pawn on d7 is probably a weakness, right, in the computer world.
In a computer world, yeah, we humans, we naive humans, we hope that maybe this pawn could turn out to be an asset, but computers are laughing on us, yeah? Artificial intelligence. Stop dreaming, guys, yeah, about this pawn on d7 queening any soon.
What is your view on artificial intelligence? Do you join the group that thinks artificial intelligence will solve the world's problem, or do you think artificial intelligence is a great danger?
It's a very tricky question, and I haven't really thought about any answer yet. But let me tell you one thing that I experienced as a chess player, yeah, and I think you have very much the same thing, that like 10 years ago, if someone would tell me that you get access to a good computer and you play against the best computer in the world, I would say, no problem, I will take it, and I would have looked at myself as a favorite. Maybe it would have been naive. I don't say that. Yes, but that would have been my feeling. And now if you tell me, you give me a good computer and I play against the best computer, I feel that I will have zero chance. And I think that this definitely as a chess player scares me. And if I want to translate it, you know, to human language, it might be scary. Yeah, because I mean, 10, 15 years ago, it would be exactly the opposite. We would feel that the human creativity plus computers will be always overruling the computer's judgment, no matter how strong the computer it will be. Yeah, but now I already lost this faith that it really happens like this.
And I already have a feeling that we would be in the way. Like a computer plus a human being would be weaker than the same computer.
Exactly.
Because we would somehow try to help, you know, that would not work.
This is what I feel, exactly the same. Yeah, that basically I'm not a help anymore for the computer. Yeah, it's I mean I might be help for a strong player. Yeah, that my judgment, my experience, my understanding, I can guide in some direction, but I don't feel like I can guide the supercomputer anymore. And yeah, we are getting this position. The players are blitzing out. Yeah, Liam is brilliantly prepared. And because I know that and I see that he's brilliantly prepared, I'm ready to ignore the computer evaluation. Yeah, that, okay, of course, white is pawn up, but you only go for this pawn down position if you know that actually you believe that, practically speaking, you're going to hold this without any problems.
It also doesn't look dangerous for black, to be honest.
I even suggest that maybe we take a look right from the start, just to understand, because everything happens so quickly.
Yeah,
so
let's learn
fast.
some openings.
Yeah, we are, of course, we both know that where it came from. We have both analyzed it, I think, not together, but for our players. And a4, bishop b4. Yeah, I can reveal a secret that before the match against Kramnik in Brissago, I was for some reason actually expecting Vladimir to play this bishop b4 line. It was still not really played at that moment, and I really did quite deep preparation against bishop b4 because I wanted to have something ready against bishop b4. But it was almost 20 years ago. Yeah, it's things change. Yeah, ab, knight b5, queen a4, c5, and knight goes to c4. I mean, okay. If you give me this position 18 years ago, I would tell you that, okay, I understand that black has good drawing chances, but with the knight on c4, I will be torturing black forever. Yeah. Now, of course, with computers, it's so much easier to go as deep as necessary to understand why this c4 square won't be enough, right?
But also maybe our perception changed because I look at this position. It does not look like an advantage to me now. Maybe 20 years ago, I would also feel differently. Now it just, everything changes, right?
Yeah, everything changes. Yeah, that's the situation. Knight c4 castles, bishop e3, rook b8. Yeah, now already people just, I don't care about a6 pawn because I know that this is the right move. White even ignores it. Comes back queen d1. I mean, super deep move. Those are my favorite moves, that just queen a1, queen d1, double, triple exclamation mark. I mean, this is talking from my heart, If I see something like this, I'm full of joy and I can go on commenting forever. This is brilliant stuff. But unfortunately, it was not a surprise to Liam. This is the problem, yeah, that even moves like queen d1 and before, you would be very proud of yourself. You would get up in a classical chess, go for a big walk, look around, and then come back half an hour later to see what your opponent was doing. But now everybody knows it in advance. Unbelievable. And this is how we get to this position, which we have just entered the stage. Yeah, with takes c4, d7, queen b7, queen a4.
These people might be moving towards blitz, right?
Yes. I mean, that's the good news of this whole, match system. Yeah, that if 4 games and all 4 of them draw, then we get to see 2 lovely blitz games. And if even that doesn't bring any result, we have the lovely Armageddon, which as spectator and as commentator we love. As players, we know that we hate. So it also kind of encourages the players to try to hope for a decision before reaching to Armageddon.
At some point, we were not sure with Gusti. We checked out the actual meaning of Armageddon.
Well, I mean, there was this famous movie, no, with all the stars.
Well, there was a movie with Bruce Willis.
Yeah, with Bruce Willis, Liv Tyler,
but the word Armageddon itself apparently refers to some sort of a place of the final battle. So Armageddon is a place actually.
Really? Yeah.
Where this battle takes place. So the place of final battle. I don't remember the details, but Armageddon is not an event so much as the place, the preordained place of the final battle.
Wow. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting stuff. I mean, definitely as a player, I always hated it that, okay, you can get flagged. On the other hand, if you are black and you have the draws, then it's also absolutely justifiable for the white side that, okay, come on, okay, I'm handicapped. If there are no other ways to win, I have to try to flag you. Yeah, it's kind of part of the business. And exactly that's why as chess players, of course, everybody hates it. Yeah, because you always want to make sure that the game is decided over the board, not due to some flagging at the end.
Yeah. No, it is a bit unfortunate, but at some point there is no way to avoid an Armageddon. I mean, you gave somebody 4 rapid games, you gave them 2 blitz games. I mean, if they cannot produce a result, then I think it's only fair, right?
Yeah, finally something has to happen.
Yeah.
By the way, here Prague has bounced back, so he equalized. We have a tie. And if we are neutral spectators, we actually have to root for another draw. Yeah, then we would have 2 incredible blitz matches already guaranteed. And who knows, it's up to Wesley to strike back, of course. Magnus in a wonderful position. They will still need some time before they start their game. And what is your take on this? So white has the 2 bishops, so white should be somewhat better. Does this knight on e4 gives enough compensation for black, or how do you feel?
I think it's very tactical. I would be worried with black, for instance, if white goes, say, knight d2.
Okay, so let's highlight that now actually knight e5 is a big threat to trap the rook. Yes. On d7. For example, bishop f6, which would be otherwise wonderful move, is met by knight e5. Double attack, and black is doing fine. So you are suggesting
knight d2.
Knight d2. Okay, so the point is that you hit the knight immediately. And then knight e5, you can take and then take on d6 and you win.
Exactly.
Okay, so then basically knight d2 is kind of on the board. Rustam in his element.
And then, yeah, for instance, takes on d2, I think is logical, right? Bishop
But
d2.
then you will suffer, yeah?
Yeah, bishop d2, rook f d8, rook takes d8, rook takes d8, bishop e1, and then black will suffer. And he will not find his suffering easy, if I may say so.
Yeah, this is basically, I mean, there are some schools, yeah, which claim that this is a method of technique, yeah? If you get this position with the white side, you already have to convert it, even if it's a slight advantage, doesn't matter, there is something to play with. The two bishops, usually this position comes from the Slav, yeah, from this knight f3, e3 Slav.
Exactly, yeah.
The defense.
I know that normally computer holds this position, but as a human being, I always found it difficult that black cannot really hold it with an active plan. Black cannot force a draw, yeah? Black has to sort of just play for a long time and be good at defending this.
Yeah, and Prague goes for bishop e5, but it does not change anything. It's a nice touch, but white can afford to be passive at the moment. Look, d8, just 3, then bishop goes to e1, and then slowly you crawl out and you start pushing back. Yeah, this is the position that we had in mind with Rustam from the beginning.
Yeah. No, I would be worried having this with black in Shahryar. What is a good setup? Maybe g5.
G5 is somehow tempting. Yeah, grab space, top f4.
Yeah, maybe just try to cement this bishop's presence on e5. But
then and then maybe this knight should, g5 on the board. I mean, hang on. Vichy was the type of guy who was able to hold this kind of things. Yeah, even sometimes with seemingly very easily. Yeah, some knight e7, knight f5, knight goes to d6, and Prague is Vichy school.
Well, maybe he's Vichy school, but he's not yet Vichy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, who is Vichy at all? Yeah, I mean, maybe 1-2 persons in the world
can, the history of the world,
that. Right? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, it's gonna be tough for Prague. Yeah. By the way, the game between Wesley and Magnus has started, and very interesting to see how Wesley is hoping to bounce back. I mean, which complex battle he is looking for, and he picks the Italian.
I think Italian is in general a good choice. Yeah, you try to get a longish game.
Yes, the only problem with Italian is that black has million choice, and you can basically never exactly prepare or anticipate what your opponent will play. Yeah, so you have to have a very big understanding and knowledge of everything, so that you can, no matter what happens, you will be ready.
But to be fair, by now the experience of these players is enormous, right? In Italian, they all played like 1 million online games in all these positions. Like, I think Hikaru must have had this position like a gazillion times. I know it's not a real number, but
I understood, yeah, what you meant, yeah. I mean, this a5 in the last, I don't know, 3-4 years really became the main move. Yeah, bishop e6 also very tempting. That usually with bishop e6, bishop takes e6, fe6. When the pawn is on a6, then white goes b4, a4, and grabs space, and then black has some difficulties. But that's the point of the pawn being on a5. It stops any kind of b4 ideas. Black is also ready to go a4, and suddenly white lacks a real plan. So usually white avoids taking on e6, goes bishop b5. And black now has many different directions. Interesting what Magnus chose finally. Bishop a7 and d4, bishop d7, and all this played quite quickly. I have never seen this before.
I don't think d4 is quite typical here, but I think it is a possibility. Maybe white can even play like, I don't know, bishop f1 now and just claim long game.
Yeah, it's so tough. Yeah, I mean, so many nuances, differences. Yeah, because, for example, here, yeah, after bishop a7, what black wants is probably to transfer the knight to g6. Yeah, knight e7, knight g6, then also get the c6 tempo. So basically, by having the knight still on b1 and the queen on d1, giving white the opportunity to break in the center with d3, d4. So it's also very principled way from the white side. And then you push d4, you calculate all kind of things, and then Magnus goes instantly bishop d7.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just trying to recall maybe white can play bishop a4 also sometimes, trying to go a3, bishop c2. But it's you're right, yeah, it's so difficult to be confident about details in this position.
Exactly. It's so confusing, and also now Wesley has slowed down. Yeah, it's probably a position that he also haven't really studied carefully. Yeah, it's this is what happens in the Italian. You analyzed 5,000 hours. You think like, okay, more or less I have covered, but also every time you look, you discover new things. It's a never-ending story. I remember that in 2016, yeah, in I think the Moscow candidates, people started to use the Italian more and more on the very highest level. And then it felt like, okay, after 1-2 years, it should end, yeah? And it just never ends. It gets deeper and deeper and richer.
Yeah, no, I sometimes think about it. I think it's only fair because there haven't been any exchanges yet. So the position remains very, very rich for a very long time. In a way, I sometimes feel that we historically misunderstood the importance of Italian, because for so many years, Italian was considered like an amateur sort of opening compared to the rich Spanish. But now I understand Italian is not in any way inferior to Spanish, right? It's just a different opening.
Exactly. I mean, it's absolutely equal, yeah. And Wesley goes bishop a4. I mean, if something on the highest level can already live for 6 years, yeah, because basically 6.5 years ever since that candidates in 2016, which was I think in March or something like this, every single top tournament featured hundreds of Italians. And every single top player, yeah, was come to every super tournament fully armed with a clear plan how he will play the Italian. And it's still, finally, after 6.5 years, we are talking about that. We still don't know exactly what is the best. We only know that everything is very rich. There are so many different ways to treat it, with this bishop g5 ideas, without bishop g5, with h3, without h3, from black side also, with a5, h, I mean, millions of ways. And now, for example, the move a4 was kind of played rather quickly by Wesley. I'm shocked. Yeah, what is this a2, a4? Can you explain to us?
Well, to me, for instance, the move a3 looked natural, because I think white is trying to control ed, cd, knight b4. Because for instance, now ed, cd, knight b4 takes the bishop.
Exactly. That's why I was so shocked that basically Wesley actually opted for a4, which is a very controversial move, in like 2 seconds. Yeah, and Magnus goes for ed, cd, knight b4.
Yeah, but I think like knight c3 takes, maybe he's sort of ready to play this under circumstances.
Yeah, Magnus goes c6.
Because maybe now white goes, bishop f4, rook a d1, and then says, you have the bishops, I have the center, we have some conflict, right? Some potential for some conflict.
I think it's also connected with the match situation. Yeah, I'm not sure that Wesley would have chosen this path if the match would have been equal. But knowing that he needs to unbalance and get chances, it's basically understandable.
Well, in some ways, it's just such a beautiful situation to have, right? When you are white and you just have to win. Because in a way, all your bridges are burned, right? You just kind of go for it. And psychologically, it's not the most difficult situation.
But you still don't want to be in this situation, no? I mean, it's
you don't
much better to have an equal score.
You don't want to get there, but if you are there, then you just kind of just go for it. Yes, it's also liberating.
Yeah, that's true. But I think also it's very important, like Wesley is doing, that he's ready to take risks. Yeah, he's looking for a double H fight, but he doesn't force things. Yeah, it's very important that he keeps everything under control, because often I have noticed this, that in a must-win game, people are losing their minds. They think that they have to attack the opponent, and then the so-called defender, the player who is leading the match and has the black pieces, has the chance to counter the ultra aggressive play of their opponent. Yeah, and these super guys are so good at that. And what Wesley is doing, that he's ready to take this, but he doesn't give Magnus this chance of using the weakness of Wesley. He didn't weaken anything.
Oh yeah, I mean, so far it actually looks like a normal game. Bishop f4, rook a d1. It could be just a normal game. You don't feel that necessarily it's the fourth game of the match.
Exactly. Yeah, let's just play chess. It's a complex battle. Wesley has spent way more time than Magnus. Yeah, Magnus is up 3 minutes, but White has control. The big question is that, for example, after bishop f4, something like d5, e5, knight e4 is a concern or not, because knight takes e4, bishop f5 is always like a very double-edged question that is very difficult to answer.
Yeah, sometimes you would have to calculate knight f6 check. Rook e2 is a strange move.
Rook e2. Well, basically, if we just take a look at what I had in mind, just very quickly. So d5, e5, knight e4, knight takes e4, bishop f5. Then after knight f6, the move queen f6 was my defense, of course. Yeah, and ef, the queen is hanging. Now, for example, just the very same line, if the rook would be on e2, White would take now rook takes e2 and win the game. I mean, just to appreciate what these guys are really doing. Yeah, seemingly a move like rook e2, what is this? Why don't you develop the pieces? But maybe in one of these lines with d5, e5, it was very important for Wesley that his queen is protected.
That's a fair point. That's good to know.
Well, I mean, this is Wesley. If Wesley would have not played rook e2, I would have not been able to explain this to you, yeah? Thanks to rook e2, I had the chance.
But have you seen this motif before?
I mean, I have seen the motif, this bishop f5, knight f6, queen f6 for sure, but I haven't seen rook e2 yet.
It's a funny way of dealing with it, yeah? So
exactly. Exactly. No. Basically, it also means that black can't really play the desired d5, e5, knight e4 for the same reason. Yeah, that bishop f5, then we have knight f6 check, queen f6, ef, bishop c2, and again, no matter if the bishop is on c1 on f4, it still works in our favor. So, wow, Wesley is super deep. I mean, I don't know. He must have seen it somewhere. Yeah, he's such a hard worker, and he likes to work on his openings, and he devotes all his time. I mean, I love Wesley's kind of approach to chess. I feel it's very nice, and I also kind of agree with his approach.
Can we just
controlled, but also aggressive if he gets the chance, but stability and controlled aggression, yeah, if possible.
Can we take a look at what Mamedyarov is doing?
Oh my God! Did Prague blunder rook f5?
It looks likely, yes.
Don't tell me. Oh my God! We are talking about all these finesses, and here after b5, ab, rook b. I did not like f5, to be honest. It weakened, softened the structure, but I mean, rook d7 and then king g2, king g4. He was not in time to.
Well, I mean, he should have played king g7, you know.
I mean, he should have played something, yeah, because
played something, yeah. King g7, but, bishop c4, rook a7. G4 is a bit naive.
Yeah, he wanted to block the structure. Yeah, it's strategically very desirable. You get h5, king f7, and probably you hold. But unfortunately, bishop c4 hitting the pawn on e6, and after king f7, rook takes f5 using the pin, might win the match for Mamedyarov.
Yeah, because also he does not really have knight e5, right? I mean, knight e5 is a move that I want to play.
And then you even want bishop c3, or?
I wonder if White just has bishop c3 here.
Yeah, also promising, yeah.
Because it seems that White will just win more material.
Yeah, it's a heartbreak. Yeah, this is terrible. I mean, because Black just bounced back, yeah. So he created a chance for himself to fight in the match. And yeah, anyway, Mamedyarov, as we said, we were very happy with White's position, that White can squeeze this position forever. But finally, even falling into these tactics is painful.
Yeah, no, but I understand that Prague was probably really unhappy with the way the opening worked out for him, because in a final game of the match with Black, to have this long and fruitless defensive task is difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult, and it's a dream scenario for Mamedyarov. Yeah, king g6 played without taking any risk. He can squeeze the opponent, and yeah, Prague is in total horror. I mean, he's just he knows what he has done. It should have never happened, but it does happen to all of us. Wow. Okay,
Now
and
probably just
basically we
look up-
also have one more game that reached this so-called theoretical endgame with the e3 extra pawn. We have seen some finesses here from both sides, because now we see that White's king is cut on the first rank, yeah, with the second rank rook. But it wasn't like this. White was trying everything to keep his pawn on g2 as long as possible, but finally he was not really able to do that. And when he pushed h4, then already Liam immediately jumped at the chance to target this pawn, provoke g3, and then rush back with the rook to the second rank, cut the king. So now Anish has only one idea to get his rook to f2 to free his king. This is what he's doing, but it will not help. I mean, okay.
Normally not, but
Should be
I
a dead
noticed
draw.
that for computers, all these endgames, they're just 0-0-0. Of course, people still find ways to lose them every now and then.
Yeah, because okay, for people it's very important that okay, I have rook f2, then I will come with the king and I will torture. Yeah, that's the only thing that matters. Computers of course think that okay, you can't win it. But sometimes I don't know how computers work, so one cannot say that the computers don't have a sense of humor. Yeah, that sometimes the computer side is pawn done, and he even gives small advantage to the person who is pawn down. I just cannot understand this. I mean, it should be enough that it's 0-0. You don't have to give minus 0-0-5, you know? I mean, for which purpose? Did you notice this? Did you see this already?
Well, what engines do you use? Because I don't think Stockfish does it. Yeah, maybe Lila does it. I don't know.
No, I think I have seen from Stockfish. I think I have I mean, okay, whenever I see it, I close it immediately. I mean, okay, don't try to, you know, do this to me. But yeah, okay, this is a draw. Prague is in a lot of trouble. I mean, pawn on e6 is also falling. It's already 2 pawns and no mating attack. I mean, the knight would have to be on f3 in order to create some problems, but the knight is just too far away. Also, Mamedov has 6.5 minutes on the clock. Don't see any sense for drama, but I mean, this Veslisov against Magnus at the moment, we will keep an eye on both games. If there will be some extraordinary development, we will jump right in there. But for the moment, this is a very intriguing position. b5.
I like b5. Yeah? He's creating counterplay.
Yeah, and also one of the main points of White's position is the knight on c3, yeah, that it's so powerful, and you are getting ready eventually to kick it, and then the e4 pawn will be vulnerable. How do we deal with this? And Wesley is spending already 4 minutes.
One question I have to ask. So two years ago, maybe even more than 2 years ago, the first time I was doing commentary with Gusti, there was a big discussion if it's okay for strong players to call a knight horsey.
Yes, this actually, we had Levon in our studio in Miami, and he was explaining all the finesses of this, because I got confused. When is it horsey? When is it knight? I mean, it was too confusing, and whenever I wanted to use it, it turned out that it was a wrong moment. Yeah. So you are an expert.
There is nothing wrong with saying a horsey. Eh? Just some people found this objectionable. I thought maybe you, with your classical chess upbringing, you would say horsey is not a thing. Yeah, but
no. I mean, I don't take it personal. No. It's I mean, the point of the knights, yeah, that they have to do their job. Yeah, and this is exactly what confused me. Yeah, that if this knight is doing its job, then is it a knight or is it a horsey? Because normally, if somebody is doing something great, yeah, then you tend to say, you know, that bravo, yeah, or something, yeah. So that's why I got confused.
No, I thought you know, horsey was a way of being emotional towards your pieces. For instance, if you want to activate your knight that is not doing too well, and you really want to help out, yeah, then you feel more affectionate.
Exactly. This I mean, to show some passion for this piece. Yes. Yeah, that I mean, of course, yeah. I know that you are passive at the moment and you are trying to get out, and I want to support you. This is also my aim, yeah. Something like this. But by the way, things happened here in the game that I'm very worried for white, because I did not like this opening up the center, and also this knight or horse suddenly has this h7 square, which is very nice. It can go to f8, can go to e6, it can protect the pawn, the bishop on d7. And Wesley wanted to get access to the d5 square, but
I think mainly it's the other square. Yeah, it's e4 d6, which is eyeing for his knight.
This one, yeah.
Yeah.
But knight e4 always will be met by bishop f5.
Well, I'm not sure yet. Yeah, because white also has rook d1. There is some tactical vulnerability of the bishop on d7. I think it's still a full-fledged battle, to be fair.
Yes, it feels like it, but can't I take on e3 and go knight g5, or then I want to use the momentum, yeah, to liquidate. Some takes knight g5.
I would have to calculate, yeah. Knight takes g5, you take with the.
I take with the queen.
And then knight e4 will not work, right?
Then I go queen g6. But then you have rook g3. That's it. Okay, so and if I take on e5, what was your trick?
No, I didn't have a trick. I was hoping I might have a trick, but I was not sure.
Yeah, no, because actually I have force in both. Yeah, that I have queen g6, but also if I can in fact take on e5. Okay, so let me take knight g5. I give you some time. How would you react?
It's difficult.
Yeah, because I want to touch this e5 pawn as quickly as possible, yeah? Because you highlighted that, yeah, white actually has this rook d1, knight e4, knight d6, or eventually knight d5 if I have trouble getting out of the pin.
But maybe I can take on g5 and play knight d5 after that.
Wow, so after rook e5 you have f4.
I have f4, yes.
To highlight this. This is... I have never seen this motive, to be honest.
But it's probably also...
And even queen f5 doesn't help because there is a fork on e7, yeah?
Oh, that's lucky for white, but also maybe instead of rook e5, you have a bunch of solid moves.
Yeah, just to because this is kind of nice that almost it looks like black is surviving, but you can just trade and there is knight e7 fork at the end. So knight d5, yeah? Takes knight d5.
Maybe you can play bishop e6. Although not without some trepidation, right?
Yeah, I mean, probably this is because Magnus has to kind of understand where the danger is coming, yeah?
Bishop e6, knight f6 check. Yeah, I saw this too late. Yeah, Tadeusz was in time to correct me.
Yeah, Tadeusz, also knows everything. He's just in the background and he's too shy. He doesn't want to interfere all the time. But we know that he knows, and he's there. He's all the time there.
I have once solved tactics together with him, and he's very, very good.
Well, I'm doing this broadcast already for quite some time with Tadeusz. I have huge respect, I can tell you, and I was also so happy to see him in the Polish league winning some very important, crucial games against really strong players. By the way, Magnus opted for my kind of reaction, which makes me worried, because it's the first time Magnus is listening to me, and I mean, it puts some pressure, yeah?
I think you'll be fine.
You think so, yeah?
Yeah, but you know what? They're still playing. Just give me like 2 minutes. I just need to step out for a second.
Yeah, of course. I mean, okay, the dramas are coming.
Yes.
So now knight g5, it's the moment when Wesley has to make up his mind. Yeah, that's it. We have non-stop action. Yeah, we have no time to breathe. We have no time to refresh whatsoever. But since we know that the players are giving it all, we have to cover and try to give you guys all the emotions that we feel. By the way, yeah, Plug has lost. I mean, I'm really sad for the fact that he bounced back. Yeah, I mean, he showed character, he showed class. Bouncing back against Mamedjalov is by no means a given, showing his extraordinary talent. But then he ended up in this unpleasant position, and he was unhappy. And then being unhappy suddenly made him stumble into a very simple tactic, yeah, which he will be, it's not Plug standard, and that will be haunting him. I hope that he forgets as quickly as possible and will get ready for tomorrow's battles with his usual composure, because one thing we have noticed with him throughout the tour, that whenever he lost some games, he was bouncing back. Yeah, that's the typical Prag. That's we want to see. So good luck for Prag tomorrow. At the moment, big congratulations to Magnus, because knowing how strong Prag is in the whole tour, winning this match against Prag, I think means a lot to Magnus and will give him confidence. But all eyes on this game between Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen right now. So Wesley opted for rook ae1. So Wesley just protects the pawn and frees the rook on e3. Yes, so now he will be ready to go rook g3 eventually. So bishop c6 played by Magnus. The bishop is wonderful in this diagonal. Any kind of knight jump, yeah, no matter knight d5 or knight e4 is now taken under control. And this is exactly what I have been worried for Wesley. Knowing that he needs to win. If black will be able to eliminate the knight for the bishop, then there is just no way that we can imagine white creating enough winning chances on the king side. And the bishop on c6 is now very strong. I find it very hard to believe that Wesley will get chance. And he goes knight e4. Basically inviting bishop takes e4. Now queen takes e5 is impossible because the queen is threatening the bishop, and Magnus is not yet taking on e4. Does he consider queen g6? But that might run into knight f6 check. Again, the same tactic that Tadeas told us. So be careful, Magnus. Pay attention. You probably can't play queen g6 because of knight f6 check.
Gotta take that horsey.
Yeah, bishop takes e4 will be played. It's just kind of that Magnus is taking his time. He's hesitating a bit. And we already have seen a couple of blunders today, yeah, with all the tension and all the pressure on the players.
There is really no other move, right? Queen g6 losing. There is no other move.
Exactly. That's why I'm kind of, that, okay, on one side, if Magnus blunders, we're going to see an incredible blitz playoff. But, I mean, okay, you don't want to see a blunder like this.
But also, how losing is that? What do you think? For instance, queen g6, knight f6. So takes, rook g3, queen takes g3, fg, and say rook e6.
Yeah, but probably you don't want to find out, no?
You probably don't want to find out, but I'm just curious, because I think like computer would probably give like +5. But humanly, I'm never really sure how well I would do this job.
Exactly. I mean, rook e6 was a monster defense. Otherwise, probably it's losing on the spot, yeah. But yeah, rook e6, and if you ever get the chance to play fe, then you think like if you're not gonna get checkmated, then these pawns won't win the game, yeah.
They will have it. They will find it difficult to win the game. Yes.
And Magnus goes queen g6. No, I mean I felt it. I can't believe. Knight f6 check. I mean then he will have to dig in your defense with rook e6.
So knight f6 and then queen takes c6 is stronger, yeah? Thank you, Tadej.
Yeah, but I mean, hang on now. All eyes on Wesley. I mean, how he will react to this moment?
I mean, queen g6 is a really bad blunder.
And look at this. I think Magnus is holding his breath. I mean, of course, it's the typical move. You play queen g6 and you realize what you have done on the board.
This is a really bad blunder.
I mean, when you had the chance to play bishop takes e4, yeah, and okay, some small minor issues, but okay, for Magnus standard, it shouldn't be. And then, oh my God. Wow.
Well, I missed it. Magnus missed it. Tadej did not miss it. I think this is
okay. Gf6 played. Okay, Magnus is now very upset.
Importantly, queen takes c6 is brutal. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, queen c6 is brutal. But okay,
this take the queen. Yeah.
And then rook g3 is coming, but of course Wesley goes for rook g3. Takes rook e6 will be blitzed out, and then okay, probably Magnus shouldn't be blitzing out anything. He has to now adjust to the new situation. But your defense was rook e6.
I don't
on the board.
I don't think White will win this position.
On the board. So, because now it will be technical and Wesley will spend some time. Let's just go back for 1 second, and after gf6 to, because rook g3 is so thematic. Yeah, you think like you sacrifice with knight f6 because of rook g3, but in fact Tadeas told us that computer claims that queen c6 just is brutal strong because there is no defense against rook g3. You start also collecting the pawns. Pawn on f6 is hanging, king on g8 is terrible. Ah, wow, rook ac8, queen d7, rook cd8, and e6 being the point. Okay, give me a break, guys. I mean, if you do this in an online game, I don't know, it's impossible.
No, after rook e6, yeah, it's not easy. Like if we
Not
go
easy,
back
yeah.
to the position that we have,
I mean, you claimed. But okay, Tadeas is mentioning that, of course, yeah, this was the most beautiful way of converting, but all other moves were also very good for white. So after all, that was the more practical way for Wesley. However, I would say that he's so happy that he got here, yeah, because at the moment when he played knight e4, he was probably thinking that after bishop e4, he has to try to squeeze something out of nothing, and now he has some chances after all.
oh yeah, he has chances, but okay, what a big scare for Magnus, and I think he'll be relieved that he didn't have to defend after queen c6, yeah, and now he has this position.
Well, to be honest, because he blundered knight f6, he's very lucky that he's still alive and he didn't have to resign on the spot.
To be fair, yeah,
I mean,
he's
the
lucky to
blunder
be alive.
itself deserved to be losing on the spot, yeah, because it was such a heavy blunder.
That's true. So what do I do now? So if I go rook e8, you have rook f1, right?
Then rook f1, but okay, also how much is that? But that's what we want, yeah. Sidestepping, you can't take fe, you have to take rook and then queen f6 and double attack on these 2 pawns.
Yeah, I probably need to just take on e5 right now, yeah, whilst I still have a chance. So not
after queen f5, immediately fe5, yeah?
fe5, yeah, and after rook e5, I will now go rook, probably rook e8. I don't know if it's smarter to just
trade and then try to dig in, yeah, immediately.
Yeah, but these b pawns, they bother me. I will never get them exchanged. They bother me.
But so it means that after rook a8, the question is rook c5, yeah, fe5 played by Magnus.
Yeah.
Takes, and this is now a critical moment, yeah, that will Magnus think that trading the rook, the good defending rook, and then eventually abandoning some pawn on the queen side, but to try to get the other rook to e6, or if he tries to get that, but then he gives the option for white to avoid the trade of rooks. Tough call.
Yeah, some tough calls, yeah.
Rook a8.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't want to lose the pawn by force, yeah, which he would after rook takes e5. So now rook c5 is probably smart.
I mean, rook e8 is the most logical human way, and Wesley gives check on g4. Why does he do that? He wants to go rook h5?
I don't know, because now after rook g6, rook e8, bishop e8, I didn't lose the pawn, yeah? I will go rook e6 and then a4, yeah? And I will just draw this.
You have now, but actually now you can force the trade of rooks, yeah, with rook g6.
I can force the trade of rooks, and I did not lose the pawn by force.
I mean, this is the line that you are mentioning, yeah? And then rook e6, yeah? And put the pawn on a4, and then this is what we talked right from the beginning, that how will white be able to break, and rook g6 on the board.
Yeah, I think this one will be a draw.
Well, I mean, okay, I don't know exactly what it will be. It will be 100 moves, so 100 plus, that's for sure.
Well, it's only 31 now.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, Wesley has to play on till the computer stops the game.
By the way, is Liam in trouble? I think we can take an excursion to other games, because this one will be 100 moves.
Yeah, exactly. And now everything stabilized. Yeah, that Magnus will get the pawn to a4, will get the rook to e6, and then 100 moves will start. What is this endgame? But why do you think that it's so problematic?
Well, it just looked more problematic than before, yeah? But now, okay, the pawn endgame is a draw, and probably everything is a draw, right?
Yeah, I understand your scare. Yeah, that actually Black's king is kind of cut off. Yeah, on the 6th rank. Yeah, if the king would be on g7, we would be saying that it's handshake. But yeah, with this king on e4, still there are. But yeah, he's trying to get rook e5, king f5 in or whatever. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the fact that the pawn endgame is a dead draw, this eases Black's defense.
Yeah, no, this. He could also go king e5, right? Because the pawn endgame is a draw.
But okay, anyway, after king e5, I'm not settling anything yet, yeah? So
Yeah.
Black will just have to shuffle after the White's king is also cut. White's king is completely cut with the rook on f5. In fact, Black has to do nothing. Black will just move up and down with king e5, king e4. And we know exactly that g4 is never the stat, so somewhere some rook g6, rook g5 will be White's only idea. Yeah, he's also going rook h6 first.
But then Black will be able to take that rook and play king f5, yeah? So he needs to keep his king close. Maybe just king e5, king e4 forever.
Yeah, this looks like a very safe bet. Yeah, king e5, king e4. Yeah, I don't see any big drama, and then we are in for a treat, yeah, because then we have definitely one blitz playoff guaranteed. And all eyes, now we can jump back to the Magnus's game. Yeah, nothing really happened. Yeah, Magnus set it up, this fortress, pawn b5, a4, bishop c6, rook e6, pawn on f7. This is the key pawn because it gives the stability for the rook, which covers both the e6 and the g6 square. These are so important squares so that the rook can go back and forth and Black can never be put in zugzwang. Yeah, this we often see also queen versus rook can be a draw with the pawn on f7. Yeah, that's why Rustam was actually saying that he doesn't believe that White can break this, because this is a total cement.
Well, White's only chance, as far as I can see, is to play h4, h5 at some point. Need to play h4,
and then
h5.
g5 as well. Yeah, you have to. He goes g5 immediately. He wants to provoke g5. Please weaken your structure. Then I have something to play for. And otherwise, if you take h5, queen g5, rook g6, then eventually there will be this h pawn.
Oh, queen e5 check, right? And
yes,
and
but I mean, still, it is hard to. But of course, okay, White will play on, and you go g4, king g3, you start pushing. It's scary.
Well, for the draw, I need to be able to go b4, a3. But it's not easy to do this, right?
Yeah, to eliminate. And look at this. Magnus goes h5. Very scary move, but also very understandable. He doesn't want to give White the chance. King g3, king h4, trying to target the pawn. And look at this computer evaluation dropped. What is it? Is it some rook e4, h4? Is that so important? But no, I don't think so. Could it be?
I thought maybe bishop e4, g6.
Wow, you might have time for it.
I thought bishop e4, g6, and then rook e4, and just kind of a forever fortress.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. So maybe then king g3 was a... We have seen the computer completely dislike this move.
No, I think White had to do something like queen d4 check, take his chance.
Yeah, then the king would have to decide probably to move to h7, yeah?
I thought you would go to g6.
Or to g8. Or to g6, but I was scared to go to g6.
Yeah, I understand, yeah.
Yeah, because then eventually some h4, queen h8, whatever.
But now there might be ideas, right? I don't know, g4, h4, for instance, and I can go h5, h6.
Yeah, also you have some queen h4, then just targeting also, very simply.
Also queen h4, yeah. He had this, yeah, but now he played bishop e4.
Bishop e4, yeah, now Magnus is completely in chilling mode.
Yeah, and then bishop g6, rook e4, this is a fortress.
Wow, but now, yeah, simply Black can afford to give out the b5 pawn. b5 pawn doesn't mean anything. Yeah, Magnus goes bishop g6, takes, and then rook e4, and this bishop protects everything, protects the rook, and then, okay, Black will always just move up and down with the king.
Well, one thing that Wesley will not be able to claim in this match is that he didn't get chances. He got a fair amount of chances in this match, but didn't use them well.
Yeah, basically finally in both of his white games, yeah, he got chances.
Well, he got really big chances, yeah, not just any.
Yeah. No, of course. I mean, second game he was basically winning. Yeah, Magnus just gives the check first and then sets up the rook on e4, sets up the blockade. Complete blockade. I mean, this is the dream come true, yeah? Before the bishop on c6 was doing nothing.
Yeah, bishop on g6 fulfills so many defensive tasks, right? Defends the king, defends all the pawns, defends the rook. It just, that's a beautiful bishop.
Absolutely. I mean, wow, and Magnus survives this terrible blunder. But you know, I already had this sense, yeah, because after knight e4, bishop e4 was like the only move, and Magnus started to think, and I thought like, oh my god, yeah, because queen g6, if not knight f6, it would have been so much more precise than bishop e4. Yeah, that was the trick why Magnus fell into it.
Yeah, no, and then when Wesley did not take queen takes c6 and went for the queen, I had the sense that probably not going to work out.
Yeah, but honestly, I think that he even did not notice that there is this queen takes c6 move. Yeah, because it's so much, you know, that knight f6, gf, rook gc, and then I will have chance, and I will see what I can do. It's I don't think that if he would have seen the move queen c6, he would have paused and maybe understood that actually that's much better than this endgame. Yeah, now okay, it's that doesn't really matter because okay, eventually white will have to play this king f2, then go g4, h h4. Yeah, the plan that you mentioned. Magnus goes rook d4.
Yeah, and then he has to get h5 before black can exchange on the queen side. I don't think this is realistic. But okay, he will try, right? He will play on a bit. He has to.
For sure. Yeah, definitely will try.
And in the meantime, Shahryar did win. So that
Shahryar won. Yeah, and Anish Giri Liam ended in a draw. So we're gonna see a blitz playoff. It's a 2-2 tie there. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda crushed Arjun Erigaisi 2.5-half. The first game being the decider there. There was a chance that Arjun takes game 1, but finally that was won by Duda, and after that there was no way back. I mean, the second game we did see that Arjun was trying everything with white. He even had some chances at some point, but finally it didn't work out. And then Duda just crushed game 3. And okay, Liam against Anish match is very close. None of the sides could ever really break the opponent. Yeah, the players with the black pieces were too deeply prepared. White never got anything.
No, it looks like a match that could easily go into Armageddon. Very often it happens, yeah. Both sides are very solid. It just goes straight into Armageddon and then some mess starts.
It could easily, but I would also go as far as they played some kind of chess that could have easily happened in some classical, for example, candidates match, yeah, because they showed such a deep preparation, yeah, both. Never giving their opponents a chance, yeah, which usually, of course, in online format, we prefer all the roller coaster rides, yeah, I mean, not this perfect preparation play, but it's also wonderful to see that the players take this tournament so seriously, yeah, that's also very important. h4, fixing the weakness on h3, and before white could get access to the h4 pawn, black is threatening rook h2.
Okay, it's probably an easy draw, but hg is also a theoretical draw, right? Because after queen g4, rook b6, I'll go rook e6, and I can just go bishop takes h5, right?
Yes, but of course, if Magnus sees that he can just lock everything down with the rook on h2, then why not to do that?
Can he lock everything down?
I mean, or you will start queen f1, and then you start walking up with the king trying to get to f8.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, but then there is some intrigue, yeah, because actually this h4 move was very ambitious.
But in fact, white probably cannot create a threat. So rook h2, queen f1, then I let you walk to e7, and I go king g8.
Yeah, let's just show that basically the queen protects the pawn. It's ugly, it's passive, but black can't really do anything, and then the idea is to try to activate the king all the way to f8. But
But after king e7, I'll go king g8.
Uh-huh.
And
So
you will
okay,
not get
let's
anywhere, yeah?
just make some moves, yeah.
I don't see how white can create a decisive threat.
Okay, queen a1, for example.
Rook takes h3.
I mean, you can also give a check, unfortunately.
No, but I just want to take rook h3.
Yeah. I mean, I want to give a check.
King g7?
Ah, king g7. Yeah, I wanted to. You'd never give me king f8. Yeah. Okay, so, but this is now a lockdown, no?
Yeah, now that's a perfect lockdown now, yeah.
I think this is a... No one moves anywhere. Yeah, because actually Magnus didn't go for rook h2. Yeah, he just kept the rook on a2, active, and after queen e1 gave the check. Yeah, this was the other defense, which I like even more.
Yeah, it's the match basically. Yeah, there is nothing to be done.
It's
now.
the match, yeah. And
So the
tiebreak will start 5 past the hour in Giri versus Liam Le. Ah no, correction, 0-3 actually. 2 minutes sooner even. All right, so basically in 3 minutes. 3 minutes time. Queen d8. Is there some Zugzwang? I can't imagine. Yeah, I can't imagine. But eventually king h7, queen f8, and then queen h6 would be a terrible problem. Rook d3 played.
So this is the one thing to avoid, right? Queen
yes,
f8.
the only trap. Yeah, before the king was marching to f8, and also queen march to f8 should be stopped. Yeah, rook on d3, beautifully protected by the bishop.
Yeah, this is the draw that Magnus did not deserve, right?
Yeah, he did. I mean, yeah, we have mixed feelings with this one. After that blunder. On the other hand, I think Magnus will be on one side a bit ashamed that he blundered like this, but he will be all the more happy that he survived.
Well, basically, in my experience, you forgive yourself for pretty much anything if the result is fine, right? At the end of the day, the winner finds it easier to forgive his mistakes.
Exactly. The winner might be complaining, you know, that, oh, it shouldn't happen, you know, I'm like this, but deep in his heart, he's so happy that he survived. Yeah.
Yes.
King g7. Yeah, nothing to be done. Yeah, black is just going up and down with the king. Beautiful fortress.
Yeah, nothing to be done here. And so only
waiting for the, basically in 2 minutes we will actually have the blitz playoff. I really hope that this game will end by then, so that we can fully focus. Yeah, because okay, this is also so important that it's kind of difficult to leave.
But also, I don't see what can happen here. Like, I don't see how white could possibly create a winning chance.
Yeah, I mean, okay, white is just playing. West is also down to 36 seconds. And usually, if you have to defend, it's always unpleasant to defend. But here it's just so clear what to do. Queen e5, king h7.
Yeah, also, I don't see a plausible blunder. Like, what could he possibly blunder? Yeah.
Yeah, only this queen f8 at some point, but okay, this will never happen.
But he saw it by now, right? Here there is.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean that he has seen it's clear. Yeah, but white is trying to shuffle as long as maybe your opponent's head starts to spin. Yeah, that's the only hope. But Magnus having his drink, refreshing himself, and look at the way Wesley is sitting there. He doesn't believe in any miracles here. Obviously.
Yeah.
Also, Tadej has informed us that Liam has taken the black pieces for the first blitz game. He chose the black pieces. It gives Anish the chance to play again with the white pieces. On the other hand, Liam is a psychologist, yeah, that he has seen that Anish Anish came very well prepared for that game, but Liam was even deeper prepared, yeah, and he managed to neutralize. So there is now a big pressure on Anish to make up his mind immediately in the first game. That will he just move away, or does he have something in his pocket in this variation?
Finally, this game is drawn.
Finally, Wesley. Wow, what a disappointment for Wesley. He had his chance, as you said.
Yeah, he had two very, very big chances in this match. And but the one time that Magnus got his chance, he sort of used it. And that makes all the difference, right?
Yeah, and now we will be probably hearing from both players. I really hope if there will be this interview, then they let the players, you know, the blitz playoff be postponed a couple of minutes, just so that we can have the interviews.
So close to making a comeback in this game. What happened?
Okay, well, he blundered. I mean, in the opening, he equalized very well. I mixed up my preparation, and then I got absolutely nothing out of the opening. He's got bishop pair. So it was completely equal. And then, you know, Magnus was just playing so well in this match that even when he blundered with queen g6, he still saved it. Okay, it's also my fault. I mean, after queen g6, of course, I shouldn't let this slip. But I should just play queen takes c6, like check, queen takes c6. And probably it's just totally lost. But as Fischer said, you know, pass his queen, go for the queen. Huh? So I just thought I win the queen, so I played it without thinking. And I just completely forgot that black has a fortress. I think after an f6, g6, queen c6, I mean, I don't see how black can defend, so it's probably just totally lost. I mean, he's gonna lose one pawn at least. His king's very weak. Maybe he'll lose 2 pawns. But in the queen endgame, okay, I was very stupid to getting my king stuck on h2 after that was over. When he played rook a2, I mean, I'm not sure if I have any winning chances here, but I have to make a run for it with king f4, rook a3, queen f1.
It was already pretty tough.
It was also a draw, yeah, if I go king f4.
Yeah, you're right about queen c6 being the best option there.
Like plus what? What was the evaluation?
It was very close to winning that after queen c6 because he can't fight with rook g3. But I want to ask you, with both the white pieces, you have, you know, you created your chances. What are the positives according to you in this match, even though it didn't go your way?
I mean, I think I'm playing relatively okay. I mean, probably not as good as Toronto, but not that bad. Not US championship level. not play where Christopher Yu will beat you. But I mean, Magnus just very tough. He sees everything. He just gives no chances. And hopefully I can play better tomorrow. But the third game was also critical. Like, I looked briefly on chess bomb what's happening. I got too ambitious in the opening with g5, h5, and my king got too vulnerable. So yeah, Magnus plays like a pillar sometimes.
Long tournament to go. Wesley, all the best for tomorrow's round. Thank you.
Yeah, we heard it from Wesley that there was this queen takes c6 moment, but we have no time to rest because we already have another open Spanish. It's the first blitz game of this match, and it's the 5 minutes plus 3 seconds time control. Yeah, just if I forgot to mention, it's very important that it's 5 minutes plus 3 seconds. So things are still kind of a little bit slow, but it's not about slowness. Look at this, how the players are blitzing out like if it would be a bullet game. I mean, Rustam, tell me what you think of this.
Why? I mean, I don't understand king h8. Yeah, I would go knight ed4 and exchange the white queen by force, right?
You suggest knight ed4, yeah, just to... Well, looks very tempting because actually with king h8 you are asking for some trouble with queen h5.
Yeah, because I think white's only chance is a kingside attack, and I don't see. I mean, why is black provoking this?
Yeah, I mean, some sacrifice on h6.
Yeah, it could be very difficult to deal with.
But Anish goes h5, and computer agrees with h5. So after knight ed4, there is something in the position.
H5 is also slightly weird to me.
It's strange, yeah. I would perfectly agree with what you have said. Yeah, that queen h5 and then try to sacrifice on h6.
Just play the end game, yeah. Knight d4, queen takes c8,
and then takes on a5 at some point, or what?
Maybe just not take on a5. Yeah, I'm not sure taking on a5 is correct. Maybe just play with your strategy. Just keep the knight on c4.
Yeah, you have to play with the knight on c4, of course. Yeah, that's kind of the key, because this pawn is never important. We have seen in these games also that white collected some pawn, but finally it was never enough. Yeah, it's more about the stability of this knight. If that can bring us success, then it's great. If it's not enough, then it's not enough.
Because that is a beautiful horsey.
Yeah, knight on c4 is lovely. And the bishop on b4 is stupido. Yeah, this bishop on b4 is doing absolutely nothing. Finally, knight ed4 on the board. Now we're gonna see this endgame.
Yeah, now probably importantly, rook takes c8, yeah, not knight takes f3.
Yeah, I want to keep this d4 knight as long as possible, and also because just to highlight what we are talking about, after knight takes f3, gf3, rook d takes c8, suddenly white gets this chance of going f4, king g2, king f3, king e4, and also some f5, f6 ideas. I mean, a lot of dynamics, so you don't want to do that. And Anish is provoking it. Yeah, please take it. I'm gonna king h2. But
so finally Liam got into some trouble in this opening, right?
Yeah, well, okay, it's also a blitz game. Yeah, it's not so easy to control everything. But still, how do you break? I mean, okay, you did king h2, and what next?
That is a good question.
I mean, definitely we will be keeping the two knights on d4 and b5. The b5 knight covers the d6 square, and we will never take on f3. Or will you finally move the knight and then go f4, g4, and then push?
Well, for this reason, I would like to bring the rook to e6. So just play. I would like to go rook e8, rook e6, so that control some center, so that I can also go maybe.
Eventually f6
Eventually
is necessary,
f6,
yeah?
yes.
Yeah, but Liam opts for knight e6. Yeah, he wants to reshuffle. Is he planning to bring the knight from b5 to d4? But okay, then he gives the d6 square.
Yeah. Also, knight h4 is looking very attractive now, and then f4.
Yeah, it's like a wonderful Berlin. Yeah, it feels like something went wrong for Liam. And also behind on the clock, but knight fd2, hang on. But then the a5 pawn will fall. Knight fd2. I got excited that maybe we can trade this terrible bishop, yeah, but then the pawn structure will be vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, you can take on d2, but the price, right?
Yeah, and also combining the d6 square, the a5 weakness plus f4, f5 ideas, it's too much to handle.
Well, maybe it's still the best chance, no, to take and then try to exchange some pieces.
But how do we change? That's
Bishop
the problem.
d2?
Bishop d2, bishop d2.
Knight bd4.
Knight bd4, yeah. That's kind of my choice as well. I mean, forget about the pawn. Yeah, bishop takes d2, played. Practically, you have to take. And I'm not sure that I'm happy that, yeah, knight bd4 as well. That Anish let this happen.
Well, he will win this pawn, for instance, after knight d6. Maybe black will go rook. Or also rook f8 is a possibility, right?
Yeah, it is a possibility. I mean, there are all kinds of nuances. I'm worried of course, the pawn. Yeah, knight d6, also some f4, f5 ideas. That's why you are also trying to get ready for that, yeah? With rook f8, f6.
Yeah, difficult with white also to keep perfect control here.
Yeah, that's the reason why I felt like for blitz purposes, knight fd2 suddenly gave black a practical chance. Yeah, that that I take on d2, I go knight bd4, I give this pawn, I don't care, but I just want to somehow survive. While if it would have not happened, then how to get rid of this b4 bishop, yeah? That. But okay, Anish maybe says, guys, what are you talking about? I have one pawn, I have a knight on c4, I have possibilities on the king side. It's more than enough for me.
Looks difficult, yeah. Rook b4, rook d4, the rooks are coming.
But always there will be knight d6. I mean, for
Knight
example...
d6 is not the end of the world, yeah? King g8.
It's not, yeah. But it's the beginning. So... But if I go rook a7, can you go rook d4, or how you react after rook a7?
Probably king g8 first.
Just king g8, yeah, like this. Yeah, and the problem is that after f4, rook b4 or rook d4, the f4 pawn will be vulnerable. This disturbs me.
Yeah, and also after knight, for instance, rook a7, I think this line is important. King g8, knight d6. I think black can just take rook takes b2. And there is maybe no good way for white to take on f7.
Like this, yeah, and Anish goes g3, yeah, he prepares f4. But it gives black some time. Okay, king g8 blitzed out.
King g8, f4, maybe we should just abandon the pawn, yeah? Just play, for instance, now f4.
And then hide the king on g4, yeah?
And then hide the king on g4, yes.
Yeah, just to illustrate something like this, that we just give up everything. I mean, okay, just the pawn, and then we stabilize the knight. No, Anish goes rook c1, yeah, he defends. He wants to control everything. Usually Anish is so good in that, yeah, that, I mean, he takes perfect control, and then slowly he builds up.
By the way, do you think his style is similar to yours? Like, how do you feel about this?
Well, actually very similar. Also that he's very well prepared. He likes to know everything. Yeah, he's very deep.
Because in a way, the game he's playing, if somebody told me this was your game, I would also not be surprised, you know?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I even wanted to announce that I want to go g3, king g2, and okay, rook c1, I want to stabilize and then slowly take it from there. Rook d4 played. And also with the many draws, with many missed opportunities, many chances, yeah, because I feel like Anish is also letting so many good possibilities slip, yeah, and it was also one of my big trademarks. So basically, it looked like, you know, I have tons of draws, like I'm playing for the draw. No, it was not like I was somehow not capable of winning many winning positions, yeah. Otherwise, the picture could have been completely different.
But I think it comes with a very clean style.
Yeah.
Because when you keep things clean, you let a lot of opportunities sleep, because a lot of opportunities, they are messy.
Exactly. That this desire to control everything, yeah, this is the problem, yeah, that I never want to give up the control, but finally, in order to win the game in from a better position, you have to jump into the uncertain or something, yeah.
Well, this is the thing, yeah. There is this moment. I also found this always difficult, but there is this moment where you have to take responsibility, go into unclear complications, and calculate your way. It's difficult to finish the game off without difficult calculation at the end.
And there you have it, king g2. Yeah, this kind of move, g3, king g2, come very natural to Anish and to me. But yeah, also the decisive blow should be now coming, because Anish deserves to win this game. I mean, he managed to put this incredible solid line under some pressure. And this is how I feel that if you do this, then you deserve to win.
Well, now he'll go f4, right?
Yeah, f4 looks now very tempting.
f4, knight d4, rook d1. He plays rook a1.
Okay, this is also very clever, because now rook d4 will be already met by rook a8. And then trade, and then some knight d6 and some mating ideas against king on h7.
Yeah, no, he has a very good chance to win this game cleanly in your best traditions.
Yeah, and okay, also Liam down to 26 seconds.
This should not help. White will also get a mating attack, right? Like rook a8, king h7, knight d6.
Well, computer agrees.
I mean,
It looks like it should be over.
Yeah, no, just because I think white is mating simply. Knight d6, rook b2, rook c8, yeah, and
Yeah, and then how to deal with this
yeah, no, white will
8th
enter.
rank.
And,
Yeah, you will have to break with g6 at some point, but it doesn't seem to help.
it doesn't really even change anything.
Yeah.
Because g6, g8, I will still mate with rook h8. Rook
Exactly,
e8.
yeah, the double rooks on, I mean, something like this. And then check, takes, and then rook a to g8, checkmate against king on g6. But Anish has to make up his mind. He's down to 29 seconds. And there is something to calculate. 20. And he goes for it. Look at also the very determined look on Anish's face. Yeah, that he knows that I definitely don't want to spoil this. Yeah, this is my momentum. Rook e8.
Rook e8 is a tricky move, yeah, because now it allows some knight jumps. I would not allow knight c7, for instance. Why?
But he wants to go there and look at okay, g6, rook e8. Now we are getting that mating net that we call
Also, g6 also knight e4 looks strong, yeah, but also rook a8, yes.
But I mean,
why didn't he play knight c7? I don't understand.
Okay, down to 5-6 seconds, so difficult, yeah. Yeah, so we are expecting check and then knight g7,
knight e8,
knight e8, and that's it. What Anish goes? Because king h7, knight e4, yeah, and that's it. Knight e8 now. It's the same. f5, he takes f6. Liam is fighting. Wow, and Anish down to 10 seconds. Rook g7, king f5. Still hoping for some miracle. Rook f2 check. Maybe time to go knight d6. Yeah, knight d6. Anish goes. Yeah, opening up and then rook f7. Wow, perfect.
This is nice, yes.
Very nice.
Rook f7, rook a7, and he should bring this one home.
Yeah, this is the moment when it doesn't matter how much time you have, you know, it's over. But okay, we already have seen some miracles.
But okay, he's winning the pawn by force, right? Or not quite? Maybe not quite. Rook e4, yeah, this should do it.
Yeah. Should do, yeah. Wow, 8 seconds for Liam, 13 for Anish. But okay, basically the clock doesn't mean anything. This is the moment when you feel like I can give you even 1 week, my friend. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Well, black stand definitely doesn't matter, yeah.
Yeah. And now the knight also joins the party. The rook on a4 is kind of pinned, and Anish goes for the pawn endgame.
Yeah, which
knight
is
c4
really
takes,
trivial, yes.
and then goes king h3, f4, and collects. Anish even removed the headphone already in advance. Yeah, he knows it. That's it. No noise can disturb me in this position. And Liam resigns. Wow. I mean, really wonderful technique by Anish here.
Yeah, really, really not bad. Yeah, especially given that it's a blitz game. Very, very nice. And
I mean, never give Anish his type of positions. Yeah, then he's just brilliant. Too brilliant. 5 minutes till the next game. Yeah, so now Liam in a must-win situation. A lot of pressure on him because Anish has been very solid throughout the match. Wow, how do you approach such situation? This is now blitz, yeah, so you can take more risk. You can try to go for some more complex positions that maybe you don't fancy yet in 15 minutes games. Do you have any mindset strategy for that?
I think the usual strategy is just to go knight f3, g3, b3 and hope for the best, no?
Just, you are suggesting something like this, yeah?
Well, I think this is the usual strategy. It doesn't always work, but this is usually what people do.
But is it Liam's style? Yeah, I feel like Liam is a little bit more straightforward. I haven't really been seeing him doing all these ratey businesses. I mean, usually he likes to go for some d4, c4, but I don't think that in this d4, c4 he can really catch something. So maybe also first move c4, I don't know.
Maybe c4 and then g3. It's difficult to catch Anish off guard in main openings, right?
Absolutely.
And Liam, he knows it. And he will try to deviate.
Wow, it's already 1:30 a.m. Central European time, and we are waiting for the decisive. I mean, who knows if it's decisive, but for the moment, definitely decisive game for Liam. He needs to strike back. Wow, and against Anish. I mean, how do you create your chances?
Well, we'll see, right?
Yeah, he has to try something, but the first game between each other, I think, was a Catalan, which ended with this rook d2 nice finish. And I mean, this type of positions, I don't really think that you fancy your winning chances if Anish already showed that he's ready to go for it. This was the very first game. Then Anish had the white pieces. And what happened in the third game? Because it was c4. Yeah. And then basically I'm expecting some repeat of this this stuff, because this is always playable. Yeah, you can try to come up with some new idea here. Okay, then I go with c4. Yeah, there is no reason for Liam to deviate. Also, we have seen that Anish was ready to take on the rock solid line of Liam in this open Spanish. Yeah, so it's because there are two different things. Yeah, the element of surprise. Yeah, that you come up with something completely new. But if Liam doesn't have anything big in his pocket, then maybe it's better to try to play something where he already knows what Anish is having in mind. Yeah, so if Anish played c4, c5, he might stick with it.
Yes. I mean, in a way, even that boring Catalan maybe is not a bad line for a blitz game where, you know, you can at least try to get a long game and then shuffle the pieces around, see what happens, no?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would go that if it would have been the first game, I said, yeah, go for it. Yeah, you just shuffle, and if it works, it works. If not, who cares? Finally, it's a draw, and you are also super solid with black. But knowing that he lost with the black pieces, I feel that Liam wants to keep a more complex fight in his pocket.
Yeah, I actually wonder, maybe it's better. I mean, like Liam chose black for the first blitz game. Maybe it's better to choose white in the first blitz game. See how your attack goes, and then maybe adjust with black.
Well, it's definitely a tough choice. We see, I would say, confident Anish coming to the board. Yeah, he knows that, okay, this is not the dream scenario. He did his job with the white pieces and c4 on the board. Liam has already started. So what does it mean? That this is not live board for us?
No, I think that the time only starts when they both make a move.
Yes, exactly. But basically Liam is ready and he goes for it. c4, c5, g3. Repeat of the previous game. He goes for the same a3 line. Anish also does not deviate yet. Knight f6 played. Rook b1 castles. Okay, so Anish believes in this line as a c4, c5 player. It's very interesting for me also how he treats. And d3, a6. Wow, so he doesn't care about giving up the queen side with b4. I mean, you only do this if you are prepared, if you know what you are doing.
Maybe after b4, I can take, play b5?
Yeah, that's what we're going to be witnessing, I believe.
And then takes, rook b8. You'll have to take on c6. Probably not going to work out for white.
No, that is perfectly fine. No, I mean, after b5, no, and Anish goes d6. I felt like after b5, maybe just some knight f3, or, I mean, maybe c5 to keep keep some, you know, this complexity in the position.
But this is not so bad for white, no?
No, not at all. This is a dream come true. I told you that sometimes repeating, and because it's a mind game, yeah, your opponent also expect that probably you will deviate. You won't repeat. I mean, there is some catch in simply repeating. And b5, but yeah, this is the point that actually Anish with d6 did not mean that I don't want to play b5. He just wanted to discourage probably c5.
Or maybe he wanted to make sure that the knight appears on f3 first to close his diagonal. And
Exactly, yeah, that's another point. Hang on, after knight d4, we're gonna sacrifice the exchange, yeah, of
I'll
course.
take and bishop h3.
Exactly, and say thank you very much. Yeah, castles on the board.
And now probably rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8. I mean, okay, just very solid. Ah, but hang on, could have black played bc, dc, bishop f5 tempo? Maybe he could.
But risky, right? Because white has all sorts of moves.
Yeah, after bc, yeah, you might be able to use the diagonal or whatever, yeah, you don't feel like, but okay, cbab, this is super solid. Bishop d2, bishop d7. You can play it quickly. Anish is already up on the clock with 30 seconds.
Oh, in fact, there is a perfect symmetry, right?
Yeah, there is only this one extra tempo, and I remember because, you know, I'm c4, c5 player right from my childhood. People were also saying, yes, your opponent has a extra tempo, but it also gives him extra chance to go wrong. Yeah, because you only want to hold everything. You are not playing for advantage. Yeah, but if the symmetrical position, there is.
So I don't hear Peter anymore. I don't know if it's me or if it's him. Okay, if we lost Peter, then maybe I have to keep on talking. Ah, Peter is back. Peter, are you back?
Wow, that was a scare. Yeah, I mean, my heart almost stopped. Is everything fine now?
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. We hear you. You're good.
Whew, I mean, somehow I lost everything. And the bishop, I was pointing out that bishop g4 also attracted my attention, but bishop e6, queen d7, very natural. Wow. Okay, luckily it happened in a symmetrical position, yeah, so we didn't lost anything. Rook fc1.
It's equal, it's symmetrical, but it's not a forced draw.
No, not at all, yeah. The rook fc8, now we will see queen d1, or how do you?
Normally queen d1, and then maybe what, black can go knight d5.
Yeah, you would love to trade some pieces, yeah?
Yeah, some pieces would be nice to trade, yeah.
Yeah, actually knight d5 disturbs me, yeah, it's... but yeah,
knight,
what to do? Queen d1 had to be played.
Maybe knight d5, knight e4, yeah, just keep it alive.
But then this knight on e4 is so awkward. Yeah, black will play h6 and... Okay, Anish goes h6 first. I mean, now if we look at the position, actually Anish has won the symmetry battle, yeah, because bishop e6, queen d7 looks much more impressive than queen d1, bishop d2.
Yeah, I think currently Liam is not very much interested in the objective value of this position, right? He just wants to make some fast moves and hope that his chance will come.
Exactly, yeah. Keep the tension, keep the pieces, and hope that also to push. Wow, d4, really weakening the c4 square.
I mean, I would play bishop h1 just as a matter of principle somehow in this position.
Yeah, well, I mean, okay, this d4 really shocks me. I mean, he wants to get queen e2 and target the b5 pawn.
Just weakening the light squares like this just seems a bit irresponsible.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't feel realistic that you can target this b5 pawn. The only good news for Liam that he shocked Anish and now he's up on the clock.
He shocked most of us.
Yeah, he shocked all of us, yeah.
Black can just go, I think, e6, knight c7, and be ready to face e4 with d5 if necessary, yeah?
Yeah, but okay, then also white gets some... Okay, wow, look at this. I mean, Anish is so shocked that this anti-positional move d4, he goes queen b7, and now white... Can white try to I mean, get the control of the center with some e4, d5, whatever.
Oh, immediately d5, right?
But if we go d5 immediately, then we give this c4 square. You don't care.
Well, the square is already there, right? It's. I mean, there is nothing I can do about the c4 square.
Yeah, but the point is that the knight will have to go to some ugly square.
Well, I thought you would go to e5, to be honest, and then takes e4.
No, to be honest, I did not want to go knight e5. I wanted to go knight a7, and then e4, rook c4, and then dream about some knight c8, knight b6, but maybe it's dreaming of too much.
But then at least, I mean, your knight is on a7, I will get the chance, maybe.
Exactly. Okay, so it's all to play. And king g1, wow, no, this can't be true. King g1. And Anish goes for my plan, knight a7, Anish is my boy.
Yes, he's truly your boy. Yeah.
Absolutely, knight a7, then some rook c5, knight d5, knight c8, knight b6, fight for the c4 square. Wow, I'm loving it, but it might not be the best. No, knight a7, of course, it's my move, yeah, but oh my god. Rook c7.
To me, e6, knight e7 looks just somehow much more natural. We have a different perception of this.
Yeah, I mean, you were calling Magnus's moves, yeah, and I'm calling Anish's. I don't know but I trust Anish. I really trust Anish.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's going to lose this game, but okay, it's a blitz game. Still, a lot of things are possible.
Yeah. And if anyone gets the wrong impression that I'm rooting for Anish, it's absolutely not true. I mean, as commentator, I'm trying to be as objective as possible, but Anish gets my type of positions, yeah? So it's much easier for me to get the feel for his positions than what Liam is doing. So it's more because of the positions, not because I'm rooting for anyone. Rook bc8, doubling on the c file, getting ready for any kind of options. Eventually some knight takes d5 might be an option.
Yeah, also e4, rook c4 is very awkward for white, yeah, to defend this guy. Like white would like to play e4, but then it's impossible to defend this pawn.
Exactly. Yeah, I think Liam in a lot of trouble, and the problem is that he has to slow down because it's not obvious how to continue. Rook bc8, putting the pressure. Very nicely explained, yeah, that e4 is just not possible due to rook c4, and we can't protect the pawn. And that line also shows that this tempo, yeah, this loss of tempo with king g1 might prove to be fatal.
Yeah, no, he finds a move rook a1, also probably with some difficult calculation, because now black has all sorts of knight jumps, right? Knight somewhere.
Yeah, stepping into this pin, of course, it's not an easy choice. It wasn't an easy choice. Liam spent quite some time. On the other hand, this is Liam, yeah, that instead of panicking, he finds the best move. Computer confirms that rook a1 was the best move.
Knight d7, knight d4? Or what is his point?
Well, I mean, just that he's eventually also targeting this b5. He might also want to protect the knight from a3 with the rook. Anish goes rook c4.
Now knight d2 is not possible. Knight d4 might be possible.
Yeah, knight d4 might be possible because also here we see that rook on a1 targeted and knight d4 played. There is some intrigue because both sides are close to 1 minute each.
I was wondering about knight takes d5 now.
Knight d5, yeah, it's possible because, yeah, you might be able to take on d5.
Knight d5 also.
Yeah, knight d5 on the board.
Queen f3, e6 is probably very solid, and knight takes d5, rook c1 forces knight takes e7, where white probably says goodbye to his winning chances.
Exactly, because then we can take the knight on d4 at the end of the day. And we're gonna see this line. But it's okay, the knight is still a little bit far away on a7.
Takes a knight c6, no?
Yeah, takes on knight c6, bravo. Super clean. Both players with 58 seconds. Yeah, and Anish will go knight c6. By the way, he can also play queen e4 if he's he's ambitious. No, I mean he isn't ambitious, but yeah, it's a move that he's smiling on the player. Yeah, d5, of course, correct. Not allowing black to get the knight back. Liam also incredible fighter. Yeah, queen h6, but okay, now knight c6 is coming, or queen d1.
He will just go knight c6, knight e5, right?
Yeah. And then basically because of knight f3 check, white will be maybe forced to take on e5, and that's the end of the story.
Also knight d4, maybe knight d4 allows some chance, like queen
Yeah,
e3.
it's a bit loose, yeah, but okay, it's still also this knight e5, knight f3 check, it's not the end of the day, yeah?
Well, at knight e5, I think it's much more difficult for white to make a move.
Anish down to 25 seconds. He has to make up his mind.
Well, white is threatening two checkmates, incidentally.
Wow, okay, so Liam takes, okay, this can only be won in Armageddon game, yeah, that you can try to flag your opponent with 3 seconds bonus. It's impossible.
Well, impossible, I think, is too strong a word. But it's
everything
unlikely.
is possible, yeah, but just unimaginable, let's put it this way.
Queen d4 is a good touch, controls everything.
Yeah, of course.
King g7, and we are entering a difficult to imagine kind of realm.
Situation, yeah. Well, f5 is a surprise. I would have kept that pawn on f7 forever. Just queen c4, queen d4, you know, just play it as quickly as possible. Why to weaken?
But he's not worse, yeah, so he doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. He's relying on activity. Yeah, Liam was fighting. I mean, this rook a1 was a stunning resource, but yeah, it was not enough. It came too late. The position didn't give him chances. Yeah, the pawn on f2 is vulnerable, but after queen c6 check, but also b4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing to be done. He'll take queen takes b5 at some point, queen f2, king h3, but it will not do.
Yeah, no,
there is nothing to be done here.
Also, the body language of Liam signals that he knows that that's it.
That's basically then probably it for today, right?
Well, but he played queen c7 check, so no threefold repetition yet. King g1.
Queen takes b4.
And queen takes b4. Yeah, basically black just collects. Queen d7 check, king f6.
Yeah,
I think this is the moment when the perpetual check has to be given. And don't go anywhere, guys. If you already stayed with us, if this game ends, I think we're gonna hear Anish's interview.
Yeah, the game is a draw, so this ends the chess part of the day.
Yeah, congratulations, Anish, for a very powerful performance in the Blitz playoff. I mean, before the Blitz, none of the sides had any chances, and already players are rushing out of the playing hall. We might be getting the interview any second.
Congratulations, Anish. A strong showing in the tiebreak. Was it always part of the match strategy to take it to Blitz?
Yeah, I had a strategy and I just kept following it.
Was this the strategy?
Yeah, I just had a strategy and I kept following it.
All right, fair enough. And tell me one thing, that finally in the tiebreaks in the Spanish Open, you had this new idea of queen d5 instead of knight d6. Was that prepared during?
No, it was forgotten old. So first game was queen d5, then was knight d6, then was queen d5 back. If there was one more game, I would have played knight d6. But the games ran out and we had to play the... it was just the event was over, so the day was over.
All right, and tell me, you've had tough challenges against Liam in the past. You won this time, and it looked like you were really focused, a man on a mission today. Got your revenge, as you mentioned?
Yeah, when you said that I had tough, I thought you were going to say I had tough childhood, like somehow. I was ready to answer that question. And about tough childhood. No, of course, as I said, at some point I realized I have bad score against many of the players that I play. It's just they're very strong. So, yeah, I am happy that I won today, especially because my last 2 matches against Leko, I think I lost 2.5 both of them. Didn't even last 4 games, so I was happy today.
And are you enjoying playing here in San Francisco?
Yeah, I have to say, I was thinking about this a lot, whether like I enjoy playing chess, and I would say that enjoy is not the word. I enjoy winning though, so today I've enjoyed.
And it looks like you've come here and you're in shape, especially after seeing this tiebreak blitz.
It's hard to say. I mean, I played well in the CGC, I feel, and today is a good day. I think the quality of today's games were very high, but at the same time, they were not too. The positions were not too complicated, let's say. So it's not that hard to play them well. I mean, I saw the games, let's say, of Wesley against Magnus. There, like, it was much more chaotic, and then in such chaotic chess, of course, people make much more mistakes.
Were you able to follow the Magnus-Wesley match while playing yours as well?
I click through the other games usually. Sometimes you don't want to miss something, you know. Maybe somebody played an interesting opening idea, let's say, and you don't want to be caught unaware if your opponent had looked at it.
Well, things worked out. We hope it continues for you, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Wow, yeah, what an interview as always. Yeah, Anish is revealing quite a lot of information. Yeah, that queen d1, queen d5. In the next game he would have played knight d6. We don't know if it's true or not. In any case, queen d5 worked to perfection in the first blitz game, and he really put up a very great show in this blitz playoff. I perfectly agree with Tanya. I also get this impression that he's very determined, and he really, like he said, that he checked the scores and he understood that he's in quite some minus against, of course, very strong guys, but still, I feel like he was a little bit hurt by the previous results in some of the tours, and he's willing to turn the table and show that actually why should he lose. And he said that he enjoys and he loves chess even more if he wins. What is your take on this, Rustam?
Well, I'm still a bit shaken by the overall feel of this interview. It just felt to me that there were so many layers to this interview. Like, it feels like he and Tanya, they go way back. Maybe it's like 20,000th interview in this format, right? And by now it seems like they're playing some sort of a ball game with each other. So I'm still quite taken by this interview. Yeah, it's something to take in, right?
Yeah, I felt like, that he had a clear plan, yeah, from the beginning, that he was ready with white, to hit as long, and he was patient enough, yeah, because to be fair, I think he could afford himself this strategy of hitting this open Spanish position, thanks that he was very solid with the black pieces, yeah? I mean,
I have a feeling that Liam did not do enough from the English positions that he got. I feel like in both Englishes that we saw, he had chances to sort of make some sort of a positional game out of it. He didn't manage.
Yeah, but somehow he didn't, and then of course winning the first blitz game, yeah, it definitely helped. And then in the second blitz game, one could feel that Liam was very much affected by losing the previous game, yeah, that he knew that he has to play for a win, but he was not really comfortable with the position, and it was quite easy and quite smooth for Anish.
Yeah, of course, losing the first game didn't help, yeah, obviously.
Yeah, it's tough to say what is going on. Definitely, I have seen that Anish is very much in this tournament. One has to. I don't say that he's now a favorite for me because it's too early to call it, but I'm very happy to see Anish in best shape, because best shape Anish, I think it's always just a treasure for the chess world. We also see a lot of opening ideas and everything from him, but I think he also had a point, yeah, that because in this open Spanish he had this control and both players were basically playing preparation, they also understand that, of course, the Magnus game with Wesley, so with all this complexity and everything, was a completely different match.
Yeah, of course, he's completely right to say that chaotic positions, they call for more mistakes. Yeah, this is obvious. And And also he knows that he doesn't have the best of reputations in the world in chaotic positions. So I think he was happy to keep control today, and he's not sure that he'll be able to do this, let's say, against Magnus. I think it's a fair worry for him to have.
Yeah, well, against Magnus, everybody has it hard. Yeah, even the brilliantly informed Wesley So, who came just by winning the CGC, winning the Global Chess Championship with some very powerful performance there, also beating Hikaru Nakamura and so on. And he had his chance against Magnus as well. Yeah, there were these two games where it looked very close, but I mean, when we listened to Wesley's interview as well, he's somehow too nice, too humble as a guy. Yeah, that is this maybe missing in a critical moment against Magnus? What is your take on this?
But also we saw him win so many matches and playoffs also against Magnus. We know he's capable of this. So he's okay, Mr. Nice Guy in the interviews. I don't think he's very nice over the board. So.
Exactly, that's my feeling as well, because he comes very well prepared. He shows tremendous play, and it was a fantastic match. I mean, I definitely enjoyed today's action because of that tremendous match. There was so much tension. Of course, we have seen incredible chess in other matches as well, but that match was something special. We have the scorecards here. Basically, Magnus winning 2.5 half against Wesley after Wesley not being able to use his chances. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, thanks to the first game victory, which was a roller coaster game, managed to win 2.5 half against Arjun Erigaishi. Then there was this very interesting match between Mamedyarov and Prague. Unfortunately, we missed a couple of moments there, of course, because our main focus was on the Wesley match against Magnus. Prague bounced back after game 3. What is your take on this, that Prague was able to bounce back, but then it did not really help him?
Yeah, I have a feeling that also in my experience with Shahryar that it's quite normal. Basically, Shahryar, every now and then he loses a bad game. It doesn't affect him very much. Yeah? He keeps the speed, he keeps the presence. I also saw him now in Azerbaijan. In action, he's very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, he seems like he got his confidence back. Yeah, because I think I heard some interview with him in St. Louis, and he was saying that he's just very tired. He needs some break. He needs some time away from chess, and I think probably he got that break. And now today he really showed a great performance against Prague. And Prague so far in the tour has been so impressive. For example, in the Miami FTX Crypto Cup, he was basically winning all his matches. Yeah, it was just unbelievable. Yeah, that nobody could stop. Yeah, this young incredible boy. And now Shahryar did it. By the way, I felt like it's a little bit tricky. Yeah, of course it's Shah 15 building, but it's after the Shah. Yeah, it's does this give Mamedyarov some advantage? What do you think?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. Yes.
I mean, psychologically, this name, yeah, that he is after the Shah Mamedyarov, yeah, that playing in he's playing online, but still it's something that he can get some energy from.
No, in general, I just think that Shah is really, really strong in this format. And I think he did not have the success he deserves in online chess yet. So I think he's still kind of, he should win some tournaments for all this to be fair.
Yeah, well, I mean, now already in AIM chess, he had some great successes, also playing brilliant games. Yeah, it's really a lot of fun to follow his matches. And Anish has won the Blitz playoff against Liam. I'm expecting a bounce back from the losers. We are really looking forward to. Do we have the matchups of tomorrow? Just to take a quick look at that. Can this be? Do you read it better? I can't read it nicely. Rustam.
Hang on, it's just one has to do something about this, yeah? Yeah, so it's Liam against Wesley?
Wow, so the two unfortunate players of today.
Yeah, then Arjun against Magnus, which is difficult, after today's match. Mamidyarov against Duda and Anish against Pragnananda.
Yeah, wow. I mean, we have tons of action tomorrow. I mean, Arjun has to try to strike back. We have seen that he has been struggling against Magnus, but also in the last event, he also had successes against Magnus. Mamedyarov Duda, the final of the AIM Chess Masters, just a couple of weeks ago. And Anish Giri against Prague. I mean, I'm pretty sure, knowing that Anish is has so much fans in India. I think India is can't wait for this match. So Giri against Prague. Any predictions, or you are too tired and we should do the predictions tomorrow?
Yeah, I think let's leave tomorrow for tomorrow. I think it's been an eventful day.
Exactly. All right. So then that's it from us. A wrap from us, and I would like to say big thank you to Rustam. Yeah, it was a wonderful day. I was enjoying every minute, every second of it. One big thank you to wonderful chat. I'm not Tanya, so I cannot, follow all the chat and everything, but that we got this poll with the 57% and we got it right made me extremely happy. Please continue this spirit, and we will be back tomorrow, same time, same place, same time, and take it from there. We have plenty of actions ahead. Rustam, any thoughts?
I just want to say thank you, Peter. It was a pleasure, and I'm looking forward to the remaining 6 days. And guys, stick around. It will be a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks a lot, everyone. See you. Good night, whatever. Good morning, wherever you are. It's a great day. Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with AirThings.
Hello everyone, I'm Grandmaster Pragyananda. Do you want to use my games to improve your chess? Now you can do. We have handpicked 50 puzzles from my games played in Champions Chess Tour this season.
I went bishop c5, d4 and queen e4. Yeah, another crucial win for the qualifications to top 8.
You can download it for free just by going to chess24.com/puzzlepack. Enjoy solving.